Our story begins in the midst of a seemingly unremarkable orc village called Pubiz. Surrounded by high mountains and dense forests, the village was perfectly hidden from the eyes of ill-wishers. Besides, where to find such a fool who would dare to attack the orcs known for their strength and violent temper? Our protagonist is a small orc named Gul, known throughout the village for his hijinks. He knows how to do just three things: run, run fast, and run away with his heels glistening. And now he was running through the village, heading straight for Bork Restaurant. There's an orc woman herself was butchering meat with sharp knives, and she was doing it quite skillfully. In one deft movement, she tossed the meat upwards, and with a stone face, as if nothing had happened, she stood still for a moment. But then, before the piece of meat could fall, she chopped it into many small pieces with her lightning-fast movements. Her name was Aunt Jiram, and she was the sole chef and owner of the Bork Restaurant. Gul was just running through her restaurant and couldn't help but take advantage of such a good moment, so he jumped up high and was about to grab a little snack on the go. He just grabbed one of the pieces in flight with his mouth wide open, and grabbed it with a deadly grip. After stealing a piece of meat, he wasn't going to stop for a second and continued his crazy run. And it was the right thing to do. Auntie Bork was furious at this brazen theft and wasn't going to let him get away with it. She immediately ran out after him and tried to punish the little rat once and for all with a knife, but Gul managed to dodge and the knife only cut off a piece of stolen meat. He kept running no matter what. The village was bustling with life, and a group of orc builders were now constructing a new house from thick logs. Gul was happy that he could steal the meat so cheaply and escape the consequences, but he didn't look ahead at all. He immediately paid for his inattention by crashing into a log, which was carried by one of the builders. From the impact, he immediately missed a piece of meat. The orc builder was strong and barely felt the impact, but still turned around to look at the source of the trouble. Gul had already regained his senses and continued running as if nothing had happened, and the log he had broken was not his own head. The builder only managed to shout after him that he, the insolent beansprout, should not hang around here anymore. He also shouted at him, "Pray I don't run into you or you'll be eating shit." But Gul ignored all that and kept running. Next in his path was a field with a farm where an orc family was working in sweat. The grass was flying in all directions after each stroke of the scythe. And during another swing, Gul nearly lost his head as he ran past. This understandably did not stop him, and he continued his mad race with the whistling of the wind. Before his eyes was only the path he thought he had to run. The farmers only looked at him tiredly. The orc woman wondered why this child always ran as if someone was chasing him. The orc wasn't going to look into it and told her that only the dumb bald kid himself could answer that question. At least he was of some use, since he was scaring the damn birds away from their crops with his erratic running. Gul ran on, scaring away all the animals on his way, and so he reached the forest, where his peers were performing an important rite of passage into war and were about to hunt a big, fat boar that was unsuspectingly digging in the grass and ground nearby. The elders had taught them that the most important thing in this business was patience and silence. So they lurked in the bushes nearby and waited in silence for a good moment to attack. But they did not have enough patience, and one of them clenched his spear tighter and was going to solve everything quickly and not to waste time. Smelling the movement, the boar became alert. But it was too late. He would not be able to escape, and the orc knew it very well. So he jumped out of the bushes and sent his patience to hell and swung for a good throw. He was going to finish the boar with a battle cry, and he would have done it if Gul hadn't come screaming into the clearing. He distracted the hunter just for a moment, but it was enough for the boar to escape. Gul paid no attention to any of this and ran on. The disgruntled and angry one-liners didn't understand what this runner was doing here. They were going to take revenge on him and roast him alive instead of the boar he had frightened away, if they did not catch another one today. Suddenly, to their surprise, the boar stopped and stood still nearby. They couldn't believe that this boar was so stupid. The two orc buddies, whose names were Dobuk and Kagan, began to grin in satisfied smiles. Kagan thought that they were sure to have a feast tonight. Dobuk agreed with him and couldn't wait for them to get full of boar's meat. But the boar thought otherwise and ran away with a loud fart. The two idiot friends ran after him with rage, threatening to kill the stupid pig. Gul finally slowed down. He was immediately dizzy from running fast and stopping abruptly. He stopped only because he faced a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, a mighty mountain. But he fearlessly declared to it that today was the day when it was challenged by the great Gul himself, the conqueror of mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward and leaped and grabbed onto the nearest ledge. Gul climbed up as vigorously as he ran without stopping for a second, grabbing first with his left hand, then his right. Suddenly, he almost fell from the powerful impact that shook the mountain. Looking down, he saw a lone figure shaking the mountain with its blows time after time. It was one of the orc warriors of their village, and for some reason he looked suspiciously like Bruce Banner in a rage. The Hulk look-alike even had the iconic pants. Blow after blow shook the mountain and poor Gul could barely hold on. But his second surprise and confusion were immediately replaced by excitement, and he screamed, "Oh yes!" Gul was only too happy for the challenge and only rushed to the top with more zeal. Nothing could stop him now. Finally, he made it and reached the top. His sweaty and tired face just glowed with joy. You must have wondered from the beginning why he kept running. It's a silly question, I'll tell you, because obviously it's because he's a Gul and his heart swelled with excitement at the thought of the uncharted land stretching beyond the horizon. Standing on top of the mountain, he shouted to the world that was now at his feet, "I am Gul. Behold, the blissful view that only the great ones can behold." Soon, he vowed to travel to lands far beyond the horizon and be known as the strongest conqueror of mountains. Gul. All his fervor vanished when he finally realized that he was seeing the sunset and the day was coming to an end. He cried out in horror, not believing he was seeing the sunset. A fierce wind immediately blew off the top of such an inattentive weakling who had forgotten that he had a test today and had to bring back the loot. Gul barely had time at the last moment to grab the ledge and save his skin. Meanwhile, every orc in Bubiz village has started to congregate at the largest homestead for the orc gathering. The fearsome orc chief of Bubiz, named Garrick, will be spearheading the hunt ceremony, one of their most sacred traditions that every young orc undergoes. To these young ones, surviving in the wild is a basic skill that must be learned to face the dangers of the world they live in. So the veteran orcs, whether they're farmers or warriors, have trained, observed, and evaluated the new generation for the hunt. Tonight is the culmination of that. The gathering to celebrate the achievements of the 4 young orc warriors. Or at least there are supposed to be 4 of them. Chief Garrick was displeased that a certain young and bald Gul was missing from the ceremony. As always, little Gul is still running through the woods long after the sun has gone down. Only now, he's more desperate and out of breath than ever. On the way back to the village, he spotted an innocent rabbit feeding on the grass. This reminded him that tonight was supposed to be the most important night for the new orc warriors, the celebration of the hunt. Even with fatigue, Gul readied himself to turn the running speed to a higher gear. If there's one thing he's good at, then that one thing would have to be running. He promptly positioned his arm for a technique while maintaining the running speed. All his spare energy is being poured into perfecting the timing of his next move. It was a flawless snatch and run of the clueless rabbit by the ear. While Gul was on the way to the celebration of the hunt, he might as well bring something small, rather than bring nothing at all. Still, that doesn't mean that he's still not in deep shit with the orc chief. Garrick is getting increasingly impatient sitting on his throne. This night was supposed to be sacred for the whole village. Behind the door of the chief's homestead, a loud and playful voice can be heard getting nearer and nearer. It sounds like Gul is doing his best NFL player impression while running at full speed. Sliding into the gathering with his bald head while clutching the rabbit's ear like a football, Gul has finally arrived. He felt like he just scored the touchdown of his life after breaking through the entrance. The greatest athlete in the world, a magnificent play by Gul the Conqueror. This little guy is so caught up in the moment that he forgets what is waiting for him inside the homestead. The fearsome orcs inside were not impressed by his rowdy entrance at all. On the contrary, they were glaring at him menacingly. Gul just tried to play it off meekly while clutching his tiny rabbit and trying to scoot through the crowd. Chief Garrick's glare was piercing, to say the least. He was a humongous beast emanating the strength of the orcs. With all the hunters in training, called the Honto, gathered, it's about time to line them up and see the fruits of their labor. Each of them has been given a whole day to hunt on their own. It should be more than enough to bring something that can satisfy one's appetite. Starting off with the rough and edgy junior hunter Kagan, he brought home a big booty boar so healthy and lively that it's still continuously farting. Proud cheers from the villagers erupted while the chief nodded with just enough satisfaction. Next up was another junior hunter, Dobuk. Looking at his battered head and fists, it's evident that he struggled with his prey, but he has proven that his head was harder than the hooves of a deer. The crowd praised him for being an exemplary example of an orc's strength. Even Chief Garrick was smiling and nodding with praise. The third junior hunter, Mutu, held his head high up. He hunted down a bighorn sheep without even breaking a sweat or getting his clothes messy. The chief could not help but clap and rejoice at the sight of such a promising junior hunter in this batch. The villagers even labeled Mutu OP. The kid really was overpowered compared to everyone else. Coming in at the last second is none other than the mighty junior hunter Gul with his tiny and sad rabbit in hand. What he lacks in big prey, he makes up for with pure vibes. But the villagers were not impressed at all. No cheers, no celebration, just pure deathly and unmoved silence. After seeing all the promising juniors, Chief Garrick's good mood has turned into a rage after seeing that this is all that Gul can scrounge up for a whole day of supposed hunting. Braba Gul is the son of Gulfin, the greatest blacksmith in Buba's village, and now the chief is walking up to him with ominous fury radiating everywhere. The little bald troublemaker trembled in his boots, stumbling in his words and accidentally calling the chief Chip instead. Garrick was insulted by the cheap loot that this junior has brought him for the sacred ceremony. Ghoul's mischief tonight has also brought shame to his mother. With all that in mind, Garrick furiously primed his fist with a burning passion. He then threw it out with blinding speed, like a missile heading right for the little shit. Ghoul ate the disciplinary punch level 1 from the chief's right fist, a fist as big as the little guy's body. It was so painful that he felt the world turn black and white for a minute. The homestead's entrance was absolutely demolished from the impact as Ghoul flew like a ragdoll. Chief Garrick's strength was so powerful that 2 orc warriors had to jump in and catch Ghoul with all their might to prevent him from flying to God knows where. At that moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. The pain from the indent on his stomach has totally numbed his senses and knocked him out unconscious. When Ghoul woke up a few moments later, the hunt ceremony had wrapped up, and he was all alone in the middle of the village. Some orcs were kind enough to patch him up, but the pain from that disciplinary punch still lingers. Chief Garrick only wanted his juniors to hunt, and it seemed like Ghoul just played all day of all the days. Orcs are supposed to be strong, trained, and disciplined. Ghoul has made a mockery of their tradition by being weak and lazy for the hunt. Garrick does not even want to see Ghoul's bald head anymore. The little guy must reflect on what he's done. Ghoul knew that the chief wanted him to reflect on his actions, but that punch was still too much for him. As he walks through the dimly lit village, he notices that he's already at the entrance of his house. Instead of going into the home of the greatest blacksmith, Ghoul chose to continue walking. He just doesn't want to see the face of that grumpy old lady, his grumpy old lady. Just imagining the angry shouts from that fearsome and well-equipped old orc was enough to send a cold chill down Ghoul's spine. So, he continued walking while singing casually, eventually arriving at his very own secret base. A cavern near a cliff at the top of a mountain. He had all he needed inside this cozy secret base of his. He had food, a bed, and everything that a young orc needs to be on his own for the night. In the corner of the room, he even had a lamp that just needed a little shake to light up the place. This day was absolutely exhausting for Ghoul, so hitting the hay for a moment just hits different. He felt comfortable for a moment, but his injury from earlier was starting to act up again. All he wanted was to rest, but the consequences of his actions are bothering him, painfully at that. It looks like the night wasn't over yet for the young orc. His whole body was tingling in discomfort. For now, he might as well piss for some relief. His injuries and even his bladder just won't let him rest up for the night. In this secret base, his toilet is the whole world, or at least the edge of the cliff outside the cavern. With pain and all that, Ghoul would not miss the chance to play, even if he had to do it with his own pee. He's gotten so good at using the cliff as his toilet that he can now perform the legendary rolling thunder piss. His fun time was suddenly interrupted after seeing a massive fire in the middle of the forest. Looking at it closely, that fire doesn't look like your run-of-the-mill forest flame. It was actually getting close and running through the trees. To add to his misfortunes for today, he heard an extremely disconcerting sound coming from below his feet, from the cliff edge he's been carelessly using as his toilet. Ghoul's open-air bathroom just collapsed while his pee stream was still going. It looks like the cliff was blasted off by the same bizarre incident related to what's happening with the fire in the forest. While falling at such a fearsome height, he managed to get his pants up, but his pee was falling alongside him. Ghoul hits the rocky floor with a painful impact, a second unrelated aching injury in the same night. His back was in agony, causing him to scream out in anguish. His consciousness had started slipping off once again, but fate is way too cruel to Ghoul. His own piss came down from the cliff and landed squarely on his open, screaming mouth. The taste certainly prevented him from passing out. Ghoul desperately tried to get the pee out of his system like he was possessed by an evil spirit. The pain from his stomach and back and the salty taste in his mouth was absolute torture. But another thing snapped him out of his torment. A massive flaming beast in the shape of a wolf was chasing a dark elf, and they were heading in Ghoul's direction. The dark elf was evidently injured, but those eyes are full of determination. To make sense of all the chaos, let's rewind back to a few moments earlier. The Forest of the Orcs is a tough terrain to maneuver, especially if you're huffing and puffing for air from exhaustion. The Dark Elf is going through some rough pursuit. Hands are already shaking from just holding a knife. He cannot slow down, but he wants to try to delay his pursuers even for just a second. The knife was expertly thrown at a perfect angle and speed. The sharp blade zoomed through the air. It was like a bullet breaking through the wind itself. But that puny blade was no match for the fiery wolf beast. It was easily swatted and split into two. It was supposed to delay the beast, but all it did was disappoint the Dark Elf. He couldn't help but curse in frustration at his hectic situation. The mysterious Dark Elf has been running for days. With his wound, it's getting harder and harder for him to outrun the beast, a massive wolf-like creature with fire in its eyes. Looking at it closely, it seems to have some metal fixings on its back, bellowing steam and smoke out. Its claws are equally sharp and hard, enough to grind down the solid stones of the orc forest. This gargantuan beast is locked in. Its only goal is to catch the dark elf with all its might. The wolf struck down with its claws, and it almost ripped the ground that the dark elf has been standing on open. He managed to evade at the last second, but just the impact was enough to send him stumbling disgracefully. Gritting his teeth, he tanked that area of effect hit with just guts and determination. He finally broke the momentum and regained balance on his feet after a few moments. But the attack has significantly worsened his condition, throwing up blood all over the ground as sharp pain spreads on his insides. But despite all of that, he's sticking to his mission. He has to protect a certain something with his life. He'll do that even if his soul is crushed and his mind slips away. Behind the steaming beast appear two silhouettes, walking menacingly with glee in their eyes. Two evil-looking goons are smiling from ear to ear as they watch the dark elf suffer in pain. The smaller man with spiky hair and sly eyes was particularly unnerving. The dark elf felt a heavy presence weigh him down with an ominous feeling. He started trembling in equal parts pain and fear, but he still reached for a blade, for he must not falter as a dark elf assassin. Another throwing knife was drawn and thrown with all the strength his whole body could muster. He fully intends to fight until his last breath. Being drained and gravely injured, his attacks have started to become useless. The knife was simply flicked away by the beast. And that brings us to the reason why Ghoul's legendary rolling thunder piss was rudely interrupted. The tiny knife was blasted up to the cliff, retaining just enough force to cut out the edge of Ghoul's prestigious toilet. Out of hope and options, the dark elf just decided to invest his remaining strength in running again. He made a mad dash deeper into the forest, near the spot where the cliff edge was hacked off. Miss Dark Elf Assassin was so focused on gaining just a little bit of distance that he didn't notice the tiny bald orc throwing up piss on the rocks nearby. Ghoul, with pee still in his taste buds, was absolutely perplexed as to what the hell was happening in front of him. All he could see was an injured dark elf getting chased by a demonic-looking beast. It finally sunk into Ghoul's mind that this absurd scene was really unfolding in front of him. He tried to get away as fast and as desperately as he could. Seeing a monster after falling down from a cliff and drinking your own pee is really not in Ghoul's plans for tonight. The dark elf finally noticed the young orc making a fuss and considered that there must be an orc village nearby. If that was the case, there might still be a chance to get out of this pinch alive. Mr. Dark Elf Assassin tried to call out to Ghoul, but Baldy was too focused on posturing that he was not afraid of the beast. He's even planning on utilizing some of the falling rock debris as a sort of weapon. Ghoul kicked a piece of rock toward the beast that he dubbed a hot dog. Hot Dog just smirked arrogantly while watching the tiny rock zoom through the air. Instead of an easy and humiliating swatting, the tiny rock managed to produce a crack right on impact. It was out of the beast's expectations that a little bald orc could damage its sharp paw. But Ghoul is still just a scared kid, and he managed to anger an unknown fearsome beast. For now, he might as well do what he does best: run as fast as he possibly can. Seeing how ridiculously fast that mad dash was, even the Dark Elf Assassin was in awe of the young orc's engine. Sadly, Ghoul might be fast, but he can be clumsy and inattentive at times. He missed a piece of rock along the way. That one tiny flaw in the terrain combined with his blinding speed caused him to barrel roll across the rocky path. He could not break his momentum at all, and Ghoul is now heading for the second unintended cliff diving experience of the night. The young orc landed on the cliff face with his face first. He flipped and flipped like a ragdoll without control. His injuries and wounds are starting to pile up, physically and mentally. Ghoul finally hit the ground, his body limp and without motion. The dark elf had also followed him down. Mr. Assassin couldn't be sure if this kid was okay or not. Just a few seconds later, Ghoul's survival instincts took over as he abruptly twitched back into consciousness. He immediately sensed that someone was standing beside him, so a nasty uppercut was unleashed while questioning who the stranger was. Ghoul even followed up with a crisp slap before somewhat starting to make sense of the situation at hand. He awkwardly apologized for being startled by this unknown person he's now calling Bra. Noticing the pointed ears and the complexion, Ghoul might be seeing an elf for the first time in his life. This assassin is tired and weary. His legs are starting to give out, but those eyes are still full of relentless determination. The dark elf introduced himself as Adresin Ranwarin from the Redstone Forest. He's heavily wounded and in need of a helping hand, but before he could formally ask for Ghoul's help, the hot dog beast had already caught up on top of the cliff. The metal fixings on the beast's body are starting to sound like a steam engine. The noise and the temperature continuously rose to a terrifying degree. On its giant maw, a scorching hot ball of flame is starting to accumulate and swirl. The massive fireball was launched at such terrifying speeds that it resembled a meteor coming down from the heavens. Ghoul and Adresin Ranwarin were flabbergasted that they had to either tank or evade such a killer move. They actually had no choice at all. They had to jump out of the way with all their might unless they wanted to get literally cooked. Adresin was quite smooth with his evasion, but Ghoul was the king of throwing his body on painful surfaces. The Dark Elf's injury is starting to flare up again. He's losing blood at an alarming rate. The only hope he has is the young and clumsy orc in front of him. He desperately needs Gul's assistance. But as of now, Gul would rather save his ass before even hearing the assassin out. Try hard as he might, Adrison is closely teetering on the edge of succumbing to his injuries. Until finally, he passed out while the fearsome beast steadily approached from behind. Adrison was out of it for a while, but after faintly regaining consciousness, he witnessed something unbelievable. The young orc that ran like a coward is now carrying him. Gul was still crying in fear for his life, but the kid was risking his life to carry a stranger out of harm's way. Gul doesn't want to hear any talk. His mind is just set on one thing and one thing alone, getting out of here. But that might get even more difficult now that the beast is starting to ramp up in speed too. Gul and the assassin are about to get caught up in a very ugly ending. They must somehow run faster, or the upper half of their body can say goodbye to their lower half. Gul has been doing all the running for the past few moments, and now, a fatally sharp attack is coming for them from behind. He decided to chuck the Dark Elf up in the air away from the impact in the nick of time. As for the young orc, his speed and reaction time proved to be a lifesaver as he ducks the slicing force above. After a smooth dodge, it's back to running like he was running out of time. He threw Adrison quite far and high, and now the elf is quickly plunging from the night sky. Gul's speed and grit allowed him to dodge a kill shot while also keeping Adrison safe. That freaking hot dog's slicing energy just missed the duo by a hair. So, it's a good thing that Gul doesn't have any. The chase is far from over. The hot dog is cooking up another fiery spear out of its fearsome jaw. For now, the most prudent plan is to head for Puba's village as fast as they can. In there, they can ask for help from the adult orcs, and to do that, they must survive another massive and fiery explosion first. The duo luckily did it again. They clumsily avoided another kill shot at the cost of Gul's pants and ass, which are now burning. Gul is very familiar with the terrain at this point. He traversed the slithering vines while clutching onto Adrison and singing a local orc song. It didn't take too long for Gul to traverse the area with his ass out. He somehow managed to get Adrison right outside of the orc village. Being fast on his feet should earn him the right to throw a smug face to the pursuing beast. Meanwhile, it was just another night at Puba's village. Chief Garrick is sitting at the local ramen stand. He lets out a sigh for yet another stressful day of being a chief. His only saving grace from all the stress is his ramen. This bowl of glistening food of the gods is the only one that can understand his pain. Chief Garrick loves his ramen. He could sniff the steam coming from the bowl all day. The prospect of eating this perfect food makes him act like an excited schoolgirl. His battle-hardened hands look gigantic when he holds the tiny chopsticks. This was like a ritual for him. He takes the first batch of noodles, the perfect first bite. The chief blows on it for a little while. These noodles can absolutely scorch your tongue. Just enjoy Chief Garrick's Orson Boar Ramen ASMR mukbang. But before he could get the heavenly bite in his mouth, Garrick was rudely interrupted by a flying ghoul and some dark elf. The ramen stand was promptly blown to bits by the unstoppable impact. Ghoul and Adrison immediately passed out, surrounded by noodles, cookware, and the ruined walls of the ramen stand. The happy and excited Chief Garrick was gone in a split second. His eyes have turned dark. His veins started twitching out in pure rage and fury, and Ghoul just begged for help. But that wasn't a thing that bothered him. All his regrets were about his boil of delicious ramen. All this fury needed to go somewhere. Garrick's speed was simply unbelievable as he twisted his body around. Rage and tears filled his eyes. His first was clenched and the trajectory was perfectly set. The pride of the orcs, the chief that everyone fears and respects, unleashed a punch so strong that it changed the art style. He called it Ramen Revenge. The beast stumbled all over the place. Its body bounced around like it was nothing, and that dog did not stand a chance. Every infrastructure along the way was devastatingly destroyed. The fearsome beast did not even look like a wolf or dog at the end of the beating. It was launched right into the place where the two mysterious figures were standing. The two seemed unbothered that their pet just crumpled like paper. They just smiled and tossed the monster away. For them, failing its mission just makes the thing a useless beast. The main event is about to start. It looks like this blue-skinned duo has now set their sights on not just the elf, but also on the orcs. Chief Garrick has regained his composure after sending the dog flying to oblivion. He ordered the other orcs around to sound the horn to warn every one of the intruders. The response was swift after the order was handed down. The horn was heard throughout the village. Orcs of every profession, young and old, coordinated the evacuation to the village shelter. While for some, the threat of intruders is a call to action, to take up arms. It was the sign to march down the village and join the chief for battle. The veterans of Puba's village are about to enter the fray. Everyone is prepared to battle with their lives on the line, with Chief Garrick leading at the front. It's a battalion of strong orcs against two mysterious demonic figures that just look like bad news. For intruders who set foot in the village uninvited, Chief Garrick will not hesitate to prepare for war. He vows to show the two shady intruders that they have just made the biggest mistake of their lives. The orc warriors of Booba's village are ready to join their leader. Chief Garrick leads the charge with a heavy step forward. Meanwhile, Gul is in a panic as the Dark Elf has finally lost consciousness due to fatigue and injury. Not far from the commotion, the other junior hunters are sneakily observing what's happening. Two of them want nothing to do with the unfolding events, but Mutu wants to get closer. Mutu wants the junior hunters to go in as a team, even though the orc uncles are about to engage in war. They will only go in with the condition that Mutu goes first as the leader. The three stooges rush to Gul's side while Baldy is in a panic. Gul finally notices that his buddies have come out of the village to see the front lines. Of course, he immediately performs an epic handshake with his friend, Mutu. The other junior hunters are confused about why a withered-looking eggplant is covered in blood on the floor. One of the orc warriors sees the insolent kids and yells at them for being near the battlefield. They then explain that they were just simply looking for Gul. On the other side of the field, the mysterious duo has finally made their move. Both of them are smirking, as if they are not about to go against a full-force orc battalion. But that confidence isn't unfounded. Gul shivers at the sight of those two smiling men. Mutu also feels the pressure and asks their orc uncles who they are up against. Based on the heavy presence alone, the warrior already knows what they are about to fight. For a brief second, Adrason opens his eyes and mutters something terrifying. These two mysterious figures are not just regular goons. Their piercing eyes that can see through everything can only be possessed by certain beings. They are full-blown demons, and they have descended to take away the Dark Elf. But Chief Garrick is unfazed. He issues a warning to the two to turn back or die right there and then. It looks like the smaller demon doesn't take that warning too seriously, though. He introduces himself as Izel Wright, the vice captain of the Greed Demon Army. Izel even proposes that they will leave the area as soon as they get the sneaky Dark Elf back. Chief Garrick of Orc Village Boobiz answers back with an introduction of his own. He won't let these demons tell him what to do in his territory, especially after destroying his precious ramen moment. Bargaining is out of the question. The greed demons can either leave or be buried in the ground. That gets a hefty laugh out of Vice Captain Izel, self-assured that the chief will regret his words. That's the signal for the bigger demon to grin from ear to ear and make a move. The big demon's speed is no laughing matter. He is gone with the wind in just a second. Chief Garrick senses a feeling of doom for a brief moment. But it is not for him. It is for his army. He turns to shout at everyone to hold their ground. The big demon's movements are as brutal as they are swift. These formidable orc warriors are systematically toppled one by one in one violent charge. One warrior manages to sense the danger coming from behind, blocking the massive fist of the muscular demon with a blade. But even decent reaction time and response can still be rendered useless by pure brute strength. The warrior is sent flying like he doesn't weigh a single pound after tanking a strike. He flies in pain while clutching his partially destroyed blade. Thankfully, there are some tiny helping hands waiting to break his momentum. The four junior hunters catch their orc uncle with gritted teeth. Even for a battle-hardened veteran orc, these demons really are too strong. The size difference itself is quite unbelievable, as orcs are known for their hulking frames. This eerie muscular demon is known as Ump Fine, the third seat in the Greed Demon Army. The other side of the battlefield seems to be rowdier than this part, and the junior hunters are starting to worry. The warrior applauds the demon's badass introduction in his head. So he tries to make a cool one for himself too, but his name is literally Bob the Builder. He proudly points to the house that he has just built as if it is supposed to be amazing. When it comes to orc build quality, Bob the Builder really is on top of the game when it comes to sturdiness. Fine. The demon is amused by that introduction. He didn't know that he's up against someone who builds, a perfect match for him as a being that is only good at crushing. The third seat demon primes his legs for a charge to end all charges. Bob the Builder stands tall and proud, protecting the new generation behind him. Before the fight can get any more out of hand, he yells at the brats to get out of the way as fast as they can. Now that they've seen what the enemies are capable of, genuine fear lights a fire under their behinds. Bob the Builder and his cracked blade are going to give a battle of strength another go. It is obvious that Bob is heavily straining himself while Ump Fine is just smiling maniacally. As Chief Garrick warned his troops of the impending danger, he made a grave mistake. He failed to keep his eyes on the other enemy, Izel Wright, the vice captain of the Greed Demon Army. That demon was already airborne, preparing an extremely lethal kick to the back of the head. The strike produced a sonic boom and an impact capable of destroying anything in its path. Thankfully, the chief had lightning-fast reactions and a very tough defense. He tanked that hit as if it were nothing, and subsequently swatted Izel Wright, forcing the demon to retreat. Izel was merely amused by this. He was fighting the embodiment of orc strength, and he couldn't help but laugh. He was genuinely impressed that the orc chief was more capable than he initially expected. But the chief was going to get serious now. He had just witnessed how fast the demon moved. The only solution to this problem was to finish the fight quickly. Taking off his jacket, Easelwright didn't believe that it would be that easy for the chief, as this was just the beginning. Or maybe if he went hard right from the get-go, this might also be the end. Easelwright was a speed freak, zooming through the field as if the laws of physics didn't exist. Chief Garek stalwartly braced himself for an impact that mysteriously never came from the front. However, the chief had a razor-sharp instinct when it came to combat. He knew that his back was fully exposed. So, he quickly turned around with a bloodthirsty look on his face. He unleashed a blind and savage spinning kick that caught Easelwright square in the face. It sent the demon spinning like a relentless cyclone upwards. But Easel was formidable. He managed to recover and regain balance on the ground after a few seconds. He didn't feel pain. He felt even more excited instead. He wanted to fight the chief even more than before. Eisel's smug smile could vanish in the next second, and the chief could only see a faint blur. The next thing you knew, the demon had already closed the distance and planted a solid knee in the chief's face. Garek was sent flying as his face bled profusely. He lost control of his body for a moment as he spun and tumbled through the open field. To make matters worse, the demon wasn't done chaining his bloody and brutal combos yet. With every critical hit landing cleanly on the chief, Isel was starting to think that this fight was becoming boring. Chief Garek's massive body went from being bloodied up to getting sent down from above like a meteor. His landing even left a small crater for his blood to pool on. A demon is a being without mercy. Isel knocked the chief's head even harder to the ground with a stomp. He blamed the chief for being an idiot for not just handing the elf out. Now Isel just wanted the guy to watch his beloved village crumble into dust. On the other side of the battlefield, Bob the Builder and Ump Fine were also having their own face-off. Bob had heard that these demons' objective was the mysterious elf. The elf happened to be with the kids of their village, so he must buy time for those brats to run away. But seeing the terrifying figure of the gigantic Ump Fine, he was starting to think that this might just be the end for him. Bob believed that even if that's the case, the orcs would never back down in a fight. Even if he faced the bone-crushing strength of this absurdly muscular demon, he wouldn't give up. But Bob's trusty blade was no match. The collision pulverized his weapon. For a brief moment, Bob the Builder knew what was coming next. He had nothing to defend against the barbaric strength of a high-ranking demon. Bob was a sitting duck, and a goddamn demonic hammer was about to descend upon him. Ump Fine effortlessly wiped the orc warrior out of where he was standing. To add to the insult, Ump Fine even sent Bob the Builder flying to the home that he proudly built. Bob's injuries were severe, to say the least. He had a deep crater across his whole torso and stomach. But the demon was not done yet. With that devilish speed, the muscle freak was going for more. He wanted to make sure that Bob was firmly attached to the house that he built, because it could also serve as his final resting place. His casket. A savage punch destroyed Bob's insides, and the excess impact raised the sturdiest house in the village from the ground. Bob the Builder was firmly and utterly defeated. Ump Fine praised Bob for being brave until he finally broke. The demon wouldn't let this orc buy any more time for their mission. Not far from the tragic scene, the junior hunters were running desperately and full of fear while carrying the dark elf. Even though they gained some distance, Ump Fine's demonic speed was still far too much to go up against. Another one of the muscular demon's punches was unleashed like a ton of TNT. When the smoke cleared from the air, there seemed to be someone else amidst the commotion. She had long and lustrous black hair and strong and fierce eyes, and she successfully blocked a demon's powerful fist with a single hand. To the junior hunters, she was Auntie Lozen. To Mutu, she was his master, and for everyone in the village, she was the chief's right hand. Let's rewind just a little bit earlier and witness the evacuation efforts of Puba's village. Lozen was leading the charge to ensure everyone's safety inside the emergency shelters. Meanwhile, on the other side of the commotion, a messenger orc hurriedly arrived to notify the elder. This messenger ran all the way to relay the news that intruders were at their doorstep. However, it seemed like the pipe-smoking elder was not too bothered by the update. The fearsome-looking elder orc already knew what was going on with all the commotion. Lozen was busy getting everyone to safety when the explosions from the height of the battle sounded out. She immediately made a mad dash to get to the front lines as fast as she could. The evacuation area is located up a cliff above the village, and the war is happening down below. Lozen spotted the junior hunters desperately running away from something with their lives on the line. If she takes the proper way down, there is no chance of making it to them on time. Knowing that she'd have to jump down at such heights, the chief's right hand activated her Reiju spirit beast. The soul of a massive and commanding rhinoceros emanated from her body. One of the older orcs explained what's happening to those who don't know. This sight is something to behold. Lozen's spirit beast, the rhino. Only a few orc warriors are blessed with such power. It takes endless grinding and training to awaken their inner beast. In Lozen's case, this awakening granted her massive strength and skin as hard as armor. This powerful orc lady is not the chief's right hand, just for nothing. With one swift and formidable jump, she propelled herself like a missile. Adeptly controlling her body's breakneck speed, she focused her target on the junior hunters. Fine was just about to get an orc child quadra kill, but Auntie Lozen was already on the way to rescue. With the soul and body of a beast, she's the ultimate orc fighter. The right hand of the chief fittingly stopped a demon's attack with just her right hand. Fine immediately sensed that the newcomer is not someone to take lightly. He unleashed another chaining combo to follow up on the blocked strike, but the quick follow-up was easily thwarted as well. Seeing how cool and how well their Auntie Lozen was going toe-to-toe with the demon, the kids couldn't help but cheer. It was as if they had just seen their savior descend from the skies. Mutu was swelling with pride for his master. Gul was quick to assert that his Uncle Bob was way more badass, though. Even in the midst of battle, these punks are still bickering. They almost forgot that they should be getting the Dark Elf some medical attention, and the poor guy is now bleeding out even more. Hearing the nonsense coming out of these brats ticked off Lozen. She was almost as fearsome as a demon, yelling at the punks to shut the hell up. Lozen is still trying to get a read on the situation. But the smart thing to do is for the brats to get the elf to Mr. Buta to get treated. But the biggest problem of them all is still standing right in front of her. Anyone who troubles the village shall be eliminated, and it's time for the grown-ups to step up and handle things. Every orc in the village, no matter their profession or age, is ready for the smoke. Even the butcher lady is ready to wreck some balls with the farmers and the incredible Hulk look-alike. Fine looked at the group that was about to gang up on him, and the demon didn't seem fazed at all. Leading the charge is Lozen with her savage and refined techniques. She started utilizing her spirit beast to enhance leg strength. The leg took aim at the demon while carrying a tremendous amount of explosive power. A single stomp lifted out a massive portion of the ground, resembling a rhino horn. It towered over the malevolent demon, but it didn't elicit any reaction at all. Fine just decided to leap up with unnatural strength and finesse over the lifted ground. On the other side was Lozen, absolutely locked in on combat. With her other foot, she utilized another spirit beast strengthening. Using the lifted ground as a ramp, Lozen zoomed toward the demon mid-air. That maneuver caught Fine by surprise for a moment. The spirit beast's energy emanated in a translucent form, charging like a raging rhino. With her fist as the concentration of all the piercing power, Lozen collided with the demon's fist. The showdown of pure power seemed to have ended in a definitive draw, but Fine was put in a much more precarious position while rapidly falling. On top of that, this battle is not being fought by just a single orc. Unfortunately, some of the adult orcs aren't as adept in combat and can be easily dispatched by the third seat of the Greed Demon army. Even with minimal control of his falling body, Fine can still spot that the other orc ladies are setting up something that will hurt on the ground. Fine landed and struggled to find balance for a few moments. Two fast-moving blurs are already circling him like a pair of sharp spinning blades. It was the butcher and the farmer orc ladies, landing some nasty flesh wounds on either side. The smug smile on Fine's face was replaced with silent rage instead. These two ladies are treating the demon's body as their meat to carve and slash as they please. Fiend's solution to stop that is to snap their blades off completely. The coordinated attacks have ground to a halt. It was a great shock for the two orc ladies. After getting rid of the pesky blades, the demon took a deep breath. He then spun around, creating a vacuum of air that repels everything in his immediate vicinity. After stopping his efforts to blow away the orc ladies, it seems like Bruce Banner also wants some piece of the demon action. The Hulk orc took advantage of Fine's wide-open back and unleashed some hard-hitting combos. But that kind of firepower is not enough to seriously harm a high-ranking demon. It just ended up enraging Fine even further. He countered, but the Hulk orc was light on his feet and managed to dodge. Sadly, for the Hulk, that was followed by a savage face grab and a point-blank death sentence. Has become seriously mad as the sound of Hulk's head crashing on the floor sounds out. Lozen has recovered from the collision and is now rushing to have another go with the brutish demon. If she can land her spirit beast-infused strike, she might just be able to save the Hulk orc. At the same time, the situation on the chief's side appears to be grim as well. Izol has beaten up the orc leader and is now reminding to finish off the enemies and get the elf. Didn't seem to hear what his partner just said. The only thing going through the brute was that he's extremely mad. He was so mad to the point of using his fist to mash the Hulk's face mercilessly. Lozen was just a few seconds too late with her spirit beast charge, but she will try to land her meteor rhino punch at all costs. It was a strike befitting a great warrior of the orc race. The impact was enough to turn Ump's world upside down, but the demon regained footing as fast as he lost it. The only thing he lost from that fearsome punch was his freaking hat. Stood still, and it seemed like time had stopped. His hat was gone, and his bald head with 3 pieces of paltry hair was exposed. The muscular demon has regained his unhinged grin after feeling how strong the orc girl is. Lozen has heard others talk about how strong demons are, but seeing it in person is just absurd to her. She had used up all her energy in a short period of time, and most of the villagers are now out of commission as well. The chief's right hand can only hope that she bought enough time for the kids to escape. For the sake of all the injured and fallen warriors, the brats must be saved. But the stupid young orcs did not even run. They were just hiding in a bush watching the battle unfold. Mutu was even celebrating how strong his master Lozen was. They ignored orders and forgot about taking Adrison Ranwarin to the village doctor, Mr. Buta. Hearing the rustling nearby, Lozen's veins almost popped in anger with how dumb these kids were. They already know that they're screwed after being noticed and started pointing fingers at each other. Now they're not only scared of the demons, but they're also horrified by Aunt Lozen. The chief's right hand has every right to get angry at these insolent kids for not thinking. But it seems like she doesn't have much time to give a thorough lecture as an explosion just reverberated through the field. The impact of the explosion even knocked the brats and the unconscious dark elf out of their hiding spot. One question lingered in Lozen's mind. That is whether the chief finished his ramen or not. Gul was positive that Chief Garrick's ramen time was ruined along with the whole stand. Lozen already felt a headache coming, as this situation is not going to be pretty. Chief Garrick went from being slumped and beaten on the floor to being revitalized. His face was messed up and bloody, but his power level was visibly rising. Izol Wright could not believe his eyes. This type of pressure can only come from experts called Beastmasters. The demon's biggest mistake was giving the chief a chance to stand back up. Chief Garrick's Reiju spirit beast exploded out in the form of a gigantic bear, fitting for a warrior of his stature. Izol composed himself and went right back to his arrogantly smug laugh. A Beastmaster is the strongest orc alive. The demon never thought that he would meet someone like that here. The chief was trying to hold back in fear of wrecking the village, but now all he wants to do is make Izol regret stepping foot on Buba's village and spoiling his precious ramen time. The demon was the first one to rush in, excited to test the skills of a powerful enemy. Izol's speed really was something to behold. His blur produces a powerful sonic boom, but a simple kick with nothing but speed won't be enough to pierce through an angry orc chief. Garrick tried to follow up with a grab, but the demons remained slippery. Another sneak attack coming from behind was blocked just in the nick of time. The chief tried to counter, but he's still lacking in the battle of speed, and Izol is going for a low attack. That one was tough, but Chief Garrick pulled through with a successful block again. This time it seems like the orc can take advantage of an opening from an attack error. The two fierce competitors are now giving everything in their power to come out on top while gritting their teeth. Garrick has finally pulled out his ferocious and dreadful bear hammer. No matter how fast the demon was, this was an attack of a different caliber than he could comprehend. Just one chop has laid down the seemingly untouchable vice captain of the Greed Demon Army. The chief's hammer made his entire body bounce on the hard ground like a basketball. Pain slowly crept up in his brain as he squealed unintelligible sounds. Demons can be brutal, but orcs can be just as vicious. The chief seized Izol's whole head in his massive hands. That devilish headlock was then followed up by a lightning-fast and perfectly placed knee strike. Izol has lost all control of his body. He has become the chief's personal punching bag. While in the air, it was unclear if the demon even had thoughts anymore. He was forced to instinctively wake up when he felt the gigantic orc put him in a very sussy wrestling hold mid-air. This was the chief's very special whirlwind bear bomb, a physical feat so powerful that it creates a natural disaster. The non-stop rapid spinning scrambled the demon's mind even more than it already was. But Izol still found a way to break the chief's momentum and get out of a surefire kill shot. Izol Wright has somehow broken free and retreated. His arms are starting to glow with an ominous aura. The aura eventually solidified and formed some sort of dark arm gear. A few high-ranking demons are capable of this transformation. It's called the Soul Cast. Even after all that beating, a demon's body can still recover in a short instance. The demonic vice captain's smug smile even returned to his face as that mysterious arm gear started revving up. It was a dark attack with incredible force. Izol's eyes are filled with bloody murder after being beaten up just a few moments ago. He managed to make the fight a close combat scuffle, landing a clean kick right in the chief's jaw. That hit has restored the demon's almost maniacal confidence. He went on and chained even more kicks from various angles. He was fast and unpredictable. Chief Garrick remained calm and collected, even though he was being hit for free. That was because the orc chief was just waiting for an opening to exploit as soon as the demon got too confident. Garrick held onto the outstretched leg with so much grip strength that it almost broke completely. Feeling the spirit beast presence on that grip, it was at this moment Izol knew he messed up. The vice captain of the Greed Demon Army ate dirt in the most violent way possible. He was not getting off easy with just one bite either. Chief Garrick is already priming another serving. Orcs can do some cruel things when push comes to shove. This is one of those situations. Izol Wright is learning that lesson the hard way. He's eating dirt and getting his whole body treated like a hammer. Endless bangs on the hard ground can be heard from that point on. It only stopped when the supposedly brown dirt had turned crimson red with demon blood. Chief Garrick felt compelled to introduce himself again. As the chief of Bubi's village, he's known as the Beast. He's not even a Beastmaster yet. On the other side of the battlefield, it appears that the intruder war is not happening at all. A silhouette of an evidently older orc cracking his back can be seen inside one of the homesteads. Next came his legs. This man is performing a chiropractor ASMR on his own. He finally stood up and fixed his posture for a little bit, before he exploded out of the house, disregarding the door and everything along the way. Lozen has completely lost consciousness under the constant beating of the brute demon. Junior Hunter Mutu's anger boiled to new heights as he stared at his master's current state. The frustrated kid even gave away their location just to yell at the demon. Now there's nothing but empty space separating them from the fearsome demon's merciless fist. Ghoul wanted to run, but Mutu wanted to hold on to the principle that orcs must never run from a fight. The dumb brat might be good at hunting forest animals, but this is a demon we're talking about. The three stooges went ahead and ran in without Ghoul. One of them even picked up a tiny stone to use as a weapon. Was insulted that such puny brats would dare to charge at him without regard for their well-being. The demon's hand looked as though it was bigger than the young orc that's about to get flicked. Smiled creepily as he sent Mutu flying with just a trivial flick like a tiny ant. As for the other two, the demon is going to have a lot of fun punishing their studied decisions. A push to the forehead completely knocked out the other kids as Ghoul watched in fear. The last one standing is the tiny bald Ghoul. He froze at the sight of such a humiliating attack. Unleashed the last flick, and the air around his hands imploded. When the dust from the forceful finger finally cleared, was left with a confused look. The bald kid actually managed to dodge his casual flick perfectly, albeit timidly. Ghoul was trembling in his boots, but he's still on his toes, paying attention to the demon's moves. Tried to swat him like a fly, but he narrowly dodged that kill shot too. Unfortunately for him, jumping and weaving will eventually get you caught in an awkward position. Was fascinated by how wild Ghoul was as the lively orc resorted to insulting the demon for being ugly. Ghoul then utilized the cramped space through the fingers to deliver a brazen kick that took one of Ump's teeth out. Even for a seemingly invincible demon, that quick kick stung quite a bit. It's not helping that Ghoul kept on trash-talking him for having just 3 pieces of hair. Ghoul's glib tongue has really put him in a very precarious position this time around. Put some serious force on his arm and threw the tiny orc like a record-breaking fastball. Ghoul was like a speeding bullet, hurriedly heading for the first solid surface to slam onto. But a mysterious orc hand suddenly reached and caught his body mid-air. The one that caught Ghoul is known as Old Man Gurren. He's the elder of the orc village, Bubiz. For brash kids like Ghoul, the old man will only accept being referred to as Elder Gurren. The elder looks like he couldn't be bothered at all while a demonic intruder battle is happening. He just wanted to scold Chief Garrick for destroying the village again. Prior to arriving here, the elder had also sensed Lozen somewhere nearby. He saw the grim state of the chief's right hand, bloodied and beaten. Elder Gurren promptly turned towards the demon and called his attention. Wasn't really built for thinking, so the big guy is quite confused about what's happening. The elder asked if the demon in front of him did all this damage, but he already knew the answer. He also knew the next steps that he must do to correct this disrespect. Suddenly felt a sensation that he's never felt before. He couldn't believe that a mere orc can overwhelm him to this degree, just through pure aura. The brute is not one to underestimate the old orc, just like Isel did earlier. He had also activated his soul cast. He's still sticking to the mission of acquiring the elf as top priority, and he intends to do that with his Lagandrill soul cast. The big dummy knows that he's in a very poor spot now that he can't even sense the vice captain's presence at all. So, through his barbaric strength and fearsome drill, he's going to move forward at full force. Elder Gurren just quietly watched the demon rush in as he activates a partial Reiju, his dragon arm. His green skin became covered with golden scales as his spirit beast manifests in a solid form integrating with his body. The old man stopped the relentless drill on its tracks with just a palm block, all while giving respect lessons to the demon. For a moment, it looked like the drill was starting to slow down from its initial ferocity. In the next second, Gurren tightened his draconic grip, and the solid demonic drill started crumbling. Until finally, it was thoroughly destroyed into 1,000 tiny pieces akin to brittle glass. Feeney gasped in disbelief as his most powerful move disintegrated in the wind. To that, there's just one piece of advice that the Elder can give to the brute. The unrelenting demon can just start by saying goodnight. Fine, the glorious third seat of the Greed Demon Army, tanked Elder Gurren's dragon chop directly to the skull. The impact from that chop alone has left a massive gaping crater with unfathomable depth, effectively burying the demon. Its effects have spread across the village as aftershocks cleared out the houses in the nearby area. Elder Gurren dealt the final blow in the demonic intruder battle on this fateful night. This old orc does not really care about whatever purpose the demons had in coming here, but they've hurt a lot of the villagers. And for that, the almost invincible Fine's head was crushed to something that did not even resemble a body part. As the old man contemplated in silence, the loud and domineering voice of Chief Garek called out to him. The chief criticized the elder for basically destroying the village in one shot. His dragon chop has left a very sussy-looking hole in the outskirts of their territory. Elder Gurin stayed silent for a moment. He then denied the village destroyer allegations while insulting the chief for being an incompetent fool. The two bickered like they have a lot of history together. Old man Gurin is so old that he went to battle wearing just one boot. The old orc wasn't even supposed to be here. He was supposed to be living a chill life while the chief takes care of issues like intruders. But tonight was excusable, as one of these demons could easily destroy the village if they wanted to. Old man Gurin blames the chief's shortcomings for eating so much ramen and not enough meat. Back in the village entrance where Wright was supposed to be beaten down, a blood trail moving away from the walls can be seen. The trail continues to extend towards the dark and dense forest. Wright has survived within an inch of his life and is now sneakily making his escape as best as his broken body could. He wouldn't have time to escape if it wasn't for the explosion that killed Fine. Now the vice captain knows that these orcs are the real deal. Despite that, Izol is the type of man to hold a grudge. He vowed to be right back with a vengeance. Today, Gul was chased by his auntie with a knife for stealing meat. He bumped his head on a log, ran around the forest, climbed a shaky mountain. He was disciplined by the chief. Fell off his prestigious cliff toilet, drank his very own piss. He was chased by a fire beast. Fell off a different cliff once again. He carried a wounded elf to safety, burned his pants and ass from a fireball. He crashed into a ramen stall, had a go with a really powerful demon, and finally witnessed the most epic chop in his life. After so much has transpired, Gul can be found sleeping soundly without a care for the world. Gul's long day finally ended. 2 days have passed since the intruder incident. The orc villagers are keeping their hammers busy with the reconstruction efforts after the destructive battle. It's a nice sunny day to spend outside and not in a damn medical hunt, which our boy Gul is currently doing. It's been 2 whole days of uninterrupted sleep for the guy. He sleeps with his mouth wide open, inviting all kinds of disgusting elements to go in. For example, a fly. That fly served as his wake-up call to finally get out of bed now that he's fully recovered. As he was expelling the evil insect from his mouth, a scholarly-looking orc came to his side with blinding speed. Instead of taking care of the injured boy, the scholarly-looking orc unleashed a nonchalant slap to the face. This is the doctor of Booba's village, Mr. Buddha's way of welcoming Gul back to the real world. Gul has fully woken up from the sting of that slap and is now back to insulting the adults with his foul mouth. Calling the doctor Ugly Buddha, Mr. Buddha is done with all the insults and the constant trips of this bald kid to his home on account of always being wounded. Gul's only saving grace in this place was Dura, the assistant doctor. The gentle orc lady gives a certain type of comfort that Gul really likes. Dura was always there to take Gul's side. She's extremely soft like that. Gul looked around the room frantically, looking for the elf that was apparently seeking an audience with the elder at the moment. Buddha was also reminded that Elder Gurin had asked for Gul as soon as he woke up. So he needs to get out of bed, and Dura will accompany him. Even as the two were leaving the doctor's home, Gul just couldn't resist getting in just one more mocking gesture. Things have been incredibly peaceful right after the attack. Gul and Dura are now casually en route to meet the elder. Gul then asked his Dura-Nishan where the 3 stooges, his fellow junior hunters, were. He's wondering if Dobuk, Kagan, and Mutu are also meeting the elder, but Dura explained that they wouldn't, as those 3 are helping with the reconstruction of the village. They've recovered from their respective injuries, and they are being punished for not following orders that led to more orcs getting hurt. Hearing that scared Gul, as he was already complicit with those 3's actions. He's terrified of what that old orc is going to do to him, but Dura just assures him that it'll be alright. After a few minutes, we finally arrived at Oknar, the 3rd level of boobies. Chief Garek had a few gashes here and there, but he was relatively healthy. Now he wants to hear the casualty report from Oboy. Oboy the messenger promptly reported that 32 warriors are wounded, 28 are now able to walk, 4 are still in bed, and 3 orcs had died. The ceremony to burn their bodies has already been arranged. As for the corpse of the demon, it's already been burned separately. The orc builders are in full force as they try to rebuild the 3 market stalls that were destroyed by the demons, and the 11 that the chief himself devastated. Elder Gurin looked at the chief with a ramen-filled belly judgingly. He decimated the left wing fence that is now under repair, and there's the issue of a bunch of craters made by the chief's attack. Compared to that, right-hand warrior Lozin only made 1 huge crater overall. As for Elder Gurin, he made an unrecoverable deep hole that even the builders have no idea what to do with. The old man had the gall to judge others when he knows damn well that he had his fair share of damage. Gurren was saved by Dura and Gul arriving at that very moment. Brabagul has come back after 2 days of being out of commission, and he's ready for whatever the chief has in store for him. It looks like Durachan is quite popular with every one of the orcs. The orcs couldn't help but yell, "Boobies number 1." Even the elders' tone has become gentler as they welcome Dura. And as it turns out, she's the sister of Chief Garrick. Gul was trying to sneak away while the pleasantries were being exchanged, but Adresin noticed him and said his greetings. Until now, Gul still can't pronounce the Dark Elf's name correctly. It's also astonishing that the guy's injuries have already healed up. Now that Oboy is done with the reports, it's about time to address the elf's requested private audience with the Elder-in-Chief. Gurren wants everyone to wait outside for this one. The injured orc villagers did not like that idea. They think that they deserve to hear what's going on after what has happened in the village. Adresin understands their sentiments. It grieves his heart to hear the damage that he has caused to everyone in Boobies. He formally introduced himself as Adresin Ranwarin, Ran for short, a dark elf from the Redstone Forest in the Kingdom of Elves, but Ran wants to talk about his plight privately. The villagers might want to understand the situation, but he cannot reveal the details of his classified mission for fear of endangering more people with the weight of the information he's carrying. Elder Gurren understands that this type of thing requires discretion very well. The chief also does, so he puts his foot down and orders the villagers to wait outside the assembly hall and to trust his judgment. Ran explained that he was given the mission to track the demons and retrieve a particular artifact stolen from the Elven Kingdom. After some time, he finally found the Greed Demon Army base camp, and he was ready to infiltrate. To do this safely, he utilized an elven cloak with the special ability to conceal his presence. He was able to stroll past the front gate, right under the eyes of the greedy gate guards. He used the walls and everything he could to stroll past battalions after battalions of demons. Ran was aware that even if they could not see him, he still needed to be wary and light on his feet. In this covert mission where one wrong move can spell death, every second counts. Ran had to move fast for the sake of his stealth duration. He had to sling his way through the enemy territory as the stealth consumed heaps of mana. Fortunately for Ran, he's quite adept when it comes to these kinds of situations. He's an expert dark elf assassin after all. At the start of the mission, he thought it would be hard to locate the Greed Demon's treasure room. But as he looks at the gate engraved with a "Greed is good" epitaph, it looks like his expectations are unfounded. He found the damn treasure room in plain sight. There were no complicated locks or strong-looking guards posted up. Just a massive room with all kinds of treasure as far as the eye can see inside. Anyone with a brain laying their eyes upon this room would find it weird. One might even consider that this was just a trap, but right now that doesn't matter to Ran. He's almost out of mana from constantly maintaining the stealth ability, and he must execute the mission at hand without fail. Now comes the crucial part. To open his dimensional pouch, he must deactivate his stealth mode first. From here on out, keeping the artifact safe is his top priority. It was at this moment that he mistakenly let his guard down. The guardian of this place was Kayuiro, an elf hunter beast. A ferocious monster was waiting there all along. That was why there were no guards posted anywhere. To make matters worse, it was not just any run-of-the-mill creature, it was an elf hunter entering attack mode. With Kayuiro sounding out the alarm with its roars, every single Greed Demon soldier in the base camp was notified of what was happening in the treasure room. At the same time, Fine and Ezel Wright were just chilling in their quarters, eating good food and playing some good old Jackstone. Their fun time was rudely interrupted by an explosion right at the main entrance of the base camp. Ezel looked but didn't see anything worth fussing over at first. Ran has reactivated his stealth, but even that means nothing, for this elf hunter beast can smell an elf from miles away. At least the demons can't see him, but the assassin was way too naive. And that was punished when the beast unleashed a smog that neutralized his cloak's power and unveiled him for every demon to see. Try as he might to reactivate the ability again, that 1 second of vision made all the difference. Vice Captain Ezel had already caught a glimpse of the sneaky elf, and with a mischievous laugh, asked to toss him a single coin. Was quick to comply, tossing his boss a gold coin. Ezel Wright manipulated the coin right in front of his fingers. He thinks that it's about time for the purple rat to stop sneaking around. With a simple flick of a finger, Ezel launched the coin forward like a high-caliber bullet, almost breaking the sound barrier. This was what caused the injury that Ran had endured for a long while. After being pierced by a damn coin, he looked up and saw the smug and unserious face of that demon, Ezel Wright. The dark elf gritted his teeth with pain and anger for being put in such a precarious situation. An incoming barrage of bullet-like gold coins rained down on the dark elf. The impact of each one was stronger than the last as he crashed through the courtyard of the base camp. He managed to regain his balance after tanking a few, but the injuries he sustained were severe. As Ran was detailing his experience, Chief Garrick interrupted the story by asking how he got hit when Dark Elf assassins are supposed to be known for being swift and untouchable. The chief thinks that Ran is a noob while Oh Boy served everyone popcorn as if they're in a movie theater. Gull, on the other hand, was fixated on the idea of how cool the base of those demons was. Ran tried to interject that the demons just got lucky that they had an elf hunter beast as a pet, and that he could have easily cleared the mission. He was pouring everything into storytelling, but the orcs were lost in their own loud chatter. Hidden bases, smoking pets, everything else, Gull was pretty much enamored with all the cool details that Ran had been recounting. The kid even bragged that he also has his own secret base, but admits that the demon base must be 10 times cooler. Lozen is losing her patience while everyone is not even listening. Ran had to catch their attention back with an angry shout to shut everyone up, uncharacteristic of a silent assassin. But it worked. He effectively made everyone behave to listen to the rest of the story. He even received Lozen's thumbs up of approval. So, the Dark Elf cleared his throat to continue his tale. The coin hit him hard and clean. He was able to block some of the impact with his string vest, but it pierced through and left a very deep wound. He had to stitch it up and use an elven healing spell called Bim Highly, just to stop the excessive bleeding. Seeing this was the signal for Izol to take a closer look, as his interest had been piqued. As the vice captain jumped in from the top of his tower, of course, would not miss the show, even if he had to take his food to go. The two high-ranking demons have officially entered the fray, after jumping down from a deadly height. Izol was just chilling in the air, waiting for gravity to do its thing without a care, and was still eating his fish balls mid-air. The vice captain smiled deviously as he eyed down the elf. He was amused that the purple rat survived his deadly coin toss. Ran wanted to convince himself that he was not short-tempered. He's trying to be modest, as a matter of fact. But seeing Izol's blue marlin piece of shit smug face really awakened something in him. He hated that smile on that face enough to go toe-to-toe with an elf hunter beast by his lonesome. To deal with this precarious situation, he had some cards up his sleeves. One of them was his hook shots. A magical rope was attached to a sharp blade that could latch onto the tall brick walls of the base camp. At that moment, he felt that a demon hitting a dark elf assassin was a huge insult, a stain on his profession. All he could think of while slinging through the air was hitting that demon back, even if it was just once. Ran bypassed the elf hunter beast's charge by utilizing his hook shots, and the flaming dog did not like that at all. The beast pounced once again, this time with a flaming sharp blade protruding near its paws. The beast was massive, ferocious, and most of all clever. It took out its scorching blade to target the magical ropes of the hook shot, and the beast succeeded. It was a clean cut. One move has effectively removed Ran's primary mode of mobility. He can't act like an attack on Titan Soldier anymore. As he was falling after being cut off, he saw the Greed Demon Soldier backups run towards his landing position. It was not looking good for the Dark Assassin at all. He's free-falling through the air and the enemies are already setting up an attack below. He assessed that there were two demons that would make contact the soonest. He would have to deal with these two first. Ran calmed himself down and thought about his next moves from here on out. He came to the answer that would settle almost any situation at hand. Just take his blades out and do what he does best. The assassin had one more hook shot, just enough to propel his body forward to a lower elevation, and it was enough to use as a vehicle to deliver some nasty kills. One slash to the neck is all he needs. With just one tiny and incredibly sharp blade, Ran is about to go sicko mode on these fools. Cannon fodder demons succumb to Ran's deadly strikes. Every time he brandishes his blade, another demon spurts out blood. It was as if Ran was reminding us that he was a dark assassin whom the Elven Lord trusted. What he does with the blade is nothing short of masterful and bone-chilling. The thing with army base camps is that there are an almost endless number of soldiers in them. And now, Ran was trapped in the heart of the enemy territory. To deal with that problem, there's only one thing better than one blade. And if you think it's two blades, then you're right on the money. Ran went on to deliver a bloody rampage. Heads, arms, legs, whole torsos, every single body part that you can think of was cleanly sliced off in a gory flourish. Ran was like a death god bringing an end to every demon's life at every step of the way. And now, his sights are set on the high-ranking demon duo. The two are watching him closely with fascination. The Dark Elf assassin ramped up his speed and spun with incredible swiftness as he charged in for the big shot demons. He knew damn well that this would not be a walk in the park like those regular demons that he just slaughtered. Seeing the perpetually smug look and smile on Izol Wright's cocky face made him feel like he was making the wrong move no matter what he did. At the end of the day, we know that he lost and had to retreat and run for a long time. Losing made him regain logic. Throughout the whole debacle, he exhausted his mana after letting his emotions get the best of him. He ran and ran for days, and his only fuel was anger directed towards himself. And that was when he met Gull. Ran was saved when he least expected it. He has never seen an orc that runs as fast as that kid does. Hearing this wholehearted speech about the troublesome ghoul from the dignified Ran shocked everyone. Even Ghoul himself was surprised. The Dark Elf continued that since his wounds were reopened because of the constant and non-stop running for 3 days, he was not given the chance to catch his breath. It's hard to admit that when he passed out, that bald kid carried him until they reached the village to get some help. Elder Gurren knew what happened from here on out. Shit happened and it blew his people away. They could have avoided the casualties if they just handed Ran over. Chief interjected that they did not choose the easy but heartless way. They chose to fight and save this stranger's ass. Old Man Gurren was curious about one thing, given that a dark assassin was handpicked by the Elf Lord on a retrieval mission. That must be one precious artifact. Ran opened his dimensional pouch, and a green light filled the room. He believes that what he has is an artifact that could open the gates to heaven. That circular and inconspicuous-looking gadget is referred to as Eternum. After hearing what Ran described and seeing the artifact itself, Elder Gurren punched the ground in anger and frustration. This bizarre reaction took everyone by surprise. The poor messenger and popcorn server, Oh Boy, was blown away by the impact. Chief and Lozen were shocked too. All the food was strewn all over the room, and Gul was knocked out cold. Elder Gurren's expression turned grimmer than when he faced high-ranking demons a few days ago. All just because Eternum was mentioned. He yelled that the elves have fucked up big time. Someone called Jess was supposed to be guarding that artifact with his life. Ran heard the name Jess come out of the elder's mouth, and he was stunned. Even Chief Garrick was kind of terrified as he watched the old man yap. He asked if that Eternum really was that important. Old Man Gurren asserted that of course it's important. Eternum is the artifact that helped them win the Great War 200 years ago after all. The old man affirmed that he'll explain the details later. For now, all that everyone needs to know is that if this precious artifact's location becomes known to many, it will be bad news. He is certain that just the news of Eternum being out in the world will bring unprecedented chaos. Ran explained that evil forces managed to steal the artifact when a shape-shifting demon successfully infiltrated the Elf Kingdom. That demon patiently waited for a slim chance to steal Eternum and eventually succeeded. That certainly explains why 2 high-ranking demons in the form of Isel Wright and Ump Fine were hunting Ran relentlessly. Old Man Gurren felt relieved that they chose to discuss this whole thing privately. Even the dumb chief knows that this is a serious matter after all. One thing that Gurren is certain of is that the demons are cooking up something at this moment. Ran must bring the artifact back to the Redstone Forest as soon as possible. The Dark Elf already knew that. He knew that better than anyone else. But for now, he wants to address everyone genuinely. He wants to express his deepest regrets for the harm that he has brought upon Pubi's village. Old Man Gurren has been through some tough times in his old age. He, of all people, knows that this is what it means to protect something for the greater good. The chief butted in to console the elf not to feel guilty for what transpired, as the orcs themselves are also responsible for their actions. Lozen could not have put it better herself. Even the dumb as bricks ghoul, casually lying down, understands the circumstance. It was at that moment, maybe for the first time in Ran's whole life, that he felt care from other beings. He felt such a strong emotional feeling that compelled him to slam his head down and prostrate on the ground, much to the orc's surprise. The tears of the Dark Elf finally cascaded out of his eyes. He knows that he is not worthy of the lives of the fallen. His words cannot express how grateful he is to everyone in the village. Ran can only pray that the spirits bless Booba's village and its people. Gurren nodded approvingly while the chief tried to lighten the mood like his usual jolly self. Ghoul even slipped in some innocent insult after seeing Ran weep like a baby. Lozen came to Ran's side to make him wipe his tears, as dark elf assassins are supposed to be always composed. Ran sniffed uncontrollably as he wiped his tears. He did not expect that orcs could be selfless and strong-willed like this. So, on behalf of the Redstone Forest Elf Kingdom, he wants to thank everyone for saving him. If it weren't for the orcs, he might have failed his lord by now. Gurren assured the Dark Elf that he was welcome here. He knows the scale and weight of this elf's mission, and he respects that Ran shared some highly classified information. While Ghoul didn't even understand a thing, the old man even interjected that he had known the Elf Lord for quite some time now. Chief Garrick did not believe him, though. He does not want to believe that this geezer has gone out to meet the Lord of the Elves at all. That earned him a telling the truth chop technique to the face from the swole old man, shutting his mouth up. Elder Gurren was telling the truth. Back in his day, he happened to be acquainted with the Elven Lord for a common cause. That revelation solved the puzzle in Ran's mind. He confirmed if Gurren really was the great Beastmaster orc that joined the hero's party ages ago. Ran has been wondering how and why the orcs in this remote village were extraordinarily strong. The Elder himself even killed a high-ranking demon without breaking a sweat. Everything makes sense now. but the chief is still refusing that this lazy old man is a heroic figure in history. Gul, on the other hand, loves all things grand. He was foaming at the mouth as he tried to badger the old man for confirmation. Ran pulled Gul back and reminded the young orc to show some respect. Respect should be given when referring to the strongest orc alive. Meanwhile, let's go out of the village and explore some of the areas near its remote forests. A place where a gigantic tree has come to life and is now angrily shrieking and attacking with all its might. This woody guy is known as Impasse, a guardian of the forest, a treant lord. Now he's manipulating roots below the ground for an attack. His target was a group of worn-out human adventurers. Their lineup looks pretty balanced and common. A swordsman leader, a mage, an axe wielder, and a big guy with a big knife. But no matter how balanced, the party was still tossed in the air helplessly. They are at the mercy of the treant lord's roots. They were blown away quite high up in the air. They had enough time to think about their poor decisions in life. The swordsman leader looks like he has some grit and determination in his eyes, though. He managed to take control of his falling body and find a suitable position to land without injuries to regain footing. His whole squad is now barred and blown away from the position of their targeted monster. All of them are silver adventurers being led by the swordsman named Red. He wants their mage, Faye, to give him a boost to go up and try to strike the treant lord with all his remaining strength. But Faye is completely out of gas. She had run out a little while ago. It's hard for her to even just stand right now. Strum has grown frustrated. They've been battling the tree for almost a day, without reaching its core. It just keeps on regenerating. Big Guy Scar was losing hope as he did not want to die yet. He still wants to eat his mom's hot pot when they return home. Leader Red has quite a foul mouth when he gets riled up, but he will do his damn best to make sure that this will not be the end of their little party. For a moment, it seemed like they were about to be wiped by the treant lord's wide swing, but a glistening light appeared and a sharp sound echoed throughout the whole forest. The boundless life and vitality in the eyes of the moving tree were unexpectedly extinguished completely. The once dangerous monster has become nothing more than a pile of logs in front of the silver-ranked adventurer party. And it seems like there's just one person responsible for making that happen. A silhouette of a man standing on top of a fearsome monster's corpse. This person holding a dark card was known as Spade, a platinum adventurer. He just came by to say hi to the party of weaklings. Just one look and everyone in the party instantly recognized who the guy that saved them was. It was the infamous Spade, after all. Spade just looked down at them and asserted that this zone was not for the weak. He then casually leapt out of everyone's sight. The guy did not even bother with the treant lord's loot. He left it for the party to salvage before they went home. Faye tried to stop Spade for a second to at least show her gratitude, but it was useless. Red knew that they just got lucky this time. They were bailed out by Spade, who usually works alone. That guy does not care whether they are grateful or not. He doesn't even want to be acquainted with anyone. One day later, we can follow the party for a little bit more. They've recovered enough strength to journey more, but Red found it best to head home already. Big Guy Scar is getting homesick after what happened with the monstrous tree. At least they're going home with some decent woody loot. Faye is reassuring the guilty Scar not to worry as they needed to replenish some supplies anyway. Also, they can now craft the logs and loot from the treant. As they were walking through the dense forest, Strum called everyone's attention to stop in their tracks as he just spotted something. The party huddled up and cautiously looked toward where Strum was pointing at. It was a bloody, beaten, and unconscious body of someone we know all too well. Vice Captain Easel Wright was lying face first on the dirt. Red and the whole party immediately knew that what they were looking at was a real demon. The silver-ranked adventurer party stood frozen and terrified, not knowing what to do after seeing a genuine demon lying down just a few feet from them. Easel Wright had sustained some extremely nasty and serious injuries after getting beaten up by a raging Chief Garrick. Red had to stop everyone to assess the situation first. They were looking at a body with blue skin and no ears. There's only one race that has both. There's no doubt about it. It really was a demon just lying there, face down. The scaredy cat big man of the party wondered if the demon's still alive, but they can't know that for sure. Regardless, they have a duty to finish it off completely while it's defenseless. They must get rid of this demon once and for all before it destroys more villages, or worse, attacks the party directly. So, the group mustered up every ounce of bravery they could take out and slowly but surely went up to the demon with their weapons drawn. Things were going just fine until they heard and saw a man wielding a particularly familiar weapon from afar, a playing card. Red was the first one to feel that something was wrong. His senses are not bad for a silver adventurer. Suddenly, dark energy started coalescing from above. This dark energy was blatantly targeting the party. Red was the first one to sense the oddness of the situation, and he was the first one to react accordingly. He utilized his longsword and executed an impressive blade fury, creating a whirlwind that intercepted the countless incoming dark cards. It was at this moment that the rest of the group finally caught up to what was happening and how dire the situation was. Red managed to slice and dice a lot of cards, but a lot of cards had also sliced and diced his flesh in return. Faye noticed the bloodied dark cards and immediately knew that there's only one person with this type of combat style nearby. Spade appeared out of nowhere with a serious expression claiming the demon belonged to him. He had already summoned 4 massive dark magic heartsuit cards right above the party of 4. As the clueless silver-ranked noobs were freaking out, the gigantic cards started zooming down to the ground with incredible velocity. These dark cards produced a loud bang as they collided with the surface. Each one limited the movement of the noob party. Spade clapped his hands with a flourish to finish the execution of the technique. His cards had turned into an unbreakable prison. He calls it heart imprisonment. The noob party of 4 was now trapped inside a cramped cage with no light, and the only thing they could see were the hearts. All of them had fallen completely at the mercy of Spade, and Red could not be any more frustrated. He shouted from the dark box, asking Spade what the hell is that mysterious guy doing and why was he helping a filthy demon. Spade did not care for whatever the noobs were yapping about inside his imprisonment. His decisions were none of their business. Just the other day, this platinum-ranked adventurer graciously bailed the party out of a precarious situation, and now that same guy has trapped them. Also, that demon that Spade just saved now might just destroy everyone one day. Spade ignored their whining and explained that his heart imprisonment would eventually discard in 30 minutes, so the noobs could just stay put for half an hour. Red had heard rumors about Spade, but he refused to believe that this guy really was as twisted as the rumor says. That ticked off Spade a little, but he could not be bothered to exchange any more lines with weaklings. Besides, they know nothing about him. His goals are beyond their understanding. He then went his own way while carrying the vice captain of the Greed Demon army. Alright, let's go back to our beloved Boobies village. Today, everyone is gathered underneath a massive tree for a ceremony. Elder Gurin and Chief Garrick stood side by side to inform everyone that they have come to terms that Ran, the dark elf of the Redstone Forest, Kingdom of Elves, is an ally to the orcs. Ran is getting frustrated that no one in this village can get his name right at all, though. Chief Garrick bellowed with his loud voice that they must welcome Ran like he's one of them. The simple-minded orc villagers, including our boy Gul, no matter how injured they are, cheered with hype as they celebrated the dark elf. The chief continued that Ran would not be staying here for long. As soon as the elf has completely recovered from his wound, he'll be setting out to continue the mission. Everyone must treat Ran with respect while he's here. That should be all for today's meeting, and everyone dispersed as soon as the chief called for dismissal. After everyone had left, Elder Gurin did not let the chance to roast the chief go by. Chief Garrick had been trying to act cool while his full belly was sticking out, after all. The chief tried to return the insult, but he can't really roast the old man's appearance, for the elder is in tip-top condition for his age. For Lozen, this type of banter is already an everyday thing. She's done with those 2 boys and their immaturity. Ran can only sympathize. Gul is back in his lively mood now that the old talks are over. Even with bandages all over his body, it's time for the mighty Gul to conquer the mighty mountains once again. He has recovered enough to regain his speed and dash through a downward slope without a care for the world and all the complicated old man problems of the village. Several hours later, we found ourselves in front of the Bork restaurant. The chief is already looking forward to Chef Garam's special dinner. As always, he's hoping for ramen topped with wyvern eggs. Ran wants some Caesar salad, and the elder is a firm believer in meat. Gul just ran past them with no warning. The kid had no manners and freaked out elder. He almost got dragon chopped to oblivion. Gul was making a mad dash like a maniac and targeting the restaurant because he was incredibly thirsty from all the running. He's done today. Instead of a cold beverage to quench his thirst, what greeted him was a flying kitchen knife. Luckily for Gul, he has some lightning-quick reaction time to dodge the knife. The chief and elder almost got hit too. It's just a restaurant, but this place is keeping them on their toes. The angry butcher orc lady was evidently pissed off after seeing Gul. She's been looking for the little rat for days now. She's furious that the kid has not fulfilled his quest to bring back wyvern eggs for the guest yet. He went out to play and run instead. Ran is getting a first-hand look at an orc's savagery. Gul was tasked with serving the food, a dish filled with meat, while he still has the injuries from his stupid auntie's beating. This kid holds no respect for the chief and the elder at all. He freely calls them geezers, but he's cool with Ran the Dark Elf. On this VIP table, Elder Gurin opened the conversation of sending someone to accompany Ran to the Elf Kingdom and bring back one of their people. Gul overheard this very juicy mission, and his eyes twinkled with an immaculate sense of adventure. The chief agreed that they must bring back their best blacksmith. Ran confirmed that there was an orc blacksmith currently residing in the Elf Kingdom, and that blacksmith was one of the best in the world. Elder Guren also wants to send a personal message to the one called Jess. Rand still can't get over the fact that this old orc can just address his Lord Jesharel Lithrander in such a casual and friendly manner. They really were old buddies. But the Dark Elf was also curious as to why they would want to call upon the greatest blacksmith. The chief explained that after the intruder incident, they unknowingly started a war with the demons. Just fighting two almost overwhelmed them. That's why they need someone to make adequate weapons to give the orc warriors a fighting chance. Demons are known to be vengeful beings. Now that they've killed one, a high-ranking one at that, those monsters will surely come back tenfold. For now, they must make haste and do all the proper precautions and preparations. This incredibly important conversation was being heard by the sneaky Gull listening under the table. Ran is still feeling guilty about the scale of the problem that he essentially brought down upon this peaceful orc village. Elder Guren has become wise with how long he's been in this world. He knew exactly what sort of thing was going through that elf's mind right now. So, he just shot a reassuring smile and reinforced what they've already talked about. He wants Ran to not think deeply about it. At the end of the day, the Eternum artifact that Ran is carrying would be catastrophic in the hands of the demon army. Elder reminded the young assassin to be vigilant, for this mission is not over until they reach the safety of the Elven Kingdom. Chief was there to break the gloomy mood. It's about time to eat their food before it gets cold after all. Elder Guren immediately snapped. He thinks that the chief only thinks about food when Garrick was just trying to lighten up the mood. Now, the important question in Elder Guren's mind is who they send to this imperative mission. Gull excitedly slid out of the table after he heard the Elder thinking out loud, and took this as a chance to get some real adventure in his system. Most of their capable warriors are still recuperating. They will also need the manpower to rebuild the damage in the village as fast as possible. They simply can't afford to send Lozen. She's the only one with wits and a brain, so they need her here. The chief can't be trusted with matters that require intellect with his bird brain. The chief did not want to let that snide comment pass by. But Elder Guren just kept on listing potential candidates for the mission. Oh boy, the messenger is a no-go, as that guy's too clumsy. To make the selection process a little easier, they just chose to ask Ran what company would suit him best. Meanwhile, Gull is doing his best while spying on the conversation. Ran took a bite of his leafy salad as he thought about what kind of partner he would need. By the time he finished chewing and swallowing the salad, he'd already come up with a profile. The Dark Elf is not used to having a companion. His primary profession is being an assassin after all. But if ever he will have one, Ran has some ideas. First of all, he will need someone who can read maps. Hearing that absolutely hyped up Gull. After hearing Rand's first criteria, Gull's mind was already overloaded with thoughts of adventure. The kid ran up to his auntie's butchering station to get his so-called Gulaman. Auntie immediately grabbed Gulaman, a sturdy leather bag of some sort. She then mustered an unnecessary amount of strength on her freaky arms to throw Gulaman towards Gull. The kid was not expecting the force behind that throw. It felt like he was tanking an attack from Dragon Ball Z to the face. That powerful moment coming from a simple leather bag carried his whole body to the edge of the restaurant, crashing through the furniture. Auntie did all that and roughed up her nephew just to remind Gull to mind his manners and say please when he needs something. After eating a direct hit that rivals a demon's force, Gull will surely include please in his vocabulary from now on. Gull immediately heads out as fast as he can. He surveyed the outskirts of the ruined Pubiz village as thoroughly as possible. After running all throughout the area, he enthusiastically brought out a paper in one hand and took out a pencil in the other. Gull then started working on drawing a very rough draft of a map of the surrounding area. He has memorized the location and elevations of the mountains that he conquered in the past. He made sure to sit near the VIP table while bragging about how to make a map on his own. He emphasized that he could draw and read maps because he is Gull. While he was trying to get the Elder-in-Chief's attention, the 3 junior hunter stooges came in for some chow. They noticed Gull and immediately invited their buddy to play before they went hunting. Mutu was quite adamant about doing their punishment to clear the rubble, though. The other 2 just wanted to get some break from hauling debris and rebuilding the village. One of them saw Gull focused on map making and took it as a challenge for a drawing showdown. He turned to the devilish butcher and chef Auntie to get a pencil. It's probably not a good idea to disturb the fearsome lady while she's holding a knife and effortlessly hacking up meat. If you make a mistake and disturb her, you might get targeted with a bad-mannered kid hunting knife boomerang. She has a very good technique naming sense. The junior hunters immediately freaked out as they watched a blade come spinning near them. But Mutu the leader was built different. He stood on business. He just stood calmly and eventually caught the butcher's knife without much trouble. The other juniors were in awe of the chosen one. They were compelled to kneel before Mutu. All hail, Mutu. While the rowdy bunch of juniors was laughing their asses off and messing around, Rand continued that his partner needs to have a good sense of direction as well. It would be a huge plus. The brats took the butcher's knife and immediately started playing with it, even going as far as carving the restaurant tables. These kids know how to have fun with whatever they get their hands on. While Mutu is just sitting seriously as they only have a few minutes to rest before they need to go back to the rebuilding efforts. The angry auntie had just finished preparing the meal at another table when she noticed that the kids were messing up her precious furniture. She was mortified. She just gave those brats a weapon to hurt what she loved most. The junior hunters ran for their lives as a demonic orc lady chases them with murderous eyes. At the same time, Ran was thinking that he's going to need a companion that is fast. In the background, the true test of speed was happening. If they get caught by the scary auntie, they might just become the main dish for dinner tonight. Gul was keeping Ran's speed criteria in mind as they tried to run from a monster. To demonstrate a taste of his devilish speed, Gul kicked up his gear and left the slowpokes in his dust. So far, Gul has been perfect for every requirement that Ran needs for a companion in the coming grand adventure. The other three have already been caught while Gul was still going strong, and he doesn't seem winded at all. There's only one more thing that Ran needs. Gul really wants to go on this mission with the Dark Elf. He eagerly awaits the last criteria needed for the job. Right then and there, Ran just dropped a devastating bomb. He needs someone who's not loud. Gul fell to his knees in defeat. He cursed the heavens with a loud and guttural scream of disagreement. He's the polar opposite of not loud. Gul's defeat gave the scary auntie ample time to catch up and get her hands on her troublesome nephew. After a few days, a lot of the homes and businesses are still under construction, but most of the village is already in an operational state. Today is the day that the village is sending their elf visitor off. There will be a farewell gathering to pray for safe travel, as the elder is sending a mystery messenger alongside Ran. No one knew who's taking on the crucial job. The junior hunters were hurrying their asses off. They didn't want to miss the farewell ceremony after all. It looks like Ran has recovered incredibly fast in the past few days he spent resting in Bubiz. He can now don his full gear and his hidden blades with confidence once again. Ran met with Chief Garrick and Elder Gurin to express his genuine gratitude for taking care of him. Now he will return to the Redstone Forest, and the Elder can only pray that the spirits guide the mission smoothly. Chief Garrick was not going to let the old fart steal all the cool lines. He's still the chief after all. So, Chief Garrick flashed a confident smile and prayed that the spirits guide Ran back home safely. He just copied the geezer's prayer. The chief added that Ran will be welcome to come back to the village anytime, and the elf knew that those words are genuine, caring, and truthful. Before heading off, most of the villagers also had some final words and parting gifts for the dark elf. One particular orc lady came running in with a tied-up package of some sort. She's dashing with a wide smile, but she just can't pronounce Ran's full name properly. The package was a gift specifically for Ran. It's a present for a safe trip. In the past few days that Ran stayed here, he learned that orcs are savage and surprisingly heartwarming. He's never even felt so welcomed in the elf kingdom. Ran went through the bustling Bubiz market, and all the vendors there were giving him a warm farewell. He turned to the fish stall, and the vendor grabbed the biggest one and shoved it to Ran as a gift. The meat stall also packed up a lot of meat as a gift. Ran is a vegetarian, but the vendor insisted that he must eat like a man. Thankfully, the next along the way was a fruit stall. He was handed a cornucopia of fresh fruits that will certainly come in handy along the journey. Another vendor gave him a plethora of spices for a tasty adventure. Ran was starting to get overwhelmed. A farmer even gave him a farmer's hat on the way out. It could give some decent sun protection after all. Some jewelers even prepared some custom bling. Now it really was becoming too much for Ran. Another orc came up, a poultry farmer insisting that Ran brings a chicken as a souvenir. When he got to the village's gate, his hands were full of everything that the generous villagers gave him to help with the adventure. Elder Gurin and Chief Garrick quietly reflected on top of the cliff. The chief wonders if they made the right decision this time around. The elder firmly believes that they did. They just gave someone the opportunity to finally see his mom again. It has been 5 years since she went out to see the world. She was the pride of the orcs. The elder sees it as fate that she's in the elf kingdom right now. That lovable, bald, and shiny head has finally arrived at the village gate. Every villager, including the junior hunters, were waiting to see just who the elder sent for the crucial mission. It's the one and only Gul. He's got his backpack on and he's ready for the adventure of a lifetime. The elder knows that Gul must have missed his mom. Besides, no orc can move as fast as an assassin beside that kid. At first, the reaction of the majority was shock and the thought that this must be a joke. The higher-ups have chosen Gul as the chosen one, but some were genuinely happy for Gul. The farmer lady waved with a smile, and Mutu looked pretty hyped for his buddy. Now Gul is coming for his bra, Ran. It took him a while to get down here, so the elf waited for a while with his hands full. As the chief and elder were pondering quietly, Garrick wanted to ask the old man if he also sensed a different aura while they were fighting the demons. It was faint, but it was strong. Elder Gurin already knew what that anomaly was. It was none other than Gul. He saw how the kid's leg turned red for a moment when he knocked out the beefy demon's tooth. Back in the village gate, the first thing Gul noticed was Rand's new fancy farmer hat. Meanwhile, the elf just wanted to confirm if the letters were safe in Gul's bag. The little baldy bragged that he's been in the business of securing packages for 12 years now. He's been doing this since birth, so there's no need to worry about anything. As the two were about to head out, a mysterious red bag was thrown from downtown. Gul noticed and easily caught the red bag like the peak athletic specimen that he is. Among the lively crowd that came to wish them good luck was his always angry butcher auntie. The orc lady just shot Gul one final glance and went on to walk away while telling her nephew to come back in one piece. They may not see eye to eye a lot of the time, but Gul knew that his auntie was just looking out for him, and he's grateful for that. As for the matter of the mysterious aura from Gul's leg, the elder reckons that it must have been that thing the son of a gun accidentally drank. With Rand holding all the farewell gifts from the villagers, and Gul hauling their supplies and letters to deliver, the unlikely duo has finally set out for a mission that will change the course of world history. Only the elder and a few high-ranking orcs know something special about Gul. Even the kid himself may not know it yet, but he is a legendary blood orc. It all started with a mysterious liquid in an ornate flask. We'll rewind the clock a little bit. The incident happened 2 years ago. It was a peaceful and prosperous time for the orc village, Boobies. Gul was just a little rat, enjoying every single day without worries. That day, he was carrying 2 buckets full of water up a steep mountain. His eyes were set on his target, what he called the Rocky Bra, the ugliest, hardest, and rockiest mountain near the village. He believes that once he conquers the top, that peak shall be beautiful. Meanwhile, things have been going slow in Votar, Boobies' residential area. The 3 junior hunter stooges were just running errands while bored out of their minds. While they were working, Gul was stashing his buckets of water to drink later after his run. He took a running pose, trying to maximize his initial dash. Next came priming his legs for an explosive start. Gul cleared his mind, even though nothing really goes on there most of the time. His ugly face turned uglier as he started the mad dash. Gul might be stupid, but he goes after what he wants with sheer will and stamina. To get to his destination, he must first get down from the cliff. The run down this steep slope was dangerous, and he naturally spotted his first obstacle. He ran past the 3 stooges, letting them eat his nasty dust. Gul was so fast he just looked like a blur storming past them. Mutu caught sight of the little rat though. The stooges found this unfair. Gul gets to goof around while they do all the grunt work of carrying heavy feed bags. Mutu just let the matter go as they need to bring the fish food to the storage shed after feeding the elders fish. For these kids, the feeds they were carrying was really on the heavy side. They think that the elder probably feeds those ugly fishes with rocks using their iron teeth. As Gul arrives at the foot of the slope, another obstacle presented itself. It was the busy streets of Trog, Boobies' market area. All this hustle and bustle means nothing to Gul. He tried his best to avoid bumping into the busy people around the market. He slipped through the crowd as much as he could. He even had to jump through some inescapable situations a few times. But Gul was not giving up. He was going to pull through for the sake of his conquest. Back on the top of the slope, the stooges are about to give up with how heavy the feeds were. Thankfully, they managed to spot 2 pristine buckets of drinking water that Gul left up top. The troublesome brats did not hesitate to drink away their fatigue with Gul's stash. They knew full well that this must have been prepared for Gul. After drinking the water, the 2 even had the gall to pretend like they were good Samaritans, when in truth the brats just wanted to get rid of the remaining water that they didn't drink. They kicked Gul's precious reward down the dirt and laughed about it. The storehouse and pond were not far from that point on. The 3 stooges arrived. Mutu opened the secure door and Dobuk was tasked with holding the locks. While they were doing so, a pack of crows were eyeing their actions. These crows look like they are up to no good at all, I'll tell you that much. Back to Gul's very important run, he just got out of the marketplace and the next obstacle is already visible. Next up are the blades of the dark forest. If he gets hit by the woods, he will get cut. He named the forest quite literally, but even the possibility of wounds and cuts will not make Gul falter. He's not afraid of getting bloody. It looked grim and dangerous in his mind, but it really was just a regular-ass forest in reality. He closed his eyes and pretended that getting caught by the harmless stems and leaves would spell an unfortunate fate. He dove like his life depended on his every movement. He flipped and threw his body around with incredible athleticism and flexibility. When Gul opened his eyes, he couldn't help but celebrate his successful infiltration of the blade of the dark forest. At the same time, the 3 stooges are still completing their task up the slope. The next thing they need to do is tend to the precious fishes of Elder Gurin. These kids really do not want to feed those fishes. No matter how they look at the ugly fishes, those mofos just look smug. They just swim around and get fed while they chill. In addition to that, the way those fish look when they're about to get fed felt like royalty looking at peasants. But that doesn't matter. They just need to dump the feed and get out of here after all. The fishes feasted on the feeds that the three stooges painstakingly carried up the steep slope. In exchange, those fish looked approvingly like their servants just did a good job. It can really mess with your head, so one of the junior hunters has decided that while he's pissed off, he might as well piss on them too. Hearing that crude idea, the degenerate Dobuk was immediately on board as well. The two pissed on the elder's precious pond just for the hell of it. The fish were tortured under the torrential pee that came down that day. It truly was the worst way to go out. These brats felt like they were pillagers, burning the village of the unfortunate fishes with their urine. Mutu just sighed in resignation. He was done with those two at this point. While the three were distracted by their own agendas, the crows that were looming over the storehouse finally made their move. Meanwhile, Gul is about to finish his legendary run to the top. All that remained was the final boss. As Gul the Conqueror, the bald orc proclaimed that he shall defeat Rocky right then and there. Running is over, and it's about time to get started on scaling the Great Wall of Rocky. The winds that day were strong, but it wasn't nearly enough to deter Gul from achieving his mission. He poured time and sweat into this climb, and he screamed as loud as he could after reaching the top. Gul prepared and practiced for this legendary run, and he finally conquered the highest mountain near the village. He finally did it. Gul the Conqueror has added yet another victim to his non-stop conquest. After the celebration, his adrenaline plummeted down. In his imaginative mind, he was the wounded hero in need of his stashed water to replenish blood. Tired as he may be, Gul walked all the way back to the residential area Votar and scaled the steep slope. As he arrives at his chosen starting point, he witnessed the sabotage of his precious drinking water. His mind reeled and came to the conclusion that someone in this orc village must be a spy targeting him. But right now, he was just so thirsty that he just wanted to drink right from the urine-infested pond. Thankfully for him and for us, the kid has a very sharp sense of smell, and he sniffed the smell of pee on the water. Also, the dead fish were reason enough not to drink the tainted pond water. Just from looking at the scene, Gul already knew that his fellow junior hunters were behind this disgusting exhibition. He might have avoided falling for the nastiest and most stinky trick in the book, but that doesn't change the fact that he's extremely thirsty. To find some sort of relief, he walked into the wide-open storehouse that was supposed to be sealed shut. The inside of this place was a mess already. The pack of crows had a very grand feast with all the supplies inside. Gul doesn't care though. He just wanted to look for something to drink, anything at all. He managed to spot something that looked like grape juice at first glance. The bottle was really fancy too. At this point, any liquid will do. So he did not hesitate to chug that mysterious liquid without a second thought. After consuming almost the whole bottle, Gul felt like he was struck by something from the inside. The taste of that liquid was mind-numbingly disgusting. Gul threw the bottle on the floor even though he was dying of thirst. At that moment, Oboy the messenger arrived at the scene and saw all the mess in the storehouse. No matter how you look at it, Gul looked like a rat that had just ransacked the village's storage. Gul still hadn't alleviated his thirst at this point. He had no strength and brain power to defend himself. At the same time, the junior hunters had already walked down the slope when dumbass Dabuk noticed that he was carrying a piece of heavy junk at his side. It was at this moment that they realized that they forgot to lock the storage room's lock and that they needed to go back up as quickly as they could, but they might be running a little too late. Gul was already screaming in pain up top. Oboy caught him in a suspicious condition and immediately busted out the medieval fire torture device on the kid. The messenger believes that he caught Gul in the act of messing around in the storage room. Gul is taking the punishment when the ones that ate a ton of food and spoiled the leftovers were the crafty pack of crows. Oboy explained everything to the chief, elder, and Lozen. On top of the storage room debacle, he also believes that Gul pissed in the pond, killing the fishes. The storage room thing wasn't too bad, but hearing about the death of some fishes shook everyone to their core. Elder Gurin ran to his precious pond as if he was 100 years older. He held the corpses of his so-called poor little poopsies while crying his heart out with grief. Chief Gurik informed Lozen to prepare herself. This signals that things are about to get ugly. The old man sobbed over the piss-stained pond like he just lost an important family member. He got up to slowly and calmly look at the damages inside the storehouse. The one thing that stood out to him was the broken flask of a mysterious liquid that resembles grape juice. These bottle remnants could only contain one thing. It was the blood that the elder had been keeping. The demon's blood that he kept as a souvenir from the war 200 years ago. He was once again prompted into action, running out of the storehouse. His mind has shifted from grief to concern and the need to check on Gul. He can't let something demonic happen to an unfortunate child. Seeing the look of urgency on the old man's face, the chief misinterpreted it as a face of pure menace, or maybe the geezer was just ugly. Either way, he thought that crazy Gurin is about to kill Gul. Chief Garrick tackles the elder. In his mind, he's trying to protect the child. He forcefully slammed Gurin down to the ground. The two powerhouses wrestled on the ground for quite a while. Chief was trying to make a case to save Gul from the geezer's wrath. Lozen was done with all of this. Chief Garrick was also trying to save Gul, mainly because the kid is one of the wyvern egg gatherers, the key to making the delicious ramen of perfection. Old Man Gurren tried to clear up the misunderstanding that he just needed to check on Gul, as a kid can't handle such tragedy. Just a few meters from all the chaos, the three stooges were hiding and watching as the consequences of their mistakes play out. Mutu felt pathetic. He thinks that Gul stood his ground, that the Baldy knew it was them, but he's taking the blame and facing it like a true orc. In reality, Gul was just as clueless about what's happening. He thinks that the messenger Boy was the one that set him up. The junior hunters waited for Mutu's decision regarding how they would proceed from here. Mutu decided that it's their fault that Gul is being punished, and that they must save their brother. Gul was sagging nearer and nearer to the terrifying flames below him, and he didn't want to die yet. On top of that, the heat was making him a lot thirstier as he sweats all the remaining water in his body. Until he thought about a brilliantly stupid idea. Sweat was water, so this could be what their teacher told them about give and take. He hurriedly tried to lick the sweat running down his face. The three stooges finally arrived on the scene to bail out Gul. For now, they must cut the ropes to get Gul out of here. Gul couldn't believe that these boys were here to save him. One will take the leg ropes and the other will take the hands. They chomped and chomped as if their lives depended on it. They bit and bit until the ropes were covered in spit. Gul was appalled that these fools were just salivating on him at this point. Finally, the sturdy ropes have snapped off after a very disgusting mode of escape. The brats didn't even think of catching Gul, so he plummeted down directly to the fire. Gul frantically rolled out of the flame as the boys tried to help him put out the fire. Their fire extinguishing method consisted of kicking Gul until the fire was out. Mutu called out to Boy to help them, as Gul just wouldn't stop burning up. Now, Gul was not only burning, but he's also getting slapped all over his body and head too. The mischievous pack of crows were just observing the foolish orcs from the trees. No matter how hard they slapped the flames, it was not just going out. But even after finally extinguishing the flames, the fools continued with their crispy slaps till he turned red. Elder Gurren saw this and interpreted Gul's current reddish appearance as the transformation to a so-called blood orc, a legendary orc that can withstand the curse of the blood upon consumption. At this point, Gul's pain from the burns stopped and was replaced with the pain of being slapped. He finally had enough and screamed at everyone. He's burning, he's thirsting, and he's getting a slapping. Talk about torture. To deal with the situation at hand, he might as well drop his secret weapon, the fart to end all farts. A fart that was so powerful, it blew away every orc in the vicinity without mercy. The smell and impact of the fart even reached the tree nearby. On that tree were the playful pack of crows. The birds were not able to stomach the smell of toxic waste that Gul was holding in. And that is the story of how Gul mistakenly drank the blood that will change his life forever. Now let's come back to the present day. Gul and Ran have officially started their journey, and they have quite a long way to go from here on out. They are currently in the dense rock forest. Judging from the maps, it has a very fitting name. Booba's village really is in the midst of a secluded thick forest. Ran just lucked out while he was being chased by demons. Since Gul knows the woods, he can help Ran with the area. They can avoid any potential danger when they pool their knowledge. Gul was extremely confident with his memorization. He insisted that they didn't even need the map from this point. That's because there's a better map inside his allegedly smart head. He then ran up to a random direction, calling Ran to follow him. Since the kid sounds confident enough, Ran just played along. Gul exhibited his immaculate speed again. Ran was easily keeping up thanks to his assassin training, but Gul is just a normal young orc, and he's covering massive distances with a confident grin. On top of that, he's running this incredibly fast even while carrying a heavy backpack. There's definitely more to why this young orc can move so differently. The only thing that Ran doesn't like is that Baldy's as loud as an elephant. He also brought up this sentiment with Elder Gurren back then. Gul was the opposite of silence, but even the Elder swears upon Gul's mobility. Besides, the top assassin of the Elf Kingdom should be able to handle the bald orc. Ran can only sigh in defeat. At least Gul generously gave him a spare bag to carry the souvenirs from the villagers. But they somehow forgot about the chicken, and it was forced to fly and follow the speed freaks. Gul is the type of guy that will swear that he knows a shortcut. This time, it's through the village of Shroomen. He insisted that the mushrooms aren't harmful, so they'll be fine. Ran also thinks that they'll be fine as the Shroomen are quite adorable. The tiny village was quaint and peaceful. The Shroomen are just going about their business serenely. Then came Gul with his loudmouth, catching everyone's attention, telling everyone that they're just passing through. The Shroomen's mood immediately took a turn for the worse as soon as they saw Gul. They swiftly gathered up and marched full of anger. Gul was peddling peace, but the mushroom warriors were already clutching their weapons and surrounding the duo. Ran noticed that these little guys are not happy with their passage after all. He can only wonder if they did something to offend them. The shroom leader explained that Ghoul stole their mushroom babies, that he's a savage that has come back for more, a despicable being that must be brought down. Ghoul doesn't look like he's bothered being labeled as such, though. He just kept on insisting that he's in good terms with the shrooman when he's clearly not. The proof of that is the green arrow zooming through the air, aimed at him. Ghoul almost lost his precious pair of oranges right there and then. Things just got serious. Baldy even had the gall to get angry that the little guys are trying to hunt him down. It looks like the inevitable first obstacle in the duo's mission just presented itself, and it's shaped like a bunch of mushroom warriors. There are also shroomen that are adept in magic, utilizing Earth Grab to attempt to immobilize the duo. The piercing and slithering thorny plant root are heading for them at incredible speeds. Thankfully, the duo is quite elite when it comes to reaction times. Ran had no idea what's happening, but he was also being targeted by the little shroom warriors. To not make matters worse, he just gently repelled their continuous effort to attack with methodical redirections. An elite assassin can easily neutralize little warriors without shedding blood. But still, this situation's bad. The shroomen think that Ghoul has nefarious intentions, and Ran is now an accomplice. Without Ran noticing, Ghoul was already running for his life, ready to leave his partner behind without warning or waiting up. But at the end of that tunnel, Ghoul was fine, Ran was fine, everything should be fine. The elf is starting to doubt the orc, though. Ghoul just kept on getting into unnecessary situations with his curiosity from that point on. For food, he hunted and butchered meat that is nothing but disgusting for the vegetarian Ran. Whenever Ghoul stores up meat for supplies, Ran must throw up in pure disgust. Along the way, they even met some foreign creatures on the road. Ghoul and his adventurous spirit would always want to interact, but some creatures are just hostile for no reason at all. So, Ran ends up getting swept by Ghoul's foolish actions. This time they're being chased by some ugly-looking, club-wielding tiny monsters. Their mobility and ability to respond to danger were also put to the test as they traversed the more dangerous parts of the woods. They managed to escape the reptilian horrors in the water. They went through the colorful yet eerie and alive trees in a bizarre part of the forest. Sometimes they know that speed alone won't save them, and they must resort to quietly hiding. At times, they witness something out of this world, like a golden draconic creature with 3 fearsome heads flying in the sky. Ghoul finds these types of things awesome while Ran was deathly afraid of it. At night, the duo tries to find a discreet and comfortable place to set up camp to rest and eat. Ghoul was quite skilled at making fire, a skill that is extremely essential for a long trek like this one. Ran disagrees with this move, though. He thinks that they need to lay low, especially at night, as they can't afford to attract unnecessary trouble. Besides, he packed some elven bread to eat as it is way more convenient than cooking. Ghoul was quite curious about elf food, so he wanted to give those elven bread a bite. Ran handed him the bread, and Ghoul carefully chewed on the crunchy delicacy. It did not take Ghoul too long to spit that thing out with pure disgust. In his opinion, that bread doesn't even qualify as food at all. Ran argued that he eats those all the time. It's practical as just one bit will last you for a whole day. As the two were bickering about food, the forgotten chicken finally caught up to them. It was still miraculously alive. Though trying to catch up to the 2 speedsters was quite a monumental task, and the chicken collapsed right there and then. Ran immediately felt guilty that he forgot about the little guy. Ghoul just gave the chicken an approving laugh and a thumbs up for keeping up. The birdie almost died just trying to keep track of the 2 for the whole trip. Ran is a very compassionate guy, and he feels really bad for making the chicken chase them. Now, it's time for Ghoul to show off a little bit and amaze Ran with some real food as he takes out a coconut shell. He placed it right above the fire he just started and started rolling the shell so that the insides heat up evenly. As that one was done cooking, Ghoul stared menacingly at the tired chicken. It's now time for the main dish. Ran saw the chicken slowly walk up to him, and the elf became confused for a second. The freaking bird turned and looked him in the eye, did a perfect salute, and said goodbye to him in chicken language. Right after that, Ghoul grabbed the chicken by the neck, shocking Ran as he believes that the villagers gave this animal to him as a pet. Ghoul found that stupid, though. He thinks chickens are not pets and they'll like it better when it's cooked. Ran asserted that orcs really were savages, while Ghoul was just trying to have KFC for dinner. The elf quickly realized that Ghoul would not let this matter go and presented a trade for some fish instead, just so the chicken would stay safe. Ghoul relented as he demanded the fish before he ended the chicken. The bird came up to Ran once again. It was celebrating as if recognizing that it's now indebted to Ran as its master. Chicken-san executed a perfect double salute, demonstrating its manly resolve to show respect. Meanwhile, Ghoul was still busy cooking his secret specialty inside the coconut shell. Finally, it was done. He broke the shell in half, and inside was a glistening and piping hot dish with a perfect blend of ingredients. Ghoul handed one half to Ran to enjoy, and he took the other half for himself. The elf found the dish interesting. He's never seen this kind of packed meal before. He doesn't even know what it's called. Gul explained that this dish is called bagel. His auntie got the recipe when she was a chef in training under the wild garlic, Gordon Ramsay, the greatest chef of all time. In the village was a tree called coconut. Inside its fruit is a sweet juice surrounded by its hard shell, the bagul. Gul's auntie loved using it as a storage, so she called it binagul. Rand couldn't help but feel like this kid was just making up names that rhyme with Gul. Baldy might have picked up a few tricks from his auntie, but he still hates her grumpiness. As the night wrapped up, Rand mused that he may have underestimated young Gul, but this is only the first day of their dangerous journey. Gul eats his binagul in front of the sizzling fire under a mushroom umbrella while sitting on a bizarre soft mushroom pillow. He's patiently waiting for a little fish to be perfectly cooked. Rand sat opposite him, enjoying the same meal while the trusty chicken loafs around beside him. Midway through the delicious meal, Rand felt something odd in his mouth, a foreign sensation he has never tasted before, but he just chewed through it and asked Gul about something unrelated. The young orc was in a lively mood as he slurped down the remaining contents of the shell. He asked his companion what's up. Rand thinks that the chicken is famished after a long journey, but he does not know what to feed it. Chicken Sand could not believe that this man was concerned about him. Gul just answered mindlessly that chickens typically eat some corn or grains, but they did not pack any in their supplies. At that moment, a genius idea sprung to his mind. They should just throw away the corn idea and fatten up the chicken as much as they could. Gul picked out the remaining pieces of meat from his meal and threw it to the bird. Chicken San does not care about the motivation behind it. He just loves meat as much as the next bird. Seeing this clarified the odd taste that Rand just chewed through. It was not clarified to him that this delicious meal has meat in it. He dropped the shell in horror, which confused young Gul. For the first time in his life, the dignified elf has tasted meat. He called Gul a monster for making him eat a poor animal's flesh. As Rand throws up and sobs uncontrollably with guilt, Gul just looked at him funny for being overdramatic while cleaning his teeth with a toothpick and scratching under his pants crudely. After dinner, Rand has calmed down after coming to terms with losing his meat virginity. The duo has laid down their sleeping mats, and Gul was already snoring like a buzzsaw. He was still quite sad and appalled about what happened earlier, but Chicken San was there to console him, and he was thankful for that. Rand has decided that from now on, he will call this loyal bird Illuminata Incinata. What a majestic name for a damn chicken. And so, the night has passed, and Illuminata Incinata's cock-a-doodle-doo can be heard under the bright, clear sky. Gul was doing his morning pee routine, targeting the mushroom to give it some vitamins. Rand was doing his morning stretches for the road ahead. Suddenly, the duo was surprised at a seemingly stronger and more intimidating sound coming from the direction where Illuminata Incinata was supposed to be. What they laid eyes upon was something truly weird. The pudgy chicken feet have turned into thick and predator-like sharp talons. The damn chicken is now sporting a mohawk like a rock star. Its body has undergone some heavy transformations too. It has become beefier all around. Illuminata Incinata has undergone a very drastic and noticeable growth in the span of a single night. Yet it retained those innocent eyes and somewhat cute face. The duo jumped in fright after seeing the evolution of that tiny chicken that followed them with all its strength up until this point in their journey. Rand came up to his chicken and praised Illuminata Incinata for becoming something amazing in a short period of time. Gul was not aware that Rand gave the bird an unpronounceable name. He thinks that Rand gives shitty food and shitty names. So, he was not going to acknowledge the ridiculous name. Gul will just call the bird Lomi. That way, it will sound and look a lot more delicious. Enough about that. They need to get going as they have a long way to go for this mission. Gul wanted to see how fast Lomi can go, though. He wants to see if the bird can keep up the pace. The chicken is not a chicken, though. It bravely lined up against Gul, preparing for a race. Rand found it weird that this kid wanted to have a competition with a bird. As soon as Gul shouted the mark to start the race, the two competitors took off as fast as they could. Rand had no choice but to join in on the insanity. Right now, Gul is leading by a small margin with the dark elf and chicken hot on his heels. The young orc was not going to let anyone steal his spotlight, though. He kicked the gear up to another level and left the other two in his dust. This ridiculous race continued until they finally reached one of the important parts of the expedition, the Deadly Wyvern's Mountain. For Gul, this marks a significant milestone. This point is the farthest he has been from the village. Any further from here would start his real adventure. So, he was not going to let the chance go to pick up some wyvern's eggs while they are already here. Rand was opposed to the idea as they urgently need to go straight to the Elf Kingdom, and they do not have enough time to spare. The young orc refuses to listen to reason, as always. He just gave Rand a smug look and told him to chill out. Gul was already thinking about having wyvern's egg for dinner tonight. It's going to be a feast that only him would enjoy. Rand kept on trying so desperately to just make the kid eat some nutritious elven bread if instead. He generously took one out of his bag and wrapped it up neatly and offered it to Ghoul. Instead of just eating the damn elven bread, the unruly Ghoul karate chopped the pastry out of Rand's hand with pure disgust. He's intent on getting some wyvern's eggs. The Dark Elf's assassination tendencies almost slipped out, but held his frustrations back. He's been constantly reminded that he's cut out of his work dealing with the young orc. Wyvern Mountain's peak is one of the highest in the area. The air current near the top is extremely strong and dangerous. Right now, the one orc, one elf, and one chicken party are trying to scale the treacherous peak. They are fighting against some serious elements from blowing them down to their deaths. Every step for footing and every rock they reach for support could be their last. Rand was being forced to do something he did not want to do once again. On top of the mountain peak were a number of fully grown wyverns patrolling the skies and protecting their nest from pesky invaders like Ghoul. Despite the fearsome threat looming from above, the young orc had his eyes on the prize. All he can see were those delicious eggs in front of him. The wyverns are patrolling the skies precisely for these eggs. They are essentially protecting their young from predators. The size of one adult wyvern alone would be gigantic when compared to the size of our unlikely trio party. Once the first patrol flew by and the coast was clear, Ghoul wanted to go in and take his chance. His scary auntie always orders him to snag wyvern's eggs for special occasions in the village, or if the chief wants his special ramen. At this point, this is just like grabbing an egg from a chicken's barn for him. Rand has resigned his disagreement and just asked the young orc to do his thing and be quick about it. They are burning precious mission time. To do this, Ghoul needs Rand to take the Ghouliman backpack and hide in the bush with Lomi. He's eager to show off what he's capable of. The first step to his surefire egg-snatching method was to find an inconspicuous bush and modify it just a little bit. He has done this multiple times and has become some kind of master in fashioning a bush to a specialized headdress disguise. Even Ran, an exemplary assassin, could not help but admit that Ghoul is unexpectedly astonishing when it comes to improvised camouflage. Ghoul's next step was to slowly creep up into the nest under the watchful eyes of the patrolling wyverns. From above, he just looks like a normal bush in a random spot. When it looks like the wyvern guard was making moves and eyeing the eggs, Ghoul just expertly employs his motionless camouflaging technique. And it seems like it's extremely effective against the stupid wyverns. It was just continuing its survey of the area without noticing anything weird or out of place. This orc has been doing this since he was young as hell and has cultivated his Ghoul camouflage up to level 100. Deceiving these overgrown predators has become a job for Ghoul, and he's gotten really good at it. In his eyes, although these wyverns are closer to dragons in blood, they are really just stupid birds that cannot see when they are being robbed. He continued creeping up to the nest until the delicious eggs were already at arm's length from him. Ran and Lomi were anxiously watching and hiding from the bushes as the young orc might really pull off an impressive egg heist. That was until a silhouette of a body started falling from the sky. It crashed directly in front of the bush where Ran was hiding, and it crashed very loudly. What he saw was the mutilated and lifeless body of some creature wearing combat armor. But those protective gear were heavily mangled. Ran identified the body as the remains of a goblin, and in this elevation, there should not be goblins roaming around. This development has alerted his senses. He started hearing something odd coming from nearby. The dark elf jumped off to the side and prepared to deal with the situation with utmost seriousness. They are on a mission of utmost importance after all. He repositioned towards a cliff where the sight below was surprising to say the least. There was an insane-looking battalion of goblins engaged in an all-out force combat. As far as Rand knows, these are wyvern-hunting goblins, and they are nothing but bad news. Especially now. He ran away before attracting unnecessary attention and to warn Ghoul that his wyvern egg-side quest needs to wrap up as quickly as possible. First, he must secure the Ghouliman backpack hidden in the foliage, and fast. He then turned to where Ghoul was supposed to be to warn him that they need to get the hell out of here. But there was no bushhead orc to be seen, and one of the eggs was missing too. At this point, discretion and hiding are the least of their concerns. Rand shouted Ghoul's name as hard and loud as he could. They need to get the hell out. As a result, the patrolling wyvern has finally caught on to what was happening. It shrieked in anger and surprise, a shriek that sent a shiver down Rand's spine. The situation was just getting worse and worse by the second. The wyvern-hunting goblin army has also noticed that one of their prey has become extremely upset, and that might provide a chance for a kill. Meanwhile, Ghoul is now making a mad dash out of the mountain with his bush head still on while carrying an egg as big as his own body. A monstrous wyvern was now locked onto him, and it's diving down from the sky at terrifying speeds. The beast did not even pay attention to the other intruders like Ran. Its sole focus is hunting down Ghoul, a thief that essentially just stole a baby from the nest. The dark elf can't take it anymore. The young orc just brings so much trouble and chaos to their high-stakes mission that he must endure. Ran watched as some of the warmongering goblins died brutal deaths while their colleagues just smiled maniacally and charged to get a chance to kill. One goblin was clutching some bone daggers in his hand, running as fast as he could while locking onto the target. The other goblins that charged in before him were easily slapped, killed, and swept away by the monstrous wyvern they were trying to hunt. It looks like the bone dagger-toting goblin was about to experience the same pain that his predecessors experienced as the wyvern's tail came down on him like a gigantic whip. The slap resulting from that whip-like tail produced a sonic boom and a crash that almost destroyed a cliff face in front of the insane goblins. The wyvern was getting tired of dealing with the goblins charging one by one and jumping to their deaths. It's going to go in and terrorize the little critters face to face. With a single sweeping motion of its scaled wing, multiple goblins were injured or died. Either way, they'd probably be out of commission for the rest of the hunt. Another wyvern patrolling the area had also come down from surveying the grounds. This one conjured up whirlwinds that trapped and shredded goblins with high-pressure cutting air. But not all goblins are just battle-hungry and stupid. Some have a discerning eye for battle like this one. This goblin can see that the strategy or the lack thereof is not working, and they are on the losing end at the moment. A moment ago, he was the one standing on the front lines and sending the goblins without formations or strategy. Now, another wyvern is upon them. The other goblins refer to this one as Boss Kai. His direct subordinates are just now coming to realize that these massive wyverns are true monsters. They did not expect that the draconic beasts were this smart. Those monstrosities are keeping a good distance and using their advantage in reach. Unless they come to the ground, the goblins will never be able to hit a single fatal blow. That might be true, but Boss Key is not one to play around. No matter what happens, he will make sure that his goblin army won't be leaving empty-handed today. Ran hurriedly ran towards his chicken Lomi to inform it that they must urgently leave as Gul has gone ahead without them. So, the dark elf was delegated to strapping up the backpack and running with the supplies, even though it was supposed to be Gul's job. As the bird sits on top of his head, treating him like a workhorse, he could not help but feel like his supposed teammates are just burdens. Another thing that he did not consider was that the backpack that Gul has been carrying so effortlessly to the point of still outspeeding was way too heavy for a normal one. While Ran was struggling with the bag, we turn our attention to the steep slopes of the Wyvern Mountain. On one of its steeper cliff faces, there was Gul in his patented bush disguise headdress, clutching a wyvern egg and uncontrollably sliding downwards. Gravity has been working on his body full time. He slid and slid until dust accumulates from the wake of his downward slip. He had no choice but to take this extremely dangerous and stupid route, because just a few meters behind him, there was a gargantuan flying wyvern pissed and ready to end him in one sweep. Gul is littering sliding for his life. Above him was certain death in the claws of a draconic creature, while below him is the cold ground waiting to make an impact. The young orc was not the only one struggling on the back foot against the wyverns, though. The hunting goblin troop are also being forced to retreat and regroup with too many losses piling up. Boss Kai's direct subordinates coordinated the retreat towards an empty cave. They left a funny-looking goblin named Kapans outside to serve as a lookout. At that moment, before the goblins could even settle in, Gul came into the picture. The young orc was sliding on his ass, going way too fast while holding a precious wyvern egg. Kapans. The lookout sensed the commotion and turned around only to see another wyvern zooming down the mountain, chasing after the egg thief. He immediately reported back to the other goblins that he just spotted a wyvern going down low. This was the chance that the battalion has been looking for. Boss Kai and his direct subordinates were trying to recuperate their strength, but this piece of news was way too juicy not to pay attention to. With devastating losses and nothing but grit and bloodthirst for wyverns, Boss Kai ordered everyone under his rule to get ready for the hunt. Every wyvern-hunting orc that can still move did not waste a second and used the fastest way down the mountain using the steep slope. They only need one target to exterminate and would allow them to evolve into hobgoblins. Right now is the prime time to make that dream come true. It seems like something was distracting the wyvern below, but they can't see what or who that is. Nevertheless, this is the golden chance to attack. After a few moments, the wyvern had finally managed to catch up to Gul's awkward and painful sliding speed. It gave the poor young orc a slap with one of its wings. Gul was pushed off the slope's surface and right into another good old crash to the ground. He tends to fall off high places in this series. The injury, or the pain that he felt through the fall, was not a big deal for his sturdy body. The bigger loss was the cracking destruction of the wyvern egg as it absorbs the impact of a rock collision. Gul was completely covered with the wyvern egg yolk, shell, and goo. He passed out colored in a pale yellow shade while still wearing his bush head dress. Gang Boss Goblin. Boss Key relayed down the orders to close in on the sides of the wyverns, effectively smothering it at all angles. McGarren the Fast Goblin and Ronson the Smart Goblin was two of the most reliable members of the gang, and they are fast on the uptake when it comes to executing the boss's orders. Likulta, the soprano goblin, and Creek, the daredevil goblin, was on the wilder and crazier side of the spectrum. They are killers in combat with their spears, though. Capons, the idiot goblin, was the one flopping and stumbling down. Seeing the wyvern slow its descent, it's about time for the gang to spread out and take advantage of their superior numbers. Like a true leader, Boss Kai was the first one to jump off the mountain's surface to raise his blade against the mighty wyvern. But his blade was not an ordinary one. It was far from that. He wants to give the draconic beast a taste of his urine-intoxicated blade for added damage and humiliation points. The creature's tough scales were no match against the momentum that the boss goblin has been carrying all the way from above. It was a clean stab right near the tough spine. To amplify the damage even more, Boss Kai forcefully slashed the wyvern's body until he made a massive and decently deep wound right into one of its wings. The oversized bird was so focused on punishing Gull the egg thief that it did not notice the threat looming from above. It just shrieked in surprise and pain after getting cut down by the goblin. It lost control of its body for a moment, resulting in a crash that essentially removed the advantage of flight. This was the goblin's aim all along: take the monster down to their level, the ground level. Boss Kai has successfully rendered the beast's wings useless after that slash. Now they could finally stand a chance for once. Magarin was tasked to block its path from all angles. They cannot afford to let this one lucky wyvern escape at any cost. Considering that Magarin was the fastest out of the bunch, it should not be too hard for him to block off any paths of escape quickly. As expected of the fastest, he got into an optimal spot as fast as one could. He was very pleased with himself. He was prepared to defend the escape path with his trusty sword. But now that he was the only one that has gotten extremely close to the wyvern's range, the sight and scale of the monster was a little too much to swallow. He frightenedly called out to Boss Kai. What he saw scared him to the bones. The wyvern was not even trying to escape after getting its wings clipped. There was no need to secure the escape paths at all. The fearsome beast intends to fight back, and by the ominous look in its deep draconic eyes, it looks like it will go all out. It will surely be a life-or-death struggle. Of course, Boss Kai can see and feel that intensity. It's just that he was too unhinged, and they have come so close to hunting down such a powerful prey. So, Magarin was ordered not to defend the path anymore. The fastest goblin's directive is to immobilize the wyvern in any way, shape, and form. His first swift immobilization slice was right on the money. It left a nasty gash on one of the wyvern's feet. It was a beautiful attack considering the size disparity. Magarin has done his job beautifully, really busted up the hunt open. He yelled at everyone to go all at once. The poor wyvern barely had the chance to feel the pain in its feet when it sensed that a gang of crazy goblins are about to descend at full power. It turned its massive body around to properly face the goblin gang, but the little critters did not even flinch, nor did they consider getting crushed. They just wanted to inflict pain. The wyvern's first instinct was to use its powerful tail to sweep the incoming battalion all at once. It's a powerful attack that usually works against enemies using strength in numbers. It even conjured up those shredding whirlwinds of sharp air, but the goblins have seemingly gained wings with how far up all of them have jumped. They were so resourceful that they were using one another as platforms in the middle of the air. One goblin woman who lost one eye fighting the wyverns up above was now clutching her spear, heading directly for a particular target. She intends to take the phrase "an eye for an eye" literally. She's coming from the side where Boss Kai rendered one of the wings wounded, but the wyvern was still capable of making a sharp whirlwind to defend a direct attack. But even with the defensive threat of multiple whirlwinds around, the goblin girl was able to think quickly, chucking the spear out and yelling some made-up technique called blindation throw. And it was a success. It took out one of the wyvern's eyes brutally. As blood spurted out from the vulnerable spot, the creature shrieked in pain once again. Seeing the success of the goblin girl, Creek the daredevil wanted to do the same thing, this time using Capons as a boost midair. Capons was inspired with the blindation throw and wanted to shout an on-the-spot technique too. With Capon's limited brain power, he naturally messed up the simple task of boosting a fellow warrior. They just fumbled another opportunity to deal some damage. That also led to the two goblins falling to the ground. That's what you get when you try to get fancy with it. Creek was furious. He smacked Cap on the idiot's bum in frustration for boosting them down instead of up. While all that commotion was heating up on the foot of the mountain, Gull was just waking up from the crash that knocked him out for a minute. He was not even hurt badly, but he mourned the loss of his egg. The now broken egg was what he came here for, and now he can say goodbye to the dinner feast he was looking forward to. What came after surprise and devastation was an unbridled rage. The young orc was fuming to the point of turning red and blowing smoke out of his nose. Then another bizarre thing happened again. Just like against the demon from the village, one of his feet has turned bright red as he was about to kick a piece of rock in anger while cursing the wyvern that chased him down. The frustration and rage he was feeling for losing the egg has awakened a terrifying energy hiding inside his system that is now concentrating on his foot. He poured all the wrath out into an ordinary piece of rock that just happened to be near him. It was just a simple kick, an act of annoyance that his dinner has been spoiled. But the rock flew strong and fast enough to pierce through the clueless wyvern's scales, neck, flesh, organs, bones, and eventually piercing through with plenty of momentum to spare. The battle continued to rage on at the foot of the mountain. Wyvern-hunting goblins faced off against a horrific giant capable of invoking deadly whirlwinds. Magarin and Boss Kai were about to link up to finish the job, as they were the only two reliable and strong enough to deliver one final killing blow. The two formidable goblins jumped as high as they could with perfect coordination and synchronicity. It seemed they had found the perfect formula to deal with monsters larger than themselves, using each other's bodies as boosters for a more powerful attack. This time, it was the so-called Boostar Magarin, using Boss Key as the main attacker with his piss-covered toxic blade. The wyvern was bleeding out from multiple serious injuries, having nothing left in the tank to defend against the aggressive Boss Kai. Right at that second, when Boss Key was about to land the supposed killing blow, Ghoul was in the midst of his tantrums, cursing the wyvern and the heavens for ruining his dinner. The boss goblin was up in the air, giving it his all while Ghoul was down on the ground, manifesting some otherworldly power in his foot. Until finally, the foot made contact with an ordinary piece of rock. It flew at supersonic speeds like a zooming bullet. Ghoul had no idea that there was a whole war going on while he was unconscious. The rock pierced through the wyvern's neck right before Boss Key's final attack. For the boss, this kill was the representation and proof of the goblin race's formidable strength. Boss Kai landed like a superhero with his cape-like belt, wearing a grim expression as the gigantic body of the wyvern fell loudly behind. With this kill, he proclaimed himself as the Goblin, the champion. The boss was way too focused on his own attack to notice, but one goblin saw something odd. Right before the final blow, he saw what looked like a meteor hitting the wyvern. But those concerns were drowned out by everyone else's celebration. The rest of the gang celebrated Boss Kai's victory, certain that their leader was about to become a hot damn hobgoblin. They were proud of their smart and dirty boss. The guy was in a jolly mood after that big win. He turned to his people and thanked everyone, saying this wouldn't have been possible without their help, so it called for a celebration. The situation lightened up, and one of the goblins found Ghoul, mistaking him for another goblin that acted as bait to take the wyvern to the ground. He was more offended for getting called a bait instead of being mistaken for a goblin. With the wyvern egg coloring his entire body, he really looked like a deformed goblin. Ghoul was also the type to get along with everyone, so he said what's up. He might have looked funny, but the other goblins still cheered for him. Boss Kai even thanked him for making the whole hunt possible. Ghoul was proud to say that he's been in the business of dealing with wyverns for 12 years now. He loved all the praise and cheers. When asked what his name was, he proudly announced that he's Ghoul. In old fairy language, Ghoul meant goblin, so this led to some confusing conversation between Boss Key and him. Eventually, Boss Kai just gave up thinking that Ghoul was stupid. That was not an issue, though. He even gave Ghoul a new name, Mars. That only confused the young orc even further. After the hunt, the gang liked to perform something called Suptown Punk as a celebration. It was a rendition of a very popular human song that you probably know. But now, it's performed by the goblins, featuring Ghoul. The gang sang and danced without a care in the world. And Ghoul had somehow joined the goblins on their journey to bring back the wyvern's corpse to their home somewhere. More on that later. For now, let's zoom out and take a look at a peaceful farming village inhabited by humans called Lithal Village. It was filled with greenery, and the crops were blooming nicely. A beautiful woman was walking around the village, clutching her basket. For her, a beautiful morning like this meant a wonderful day. She was extremely sociable, the type of girl that knew everyone and was known by everyone. Her name was Reika, and the old man tending to the soil was Mr. Bates. It looked like Reika was on her way to fetch some freshly baked bread from the local bakery. She was a regular customer at this stand. Even the curly-haired baker already knew that she ordered the same old, delicious bread every morning. When asked where she was off to after this, she answered that she'd stop by the shop for spices. Her father went off to hunt some meat, so it would be a perfect day for spices. Reika cheerfully walked through the village, taking in the sights and passing by the congregating villagers. While on the way to pick up some spices, she noticed something odd happening along the trail. There were some men playing some sort of board game. By the looks of it, the old man had been constantly losing against the boisterous red-haired opponent. Reika's calm and peaceful smile quickly turned into a menacing grin at the sight of this commotion. The next thing you know, it's now a beautiful and delicate hand that is moving the board game pieces. Reika had paused her spice errands to play some rounds. And in this board, she definitely gave off a different aura. She wasn't the girl next door, she was an executioner. After winning the game by a landslide, her calm demeanor had come back. but her tongue was sharp when it came to talking trash. These poor lads were nothing to her when it came to the board. The bystanders watching the match looked like they were already sick of watching her bully opponents. The old man that was losing earlier thought that Rika really was special. After a few easy games, she took her shopping basket and walked off from the playing corner like it was nothing. Playtime was over, and now came picking up the right spices for the meat. It wasn't too hard of a choice since all the ingredients in the village were very fresh. Today was very lucky too. Rika's favorite chili happened to be available when she arrived. She firmly believed that this type of red chili was what made the meat so charming. But it was the store's policy that she couldn't get a taste until she bought sacks of 3 first. On the horizon of the peaceful Lithal village, there seemed to be trouble brewing. Some sinister figures were making their way to the quaint little place, and they did not look like they had noble intentions. They were fast and equipped with all kinds of sinister weapons. This was not some kind of impromptu rush. They looked like an organized force for an attack. No matter how you looked at it, these silhouettes were just oozing with the aura of bad news. They were well equipped, moving fast, and most importantly, there were a ton of them rushing in. When the light of the day hit their faces, the group was revealed to be a gang of older-looking goblins with their pale yellow skin and blue hair. Every single one of these uncanny-looking creatures looked uglier than the last. They had arranged themselves into a kind of spearhead formation with the only goblin with a sense of style acting as the spear's tip in the front. On his left and right were his direct officers, and everyone else followed suit. It was obvious that the unhinged-looking goblin with a letter M carved on his forehead and an owl pet was the ringleader for this operation. And this crazy monster handed an order to his subordinates that not one goblin stops until they got every unsullied girl in this quaint little village. The aura and evil of these goblins came crashing into the village like a much more brutal and sicker plague. The invasion started at the eastern side of the village, and the spice store happened to be on the opposite side. Rika had just finished her daily shopping run. Today was supposed to be a beautiful one, or at least a day with nothing out of the ordinary. But as the sky literally dimmed from the presence of countless goblins invading the village, it looked like that would not be the case. Rika turned around to see what the commotion behind her was all about. She was frozen in place. Rika could not even understand what was happening before her eyes and why the atmosphere of the village had turned bloody and grim. The beautiful villager did not even have the chance to process what was happening when she was forced to let go of her shopping basket and everything inside it as a malevolent sickle-wielding goblin grabbed her by the face. What followed was a group of crazy and greedy-looking monsters pouring into every inch of the village, looking for prey. These were the type of monsters that you see in your worst nightmares. The ones that operate under a messed-up system of morality different from ours. Back in the Wyvern Mountain, we see a very familiar rope tied to a weighing stone being lowered down from one of the steep cliff faces. It was Ran. He was now making his great escape along with Lomi and the heavy-as-hell backpack. He was skillfully using the rope as a slide of some sort. Even now, he can't believe that Gul brought and carried such a heavy bag on a supposed fast-paced mission. Improvising a new reliable string knot for the getaway down the mountain was not easy at all. Lomi was also a proponent that they should not have gone for the egg. Finally, Ran successfully escaped the deadly wyvern nest. With a thud, he was back on the ground. He expected to find Gul at the foot of the mountains, but it seems like it would never be that simple for the young orc. All Ran saw was the aftermath of the bloody wyvern hunt. He felt helpless. In his position, one can only just yell Gul's name in the air with frustration. Luckily, he had his buddy Lomi shout alongside him. Let's jump to a foreign and faraway land for a minute. Though a faraway sea would be more fitting. A boat with a very specific design was treading the dark waters. It was cleverly named Spade Boat. And who was the one steering the thing? Just from the hair alone, we can see that it's Spade, the weird and mysterious platinum-ranked human adventurer that rescued the demon Izal Wright. He tended to the vice-captain's wounds and wrapped him up like a mummy. Now it seems like he was heading somewhere extremely hard to reach. It has been a few days since his rescue, and this was the first time that Vice-Captain Izal has opened his eyes with a terrified gasp. Spade noticed that the snapped demon is finally awake. Izal sure was tough for taking such heavy damages, yet still breathing. Spade could only wonder what kind of beast did this kind of damage. The vice-captain tried to talk, tried to make sense of where he was and who was speaking, but Spade just advised the battered blueberry not to talk while his face is literally broken. He can just stay put. Spade was heading in the direction where Izal could seek refuge anyway. It was a colorful port town called Tapu 2 Harbor. This place also happens to be the Sloth District, as in the demon faction of Sloth. For a race that is supposed to be lazy, they sure made a beautiful town for themselves. Spade landed his spade boat and casually entered the docks like he was just walking into a normal town. He asked the seafarers around the port what was up while carrying Iselright's bloodied and bruised body. At first, you would think that a city full of demons, slothful demons to be exact, would not be welcoming of a normal human barging into their domain. But you could not be more wrong. Here in Taputu Harbor, Spade was treated quite favorably, almost as if he was just one of the locals. It looks like Spade has quite a bit of connection to the demon race. He just dumped Iselright's body on the portman's load after picking the vice captain up from the treant forest. The workers recognized Greed Vice Captain Isel right away. Even though he's beaten to a pulp, he still has the iconic ugly smile that any demon would recognize. Spade just left the guy to the care of the workers as he has business with someone called Andro in the inner city. The sloth workers use some oversized rats that look more like a bear and cow hybrid to get around and ferry items that come down from the port. In line with their programming, given that they are sloth demons, the workers are constantly tired, yawning, and impatient when on the job. After crossing a long bridge, they finally arrived. Taputu Harbor was quite near the Greed Army base camp. The one manning the entrance from this side was an armored soldier called Jumbo, one of the workers' acquaintances. Jumbo looked at what the two were carrying and was surprised to see their prestigious Vice Captain Izal in such a poor state. He immediately transported the severely injured Vice Captain to Kungwangpa, the Greed District. The place shared a lot of stylistic similarities with the Sloth District, but with more emphasis on extravagance and wealth. Jumbo was almost out of breath. He zoomed through the whole city as fast as he could to bring the Vice Captain to someone called Captain Hack. Greed Army Captain Hawk Ogu was just having a conversation near the Greed is Good fireplace with Envy Army Captain Shuya Un. Iselright was having a hard time just staying upright on his knees when the captain asked him directly about the whereabouts of the artifact. The Vice Captain rarely loses the smug smile on his smug face, but this was one of those rare times. He can't even look at the captain's eyes as he reports that he doesn't have the artifact. Those words immediately sent the captain into a frenzy. He expected his right-hand man to deliver the artifact with no problems, yet Izal dared to come back half-dead. Izal tried to reason that they were thwarted by orcs in a small, secluded village. That did not help his case. That just made Captain Hack burn in anger even more, as mere orcs should not be a problem to a proud demon. It's a shameful thing to be defeated by an inferior group. Captain Hawk started emanating a golden light as he intended to take pleasure in ending the life of the mongrel in front of him. But Isel immediately added that they were no ordinary orcs, and that even Ump Fine has been killed. The captain has already primed his golden glove, looking like an infinity gauntlet Thanos, tired of pitiful excuses from his vice. Isel interjected that they were defeated because of the appearance of a legendary beastmaster. This revelation grabbed Envy Army Captain Shuya Un's attention. The old captain then swung his seemingly inconspicuous scepter forward. Envy Army Captain Shuya Un easily redirected Captain Hawk's oversized golden fist to the side. Envy Army Captain Shuya wanted to hear more about the aforementioned Beastmaster. The old man looked like a maniac as he pried for more information regarding the Beastmaster. Izal can only tell the Envy Captain that the orc was strong, one of the strongest foes he has ever encountered. That made the old captain even more interested to the point of looking insane. He wants more information. Iselright stated that the monster had this powerful ability called the Reiju Spirit Beast. Hearing that made the Envy Captain lock in even more. He wants to have a word with the clueless and impatient Greed Captain. The old demon whispered some very curious things in the Greed Captain's non-existent ears. It seems like the Greed Captain Hack found the idea whispered to him very interesting. The Envy Captain has a very simple plan. Instead of killing the good-for-nothing Vice Captain, he can just be used for a demonstration. The old demon did not waste any second and conjured up a sinister aura that covered his hand. The injured Greed Vice Captain had no means of escape. He was a sitting duck for whatever the Envy Captain's Numa extraction. Loud and painful screams echoed through the halls of the Greed base camp that night. Now that we've seen the happenings on the demon side, let's look at where humans stand. A modest building with job postings outside, a red banner with an intricate insignia. This is the Initio Guild Hall. Inside was a man wearing a mask and headdress that almost made him look more like a machine than human. He was receiving reports regarding what Spade did in the Treant Forest, the silver-ranked party leader. Red gave the rundown of what happened. After the hard imprisonment wore off, they tried to follow Spade, but there were no tracks left behind, as expected of someone as skillful as Spade. He's one of the guild's most experienced members after all. That guy is capable of being undetectable if he does not want to be followed. For now, the party should keep this information from leaking. If Spade ever comes back, Initio Guildmaster Frans Zigger van Forsberg will speak to the guy himself. Even this stoic guildmaster has no clue what that mysterious Spade was up to. After that, the Silver Party just wanted to get out of the conversation with the intense guildmaster, thinking they're off the hook now. It seems like they have a very close relationship with the leader. But just when the four were about to make their exit, Frans Ziger van Forsberg ordered them to hold on. That was the last thing that they wanted to hear. The guild leader did not forget the actual reason that the party was sent to the Trent Forest. They were supposed to turn over the Impasse branch to complete a quest, and they were skillfully dodging that conversation until now. Red just tried to pass off the whole thing as not that big of a deal. That's because they forgot about the branch and accidentally left it behind after everything that happened. The party leader tried to make the case that seeing a demon lying in the forest was a big deal. On top of that, Spade being a possible traitor, even though the guy saved them, was shocking too. All four of the party members were under the same thought, and Red tried to plead to France not to send them back to that place again. He even pulled out his secret weapon. The phrase, Amelie. He repeated it twice. The four goofs rehearsed a joke. In situations like this, they pull out the song number singing, I'm only human after all. As the party sings their hearts out, guild leader Frans Ziger van Forsberg's veins started poking out of his mask in anger. And so, we are tossed into the adventurers' training ground. Right now there are two adventurers fighting it out in the arena. One of them uses a magical claw technique and the other uses a traditional katana. Red and the party were dumped into the annoying babysitting duty on the training arena. Red and his vice leader were blaming the gentle giant Scar for forgetting about the quest item when they were the ones assigned to carry the branch and not Scar. They may be decent in combat, but the two are some top-grade morons from time to time. Since they were tasked with babysitting duty, it's about time to do their jobs. A party of trainee adventurers apologized to Red because one of their members seems to be missing. Red welcomed the trainees with open arms. He just dismissed the issue of the missing novice altogether. He believes that if the kid was meant to be here, then the kid will be here. So, he'll just skip all the mumbo-jumbo and get to one of the rare, good parts of babysitting duties. It's about time to start the tryouts. In these tryouts, the format would be the good old one versus one single combat in the main arena of the adventurers' training grounds. On one corner, the kid that the audience are putting money on was the adventurer trainee Cross. His weapon of choice was the classic sword and shield. On the other corner was another adventurer trainee Saku with his long-handed cleaver. Red is letting the two go all out. He thinks that nothing could go wrong. These two are just beginners after all. He was confident that he could just meddle if someone does get in trouble. Plus, it will be good entertainment before they go goblin hunting tomorrow. The Inizio Guildmaster sure loves abusing the party's skills by dumping all sorts of quests to them. The all-out spar started with Saku's blocked charge. The party was supposed to investigate the reason why groups of goblins are taking young female humans. Cross followed up the block with a counterattack that Saku expertly evaded. Red wasn't too sure of the rationale behind the goblin's actions, but he has a faint idea. The all-out spar was raging on, and Saku's cleaver skills were quite hard to deal with. As for Red's thoughts regarding the goblin situation, it's just a hunch, but a possible birth of a new goblin king might be on the horizon. In the middle of the arena, the fight was heating up. The competitors were just trainees, but the fight looked to be on another level. As the dust of an intense collision settled, Zaku's bizarre demon-like appearance was revealed. Everyone in the audience saw the transformation, but they just found it funny instead of alarming. After changing the appearance of his face, the trainee's skills also looked like it jumped to a higher level. He's now wielding his long hand cleaver like a hurricane. Cross is being forced to desperately block using his sword and shield under the relentless assault of the cleaver. Red was officiating and supervising, but these kids are starting to look like a little too much for him. Shaku's ugly mug turned into an odd smile as he looked like he had just found a hole in Cross's persistent defense. He jumped in like a meteor with his blade being firmly planted on the ground. Cross was sent flying due to the sheer impact of the attack. It was not a direct hit, so Cross was able to regain his balance while clutching his blade and shield. He was not going to get overwhelmed and forced to just defend for the whole fight. So, the two trainees collided for a relatively equal exchange. They looked as though they were totally consumed in combat. It was not a spar anymore. It's starting to look like a life-or-death duel. Red panicked at the sight of this, and desperately ordered the trainees to stop the fight right away. But these two were now locked in their own world. Cross was screaming as if he was in war, and Saku was maniacally laughing as if he was a mischievous devil. As the next exchange of terrifying attacks produced an explosion that wrecked the center of the arena and the immediate vicinity, Red was convinced that he was not qualified to meddle in this at all. The fight happening was not at the level of normal beginners. They might need to call on some gold-rank adventurers in the tavern to step in and fast. The place where the Inizio Guild and the adventurers' training ground were located is a small human town called Canopus. Today, the residents were witnessing an explosion from inside of the training grounds as the patrons hurriedly fled in a panicked state. Inside, the seats that were supposed to be full of audiences were emptied, and a huge chunk was destroyed. There was also a massive crater where the final exchange happened. The medics were called, and they had to carry out trainee Saku in a wooden stretcher. The kid was in poor condition after the intense battle. A tall man wearing a stylish leather jacket was also called into the scene, and he wants to talk to Red. His name was Nomiya, a gold adventurer from the same guild. Red was supposed to be the one assigned to trainee duty today, and he's going to do a lot of explaining why the incident happened. The party leader and his number one goon were carrying the other trainee responsible for the destruction. They both gulped nervously when Nomiya started his questioning. As usual, Red activated his laid-back persona to downplay the whole thing, even sucking up to Nomiya by calling him brother and thanking the gold adventurer for coming in the nick of time. He continued to praise Nomiya, telling him that he's the only dependable gold adventurer in the area and thanking him once again. Nomiya was not taking all that flattery, though. He's pissed that this moron was unable to contain the trainees and prevent the whole destruction from happening. Now one trainee has been injured, and the training ground is in dire need of repairs after being messed up. Nomiya turned to Cross. The kid was on the verge of tears. He admitted that the new guy has talent, but the lack of control is a big downside that needs to be worked on. Cross's carelessness is partly to blame for the incident today. If Nomiya had not been contacted and rushed into the arena in time, things would have been so much worse. He arrived at the highest point of combat when the two trainees were about to unleash the most powerful attacks in their arsenal. Nomiya was forced to pull out his weapon, a pistol that looks like it does not belong in the current era at all. He pulled the blicky, and a loud bang sounded out. With his perfect aim, he managed to knock Cross's sword away before it landed on Saku's body. If the kid was not stopped, he could have killed his fellow trainee. The worst-case scenario was avoided, but the explosion that resulted from Cross's powerful strike still wrecked a significant portion of the training grounds. Cross immediately pointed fingers at Mr. Red, who told them that it was okay to go all out. In Red's defense, he did not expect these newbies to go so hard. Still, Cross genuinely apologized for his mistake, and thankfully, Nomiya was a reasonable guy. While he was here, the gold adventurer informed Red that the mission has been moved up, and he needs to get his party ready for the goblin raid tonight. The people in the surrounding small villages are growing anxious, so the quest has become urgent. Nomiya himself will be tagging along. This was quite an inconvenience for Red's party, though. They just came back from a quest after all. A failed one at that. Nomiya has no time to argue anymore. He'll just see the party tonight. Red has not even had a bath break, and they're already being called up to an urgent job. He can only curse Guildmaster France for treating him and his party as the go-to pawn when it comes to missions. If it's happening either way, he might as well rope in Cross the OP newbie to learn on the job. He might move like a kid with bad form and sloppy fighting style, never using his shield enough, but the guy has undeniable firepower. The sun is set, and the bright moon has taken its place. Ran is now running solo. He cannot fathom why their supply backpack was so heavy. Lomi was just happy to be there. At least they know that Ghoul is still alive based on the fresh tracks on the ground. But they are going to need weapons after losing all his daggers. Ran was certain that he could handle the goblins, but their numbers are not to be taken lightly. His strings require mana use, and he does not want to use it all up before he can extract Ghoul from wherever he is. For now, all that he and Lomi could do was to continue following the goblin gang's trail. Ran has a long way to go, and the heavy-as-hell Guilliman backpack was not making it easier at all. Along the way, Lomi happened to spot a wriggling, colorful worm on the dirt trail. The chicken did not hesitate to dash in to grab a bite to eat. He would have gotten a free dinner if he did not happen to collide with a familiar-looking owl that was going for the same worm. A rivalry between the two birds was immediately created. It's the law of the jungle to compete for your food. The owl was ready to square up. So was Lomi. The damn chicken was ready to fight tooth and nail or beak and talon for a tiny worm. The competitors were birds, but they were engaged in a true dogfight with no rules. They started the battle in a drawn exchange, and Lomi was forced to create some distance first. Ran turned around and just saw his chicken doing an anime slide. The owl did the same thing. It looks like the owl's group had also noticed what was happening. There were a lot of them. Their malevolent purple eyes and bright torches stood out in the dark. If you were thinking that the owl's owner was the goblin leader that brutally invaded a human town just a few moments ago, then you would be right. The crazy goblin with an M scar on his face was known as Hades, a shaman goblin. His owl was named Perry. What's Perry's full name, you ask? It's simply Perfecta Quintanilla, and he views the chicken and the dark elf as pests. Adressin Ranwaran or Ran became worried for his Lomi, but Illuminata Incinata just waved off his master, saying that he's all right. Ran finally saw that they had just come across a different group of goblins. Goblin Shaman Hades was quite forthcoming. He even politely greeted the dark elf good evening. Rand did not hesitate to drop the weighty bag to prepare to engage in an all-out war at the drop of a hat. Although it costs a ton of mana to use, he brought out his magic string to get ready for battle. Hades just waved it off and told the Dark Elf to chill, as he had had a very long day himself. He had to supervise his idiot battalion to make sure that they were doing their heinous jobs right. So, Hades is not really in the mood to get into a pointless fight with a Dark Elf assassin. Rand clapped back. He does not care about how hard the goblins' day has been. They should get a move on, and he will let them be. It sounds like Hades has no problems with that, but the fight is between their pets on who snacks first. He proposed that they just let the two birds settle it themselves. Rand remained reasonable and complied with that proposal. Hades flashed a malicious smile. He thinks that his owl will put a quick end to this quarrel. The Dark Elf picked up and threw his chicken like a Pokemon. It's about time for Illuminata Incinata to show what he's capable of. Lomi landed perfectly with his 2 chicken feet. He psyched himself up with a loud cock-a-doodle-doo. Hades liked the competition. He thinks it's spicy. So, he sent Perfecta Quintanilla to jump onto the battlefield too. Perry looked fierce. He was about to give it his all with a woot-woot. The Goblin Shaman firmly believes that Lomi the chicken won't stand a chance against his owl. Rand believes otherwise. They can just watch and see what Lomi was capable of. Hades with Perry on one corner and Rand with Lomi on the other. This is the battle of a lifetime. For starters, Rand ordered Lomi to use Feather Punch. The chicken took a stance of a runner that's about to explode forward. And he did just that. He tucked his feathers to the side to achieve maximum velocity. Lomi's eyes were firmly planted on his nocturnal opponent. When he entered the striking range, Lomi balled up his feathers into what looked like a fist. The feather punch landed squarely on the owl's face. It was a clean hit coming from above. It was so strong and intense that it even cracked the dirt where the opponent was standing on. Hades thinks that this was not a big deal, though. He believes that his parry won't be taken down by a lousy punch that easily. And it looks like he was right. Perry was standing his ground. He tanked that punch like it was nothing. Rand saw this and immediately shouted at Lomi to get out of this perilous spot. But it might be too late as Hades ordered Perry to use Wind Pump. Lomi was now flapping his wings uncontrollably in the air. His punch landed cleanly, but it did little to no damage. In response, Perry unleashed tiny air vortexes, the fearsome Wind Pump. Lomi tried to dodge the towers of shredding winds as fast as a clumsy fat chicken could. But alas, his efforts were not enough, and a miniature whirlwind managed to land squarely on his body. The vortex lifted him up into the skies and exploded in a gust of wind at the highest point. In the next second, a dull thud can be heard. Rand's precious chicken, Illuminata Incinata, Lomi for short, has suffered a lot of damage from a critical strike. But Lomi has the heart of an underdog even though he's a chicken. He wants to fight through the pain and get back up. Even Hades and his goblin goons did not expect that the bird would hold on after that wind pump. If Lomi still wants to fight, Rand would be there to support and direct him. The next attack in their arsenal would be Feather Spin. Lomi leveraged one of his strengths, his speed that can even keep up with the fastest orc and a Dark Elf assassin. This time, he wants to make sure that he not only hits, but that he hits hard. Midway through the rush, he entered a sort of martial arts pose while suspended in the air. He was priming his next attack. He swept one of his wings upwards and multiple pieces of feathers flew over. This attack was not just a simple feather blaster. Lomi actually controlled the air around his opponent with the feathers circling around. Hades looked at this and became worried for his Perfecta. He knows what that pesky chicken was doing. He was trying to wear Perry down, and it's working. It looks like the feather spin was not a big deal after all. Perry managed to break free from the encirclement after a few moments. But that was the moment that the poor owl messed up. He took the bait and Rand hurriedly ordered Lomi to execute the real attack, Peck Blast. The chicken lifted his head and prepared the most powerful technique that he could muster. It was a long-ranged cross-slash that uses his sharp beak's energy as some sort of laser blaster. The Peck Blast was traveling extremely fast, and that was not all there is to it. The next part was for Lomi to match its speed and rush in with the blast itself. On top of the destructive power of the laser-like attack, there was also Lomi's incoming physical offensive. Perry was worn out after dealing with the troublesome feather spin. He was wide open for Lomi's ultimate. He knew that this was nothing like the feather punch that he easily ate with no trouble earlier. This was the real deal. The next thing you know, there was just a massive explosion that lit up the dark and damp dirt trail under the moonlight. But it looks like even Lomi's strongest attack was not enough. Perry the Owl was just too strong and more experienced. He just grabbed the weakness of the technique, Lomi's beak. Rand could not believe his eyes. They did everything right and timed everything perfectly. Hades just laughed his ass off. There was no need to worry about his pet after all. At this point, the only thing they needed to do was finish up the battle with Perry's signature wing bomb. While clutching the scared chicken's beak on one wing, Perry raised his other one in a menacing display of strength disparity. What came next was nothing fancy or complicated. Perry just bitch-slapped Lomi right across the face with as much strength as an owl could muster. No frills, just pure simplicity. A powerful slap that decided the winner of the long and intense battle. The dark elf cried out as his precious Lomi was sent flying without flapping his little wings. Now let's recap what Gul is up to right now. The young orc was accidentally adopted by the wyvern-hunting goblins after being drenched by wyvern egg yolk and looking like a goblin himself. Instead of feeling uneasy or scared, Gul blended right in. Boss Key and his gang love singing, dancing, and having fun. That's precisely what Gul was enjoying right now. Boss Key assured him that this was nothing at all. He should just wait until they get back into the lair where the real celebration happens. It's going to be a blast. Gul was in a festive mood, and it seemed like nothing would change that. Along the way, he started seeing bones cluttered around the trail. That did not faze him. Next come some dangerously sharp spikes littered all over the sides of the trail. That did not even look odd at all. After a few more minutes of walking, he noticed that there was blood all over the dead trees in the area. Still, Gul was having fun. He couldn't care less about the surroundings. But once they got really deep into the dark forest near the goblin lair, dead bodies that looked like they were freshly tortured were displayed out in the open. This one popped Gul's bubble. For some reason, one of Elder Gurin's lessons came into his mind. The old man sternly warned them to never in their lives trust a goblin. They may be carefree and outgoing, but their ways are different. Deadly different. Tonight he regretted not listening to the Elder's teachings all those years ago. He was now surrounded by a gang of goblins, and they were heading for the lair. He thought of a way out, and the best he could think of was to excuse himself to take a piss. He wanted the gang to go on ahead while he goes back and finds a rock to piss on. Boss Key has taken quite a special interest in him. Boss Key just told him that he's speaking nonsense as goblins can just piss anywhere, even inside the lair. Gul took too long to realize what was happening. They have already arrived at the entrance and exit caves of Wurtia the goblin's lair. You can hear the music and festivities from outside with how loud it was. Boss Kai personally wanted to welcome Gul to Wurtia. Here they have the biggest, the loudest, and the craziest goblin party ever. Gul, with his limited intellect, is just now realizing that these guys are mistakenly thinking that he was a goblin like them. He gulped nervously and consoled himself that parties should not be too bad. Magarin the fast goblin has been staying observant the whole trip. He was the only one noticing and wondering why that goblin they picked up earlier was behaving weirdly. Boss Kai led Gul to enter the opening with the exit sign. The young orc was almost swept by the moment, but he insisted that a good goblin always enters the cave with the enter sign. In the back of his mind, Gul thinks that Boss Kai was planning something not good. From now on, he's going to practice what Gramps taught him. Never trust a goblin. But he also admits that entering through the exit could have been a little exciting. Magarin was still watching how the boss and the newbie were interacting, and his suspicions were getting bigger when the smart goblin Ronson called his attention. Ronson just wanted to ask his buddy, "What's the matter?" He then asked Magarin if he was thinking right now, and if he was, to stop doing so as that's bad for his health. Ronson insists that thinking about things is just for smart ones like himself, but just this once, he would gladly hear whatever deep thoughts Magarin is suffering from. Magarin thinks that Ronson does not look smart at all, but he seems trustworthy enough. First of all, not one of them has ever seen a goblin wearing an afro. For that, Ronson agrees. This Mars dude that the boss picked up and named was the first. They think he's one of a kind. Another thing to consider is that they've never seen another goblin that is not wearing black, skin-tight pants. Ronson is just now noticing that too. Meanwhile, Gul was already shivering in fear and tension as he overhears the other goblins analyzing him. Ronson counted to 9 and utilized the full potential of his tiny brain and goblin thinking power. After a few moments of deep thinking, he was convinced that Mars was 100% a goblin. When asked how, he answered that it was just mathematics, buddy. Luckily for Gul, the smartest goblin they have is dumb as rocks, and Magarin has dropped the matter altogether. He was so close to getting found out and suffering unspeakable consequences. Magarin was also quick to concede the thought because he was the one that saw Mars blasting the wyvern's throat before Boss Key hit the final blow. He respects Mars enough to think that he should be one of the candidates for the ceremony later. And so the goblin gang led by Boss Kai entered Wurtia. Gul had no choice but to follow for now, but in the future he wants to keep in mind to keep his distance from goblins. But that thought might change a little bit now that he's seeing the inside of a goblin lair. Any fear and uncertainty that Gul was thinking about were set aside at that moment. Wurtia is a massive cave system full of festival flags, disco lights, good music, and good vibes. Some goblins acquainted with Boss Kai's gang have been patiently waiting for their arrival. No matter where you look, there are goblins smiling happily as they dance to the music that sounds suspiciously close to Earth, Wind and Fire's September. If this was your first time seeing goblins, you would think that they're not the creatures that commit unspeakable acts in the outside world. In Wordia, they specialized in hunting massive wyverns. The wyvern skeletons that hang from their high ceilings are evidence of that. Goblins might be small and dumb, but they can take down apex predators and display their corpses. Everyone finally noticed that Boss Kai has come back. Everyone shouted the name and celebrated the dead wyvern that they brought. Gul was also basking in the victory parade for the gang. Boss Kai's name flooded the whole of Wordia, and Gul praised him for being so famous. Magarin, on the other hand, wants to have a word with the boss. The boss was quite a celebrity to the denizens of the lair. Now he's heading to the center of a stage where 3 goblins have already gathered. Boss Kai taunted the other 3 that the king had finally arrived. He was confident that the spot is already as good as his. While the goblin masses were chanting and cheering, the goblins that were positioned in front of the stage were deadly silent. Gul took the chance to look around the lair out of curiosity. On one random corner near the stage was a steel cage where human women are being imprisoned. Among the captives was Miss Reka, the beautiful girl from the quaint Lithal village that Hades and his goons raided. Gul did not know why there were humans in the cage near the ceremony, so he intended to ask Capons what was up. But he accidentally pulled down the dumb goblin's pants, showing a shiny ass. Capons was confused that Gul didn't seem to know what the human captives were for, but every goblin should know about that, so he thought Gul might be asking about the cage. He explained that the cage was stolen from humans as well. The high-quality shiny steel bars were stolen from a man called Nicholas Cage. The innocent Gul continued about why the humans were in a cage, if they did something bad or something. Capons proudly explained that they just stole the humans from the farms, and will be used as a sacrifice for the Goblin King later. But before Capons could explain fully, Liakultai had already locked him up in a chokehold for showing a maiden something as hideous as his shiny ass. One of the goblins sitting on the thrones tasked the goblin shaman Hades to begin the ceremony. This time, Perry the Owl is going to work again after his little chicken fight. Hades fed his conjured flame to his pet bird, and it magically lit up Perry's eyes with a fiery glow. He then let the owl fly from his shoulders up to the air. Perry flapped his wings intensely. When you look at Perry in this old god-looking state, his full name of Perfecta Quintanilla seems like a perfect fit. Hades announced to everyone that the elder will now speak. The goblin elder in question was Kano. He's a lively old goblin with a walking stick, an odd necklace, and a deep love for singing. It seems like the younger goblins do not appreciate his musicality up on that throne, though. Kano then cleared his throat and brought out his speech voice. Because tonight is the night. Hearing that announcement shook the entire Wordia from top to bottom, with the cheering and hype coming from the goblin citizens. He continued that every 25 years, they celebrate the awakening of a new king, and now, the long wait for the new monarch is finally over. Tonight, Kano wants to present the 4 candidates to become the supreme leader of the goblins. First up is, of course, Goblin Gang leader Boss Kai. Each one is a representative from the 4 gangs who have successfully hunted great and mighty wyverns. Next up was Gubat. Each one of them shall be awakened and blessed with the blood of unsullied human girls. But only one truly special representative will be crowned as the new king. Maybe it would be a queen, as Iathi was the 3rd candidate. There was also Gnubdik, a goblin gang leader with a weird taste when it comes to headdresses. Who will decide the next ruling king? The destiny of the candidates will. The ceremony was about to formally start, but Magarin the Fast wanted the elder to hold up and wait. Hades became furious that such a young and bold goblin would dare interrupt the elder in the middle of the ritual, but the elder wanted to hear what the young goblin had to say. This was not part of the plan or tradition, so Hades wanted to make sure if the elder was sure. Kano might seem like a jolly old man that just likes to sing, but when he called Hades Snow White, the elder looked terrifying. Magarin spoke up and interrupted the rites because he thinks that there is one other candidate that the elders must consider. Gul, with his pale yellow egg-covered body and bush head, was just picking his nose when he heard that there seemed to be a commotion happening up on the stage. He didn't know that his life was about to take a drastic turn again. Elder Kano wanted to give the young Magarin the chance to present his case for the addition of one more candidate for the awakening ceremony. Hades just wanted to get the ritual done as fast as possible, so he urged the fast goblin to speak now, or forever lose his tongue. The elder seemed magnanimous in hearing out the plea, but he is far from generous. Magarin did not mince his words. He believes that he must say what's on his mind. The fact that there's another goblin who gave a critical blow to the wyvern before it was slain by Boss Kai. Hearing that come out of his loyal subordinate's mouth was quite a shock to the boss. Elder Kano's curiosity was piqued, though. He wanted to know who this goblin that Magarin the Fast is talking about. He immediately pointed out Mars, also known as Gul. The young orc freaked out as he did not know what the hell was happening and why he was getting singled out for some ritual. Ghoul shook his head in denial. He kept on insisting that he was innocent and he did not kill some oversized bird, but the elder intends to see this through. He ordered Magarin to move his ass and bring the one called Mars up to the stage. As crazy as Boss Kai can be, he can be reasonable when it comes to his buddies. He has no complaints if Mars is added to the selected candidates. The other gang members are trying their best to push Mars forward. The young orc might not want to, but the goblin gang and especially Magarin was not listening to his pleas. The fast goblin urged Ghoul that this is a good thing as the ceremony will bring a great reward. Hearing the word reward made Ghoul's initial unwillingness to curiosity. If there really was a reward, then he might just hang around for it. Right now, there are 5 candidates for the ritual. Elder Kano tasked Hades with the progression of the ceremony. The shaman quickly followed through. He pointed upwards and gave the signal for the start of a new era in Wertia. A goblin drummer started beating on the drums with his bone sticks as hard and loud as he can. Soon came the other drummers playing with equal intensity and volume to drown out the sounds inside the goblin lair. Hades started the chant with a loud E-O. Every goblin was hyped and followed suit with the chanting. The shaman continued with a A-da-da-da-da-O. At this point, he sounds like he was speaking in tongues, but the audience was picking up the vibes. Tonight was a special night and every goblin in Wertia has been waiting for this. Hades was quite satisfied with the audience participation. Next came the proper cheer. Handalak, Khan, Darak, Sige, Uwah. At this point, it was starting to sound uncannily similar to a very popular band's concert. But in the midst of the cheers of the crowd, Gnubdik was the first one to feel a change coming. He felt his heart beat faster and stronger than usual. The same thing was happening to all the candidates for the ritual. Yes, even including Ghoul with his wyvern egg color and bush head. It was a very painful sensation that was creeping up from within their bodies. Gnubdik could not handle the intensity of the awakening and fainted on the spot. Iathi was faring a little bit better, but not by much. Gobat was not able to endure the pain either as he passes out in the background. Boss Kai was an exception, though. He was not in any unbearable pain. In fact, he looks like he was loving every second of it. This is the true awakening that goblins dream of. He sat in the middle of the stage casually as his power level climbed up at a staggering rate. Boss Kai was all but assured that he would be the king of goblins by the end of the rites, but there seems to be something much crazier happening right beside him. Ghoul, or so-called Mars, was having a difficult time coping with the process too. But in his case, it seems like there's much more intensity and energy than one would normally expect. It continued climbing until the surrounding air started being affected. It was as if it was bending towards him. Next came a bright light of fiery ignition that set Ghoul's fake bush head on fire. The flame was not only affecting his fake hair, but it was also affecting his whole system. It looked like blazing energy was trying to escape from his eyeballs. Ghoul looked like he was going Super Saiyan with the burning golden aura swallowing his entire being whole. As the concentration of energy reached its highest point, the awakening of the other candidates started looking like nothing but a tiny drop of power up while Ghoul was fully evolving. The wyvern egg matter in his skin started burning up and turning dark. The same goes for his fake bush head. Boss Kai watched it happen with shock and terror. All throughout his life, Boss Kai was certain that he would be the promised king of the goblins of Wertia. But seeing this random kid that he named Mars turn into a being that looked like the sun, those kingly notions were starting to waver. The pain and intensity of the awakening process started affecting Boss Kai after his will wavered just a little bit. Just like the other mediocre candidates, he started losing grip of his consciousness. He fainted while kneeling with his head hung low. He looked like a confident king being awakened earlier, but his glow was way too dim when compared to Ghoul's light. Hades the shaman did not expect that he would witness such a magnificent showing in this sacred ceremony. Not to this degree. The 3 elders were in the same boat. Elder Lee, who's been napping through the whole ritual, has opened his eyes to the dazzling display of power. Goblin Elder Gans, the last elder to be shown, started licking his lips in anticipation while his eyes were transfixed on Ghoul's transformation. The inner circle hobgoblin officers did not dare take their eyes off of the magnificence happening in front of them. Boss Key's goblin gang also peeled their eyes and senses open as they saw Mars's hair turn black, skin turn brown, and started emitting an appetizing smell, the smell of burnt eggs. Ronson the Smart stepped forward as if he was the only one that knows what's happening right now. He loudly blurted out that this was the birth of a super goblin. Boss Key's gang could not help but swell with pride as they watched Mars's energy go higher and higher. Even though they've only known the kid for a day, they still view him as a friend. Meanwhile, the young orc has already passed out just like his fellow candidates. When the awakening and the absorption of new energy concluded, the flame dissipated, and Ghoul was left to free fall from up high. Gnubdik, Yathe, Gobat, and Boss Kai, leaders of their respective newcomer goblin gangs, were knocked out cold alongside the young orc that they've mistaken for a fellow goblin. The nasty Elder Kano on their throne could not help but grin from ear to ear after seeing such promising results. Now that the exciting part is over, all the candidates are to be brought to a special chamber to recuperate. Everyone was anticipating their long-awaited meeting with the new king, and by the looks of how the ceremony went, there's a common unspoken consensus that Mars might be what they're looking for. While the newly awakened goblins are asleep, let's turn our attention towards Kassian, the Envy District headquarters, an extravagant building sporting the architectural colors of the demon army. Inside was the decrepit Envy army captain Shuya-un. He was looking at his hands that did some unspeakable things to the injured Isel Wright. He clenched the hand to a tight fist with a satisfied expression in his old mug. A creepy grin was painted on his old-ass lips. He laughed at how convenient gaining power was. Now that he's finished mulling over things, it's about time to go on a walk with his trusty scepter that doubles for a walking stick. The old creep called his two closest subordinates, Suri and Baron. They were already waiting for the captain outside the main quarters. Envy Captain has a very important agenda today, and there's no time to lose. But before that, one of his subordinates offered some water to the old man. The other one humbly asked the captain if he had fully recovered. By the decrepit look of the creepy captain while he gulps down water, he looks like he's going to need years of de-aging to recover. But looks can be deceiving. Shuya-un is not the Envy army captain for nothing. You can see in the old geezer's eyes that he has a lot of nefarious musings up his purple sleeves. Suri and Baron were pleased to see that their boss was making sneaky moves like a real demon should. Today, they will be going somewhere to get the ones that will ensure them victory for the battle that is yet to come. That someone in question was a fellow demon, a monster with unkempt long hair and a dragon tattoo on his shoulder. The mysterious figure that the Envy Captain was looking for can be found in Xiaputan, the Wrath District. Just like their creed of wrath, their architecture and insignia scream rage and brutality. At the center of their headquarters was an arena walled by sharp spikes, but the denizens of Xiaputan looked like they were just another demon race. They weren't always wrathful. Some of them even looked joyful and festive tonight. They all donned the same soldier outfit, and the camaraderie between the Wrath warriors can be characterized as close, brotherly, and loud. And their favorite pastime is none other than fighting. They love fighting and watching fights, whether it's life or death, or just for fun. These are tonight's designated fighters. On one corner is a demon with his hair tied. He also had a massive scar on his shoulder. On the other corner was a curly-haired demon with a scar on his forehead. The forehead demon was the first one to push for the initial attack. Right at the first second, the forehead demon had managed to land a clean hit that rocked the shoulder demon's jaw. It was a critical hit, and the signs of bruising have already become apparent on the shoulder demon's cheek. But Wrath demons are not the type to give up after eating just one punch. He's going to dive in with his guard up. It was perfect form, and it looks like the opponent was getting overconfident. The sound of another clean hit echoed in the arena. The surrounding audience erupted in laughter as the forehead demon gets socked in the nose. While the fight was heating up, the mysterious figure that the Envy Captain was looking for was sitting on his throne. He was all smiles while the soldiers were slugging it out. This rough-looking demon is Zeke Kenraki, captain of the Wrath Army, and he loves blood, fights, killing, and brutality more than anything. His voice was the loudest out of everyone in the arena, and he wants to see a knockout tonight. It looks like he might be getting what he wants in this fight as the forehead demon jumped into the air while priming a powerful kick. The vicious attack landed on the shoulder demon's face, the exact spot where he was punched earlier. Cheers erupted from the surrounding viewers. The shoulder demon did not see that full-powered kick coming at all. At that moment, Envy Army Captain Shuya-un and his subordinates Suri and Baron entered the premises unannounced. The old man was not a fan of the roughhousing displayed in front of him. He thinks it's too loud, and this was just the Wrath Army's barbaric fad. Baron permission to get everyone's attention to let everyone know that the Envy Captain has arrived. But there was no need for that. The old geezer would like to do the introduction himself. He slammed his scepter that doubled as a walking stick to the ground. A powerful thud swept up the whole headquarters. Just one thump was enough to notify every soldier in the courtyard that someone important had made an appearance. The fight in the arena stopped, and so did the cheering. All Wrath Demon soldiers' eyes were transfixed to the three figures that just walked in. Captain Creepy Geezer flashed a disgusting grin on everyone for a moment. He then followed it up with a polite bow and an equally polite greeting to the wrathful ladies and gentlemen. This old bat prefers getting right into business, so he called Captain Zeke. The Wrath Captain was not happy at all. No one dares to spoil the fun of the Wrath Army besides the attention-seeking old man. The geezer then walked slowly, making a beeline straight towards the throne of his fellow captain. Wrath soldiers respected the army's hierarchy and treated the old captain with the utmost respect as he passed by. Even the forehead demon that was just fighting a few seconds ago stood ramrod straight while lowering his head in the presence of the Envy Army's captain. Captain Shuya Aoun smiled widely and assured Zeke Kenraku that what he had to say would be of interest to the wrathful captain. Zeke was having none of the old man's platitudes, though. He screamed at his fellow captain to get the hell out of his camp. On the off chance that the old fart really does have something, Zeke reminded him that there is only one thing that could pique the interest of the Wraths. If the old Envy captain has come to his camp, there should only be one reason. So, Zeke asked who the opponent would be. They better be strong, or the bloodthirsty captain will not move out of his chair at all. Shuya-un was confident that this warmongering brute would bite, as they were going to target the strongest orc alive, the one that they call the legendary Beastmaster back in the day. Hearing that moniker excited Zeke to the point of crushing his throne's armrest in excitement. Then the manic laughter started coming out. Zeke Kenraku is not mentally stable at all. The mention of a powerful foe is the only thing that can make him get up from his chair and laugh like a maniac. He still has some reservations, though. As far as he knows, the Beastmaster, that old orc, has died long ago. But Shuya-un has good authority that the myth is very much alive and kicking. He even destroyed the giant beast Fine and trampled over the speed of Izal Right. Now they are finally talking and cooking with some gas. Zeke's blood has already started boiling by just talking about the Beastmaster. For now, let's shift our focus to just outside of a house near the ransacked village of Lithal. There seemed to be people inside the house as there was a pot of stew sizzling up on the fire. 2 men were staying in the secluded house. One of them was preparing dinner, and the other one, a big man full of scars, was sharpening his sickle with a whetstone. The silence inside the house was broken with a series of loud knocks at the wooden door. It is late in the night, and the man in charge of the stew is staying vigilant. He doesn't know what type of person would be knocking at this hour. So, he slowly opened the door, peeking at the tiny opening to see who's on the other side this late. The man almost shouted in shock at the sight of a dark elf and chicken in front of him. Rand politely apologized for intruding on the peaceful evening of the man. Since it's dinner time, the first thing that came out of the man's mouth was that he could make a kick-ass roast chicken out of what the dark elf was holding. Lomi, just fresh out of his lost battle against Perry the Owl, just gave the man a middle feather in return. Seeing the attitude of the bird was enough to see that it's a no for the chicken roast. He turned to Ran and politely asked him what's up. Ran just knocked on the first house he could find to ask if they had any handheld weapons that he could borrow. A dagger, to be precise. He needs some tools since his acquaintance has been abducted by a group of wyvern-hunting goblins. He needs to be fully equipped if he is to retrieve Gul from the goblin's lair. Those words seemed to have struck a chord in the 2 men's minds. The big man even stopped his sickle sharpening. He was lost in thought after hearing the word goblin from Rand's mouth. The big man could not be bothered at the start, but it looks like there's something more here. With just a single look, the man interpreted Big Man's intention to let the dark elf in before anyone sees him at the doorstep. And so, Rand was invited inside their humble home. As he was walking in, Rand's eyes trailed towards a golden Spartan helmet with a rich red plume on top. He does not know who these people are, but they might not be your run-of-the-mill villagers. After dinner, Rand ended up telling his story thus far without mentioning the classified stuff. The man pointed out that it is unusual for an elf and an orc to travel together. Rand explained that they have their reasons, but he unfortunately cannot go into further details, and the man respects that. Furthermore, it looks like Rand has come to the right place, as these men can provide him the tools he needs, as they are actually in the same boat. The lively middle-aged man's name is Osan. He might look tough, but he's just a simple farmer. The silent big man beside him is named Rashan. Rand bowed politely and expressed that it's a pleasure to meet these 2 men. He thanked them for taking him into their home and introduced himself as Adresin Ranwaran, and dropped his nickname. That's a lot easier to pronounce. Rand was curious what Osan meant about them being on the same boat. Mr. Osan explained that Big Man Rashan here is a survivor from the Goblin raid 25 years ago. At that time, the goblins were as crazy and brutal, if not more so, than they are today. On that cursed day, the goblin horde slashed his throat and left him to die while they were laughing like freaks with their toothy grins. Despite the brutality and cruelty that he suffered, the big fella refused to submit to death. The massive gash in his neck was not even the most painful thing that the goblins did to him. That day he lost his voice and his tears flowed out uncontrollably. For that same day was the day when the goblins took his wife from his arms. It was a horrendous and devastating story, but to the extent of Rand's knowledge, goblins have only been interested in maiden human girls. Osan confirmed that Rand was right, and a knowing silence pervaded the dinner table. After fighting through death and clawing his way to the goblin's lair, the big man Rashan found his wife's lifeless body tossed outside like garbage. The goblins must have made a mistake, yet they killed her anyway. It drove Rashan to unprecedented levels of wrath. Rand felt the weight of that story and expressed his apologies for what happened to Rashan. For now, Osan wanted to give the dark elf the rundown of the current situation. Just this morning, a horde of goblins attacked the village while they were away. Without anyone to protect the quaint little place, the goblin battalion's reign of terror was unstoppable. They freely took every pure maiden in the village with their grubby little hands, as that has always been their objective. Rand thought about everything that has been happening recently. There's a horde of goblins raiding human settlements, and then there are goblin gangs hunting wyverns. There is one connecting line that he did not dare think about, as it spells a massive disaster. If his hypothesis is correct, the awakening of a new goblin king might be imminent. That is exactly what Osan and Rashan think, and that is precisely why they are on the same boat as Ran. One of the abducted girls was Rashan's only precious daughter, the beautiful and lively Miss Reika that is now slowly losing hope inside a steel cage. So, tonight Osan, Rashan, with the addition of the dark elf Ran, are going to infiltrate the goblin lair to rescue her. Osan has already reported this tragedy to the nearest guild as an urgent mission. They sent the silver-ranked party with the newbie cross and gold-ranked Nomiya. But Osan is afraid that the adventurers might not make it in time. It is late at night, but the lights and the fire inside the house are still active. Osan recalls what happened to the village earlier and cannot help but stab his vegetables in frustration. If they had only come back home a little earlier from their hunt, they could have prevented this tragedy from happening in the first place. But alas, all they can do now is bolster their forces by inviting the Dark Elf into the plan. In this mission, Big Man Rasha is going to do all the beating himself. That is because Osan is no fighter. He is just a simple farmer. Since all three of them at this dinner table have the same objective, it would be great to join forces and tackle the problem as a team. Rand sees this as a very good opportunity, and he will be more than glad to help. But he has one question in mind. He understands that Mr. Osan is not a fighter, but he cannot wrap his head around the idea of how a single farmer and Mr. Rashan intend to face an overwhelming number of goblins with their original plan of just them two, as Rashan continues to munch on his vegetables with a regular-sized fork that looks miniature in his hands. Osan assures Rand that there is no need to worry. If you look at Big Man Rashan's gigantic build and his countless battle scars, one could gather that he is not an ordinary man at all. For he was the one who killed the newly awakened Goblin King 25 years ago to avenge what they did to his wife. He tore through the Goblin base camp while covered with wounds, blood, and guts without stopping. Back then, he had already surpassed the human limit even with his bleeding throat. He certainly looks the part, but Rand did not expect that Mr. Rashan was the mythical slayer of goblins. The big man has finally finished his dinner, and it's about time to go and live up to his title. First, they took his wife 25 years ago. Now they took his helpless daughter. Big Man Rashan had no choice but to bring out the symbol of his wrath that he has not touched in the past 2.5 decades. Wearing the golden Spartan helmet that can make the goblins of that era tremble with fear, never again will he lose someone so precious to him. It's about time for the slayer of goblins, the death god himself, to get back into war. In this quaint little house on the outskirts of Lithal Village, something big was brewing. As the goblins of Wertia were waiting for the awakening of their new king, the revival of the Kingslayer was in full swing as well. The undercurrent of war is starting to reach its heights. At this hour, Gul was still out cold after the intense ritual that he and his fellow candidates had undergone. His hair looked like the hair of base form Son Goku. It looks like he was the first one to wake up. Flakes of burnt wyvern egg were still clinging onto his body and dirtying the sheets of the bed in the special chamber. Around him were the unconscious bodies of the other goblin gang leaders, wrapped up neatly in blankets. Gul had no recollection of what happened and why he was here. He went for his go-to hands inside pants pose. Gul just thinks that it must be nap time after seeing all the other goblins covered up with their blankets. But when he started thinking a little deeper, he recalled what happened up on the stage. He still had no idea what to even call what happened to him, but it sure was intense to say the least. Right now, he just feels that his body has gotten a whole lot lighter. He felt as though he could conquer all the mountains in the world. But first, food. Gul was starving. He just remembered that he had not eaten anything all day. He never got a chance to taste that juicy-licious wyvern egg. For now, he wants to play it safe and sneakily crawl out of the special chamber where he spotted some pristine running water. Gul immediately gravitated towards that pure-looking water, and he was determined to go near it. When he got near the water, Gul was finally able to see what he looked like at the moment. A song that sounds suspiciously similar to that reflection song from Mulan started playing in his mind. He slowly wiped the burnt eggs that had clung onto his skin, slowly revealing his natural green complexion. Gul looked at the reflection on the water again, and he almost did not recognize himself with the spiky, burnt bush hair and his blackened wyvern egg coating. He continued wiping off the gunk from his skin. After cleaning his face, his whole body came next as Gul Cannonball jumped right into the natural spring. The drama is over, and it is time for a pool party. Gul never misses out on having fun no matter what happens or where he is. As the dark burned egg matter started peeling off of his skin, the young orc celebrated being green again. Gul was just enjoying himself when he started hearing some sort of loud commotion happening not far from where he was having a bath. He swam over to the edge of the spring to see what the hell was up with all the noise. It turns out that the spring he was swimming in was built like a sort of natural infinity pool with an overlooking view of the things happening below. And it looks like the ceremony was still ongoing and has entered the next phase. The elders, the hobgoblins, and the goblins were continuing the bizarre tradition. Gul had the perfect seat to watch and listen to the skeevy elder Kano order someone named Afghan to get the goods out as it is time to juice them. Hobgoblin Afghan was built like a tank. When it comes to the elders, he is loyal and obedient to a fault. The lower-ranked goblins have already done the prepping the pure maiden. They have been lined up and their hands were tied for Afghan. One of the maiden villagers started screaming and pleading for her life. She swore to do anything that the goblins wanted if it meant sparing them. In response to her desperate cry for mercy, the hobgoblin's heavy hand just slapped her right across the face. To him, pathetic humans are in no position to speak and should just shut up. The villager shivered in equal parts pain and terror. She was forced to shut up in fear of getting hit again. Perhaps next time would be much worse. There was a total of 4 pure maiden captives. Afghan will be going through all of them to be, as the elder said, juiced to fill a golden chalice. Afghan deemed that the woman that dared to speak up from earlier would be the perfect first victim for the next phase of the ceremony. Hades bragged to Elder Lee that he personally led the raid to ensure that none of the goods were spoiled. They do not want a repeat of what happened 25 years ago when some idiot brought a sullied human girl. Elder Gans iterated that after the last part of this ceremony, the goblins of Wertia will finally have their revenge on the slayer who slew their previous upcoming king. Afghan threw the maiden right into the literal chopping block as the first one of the 4 maidens to be sacrificed. She was tied up and did not know what was happening behind her. But one thing sure is that it cannot be good. With no regard for the woman's life at all, the hobgoblin smiled while she was pleading and crying for her life while being grabbed from the roots of her hair. The hobgoblin did not let her scream for much longer. He brought out his golden knife and started placing the sharp blade around her neck. It glistened with the color of blood as the initial wound was made with barely any force. And finally, Afghan slit the woman's throat without any hint of hesitation or compassion. It was beyond brutal and animalistic. The fresh blood flowed steadily towards the sinister golden chalice at the bottom of the chopping block. While the chalice was being filled with human blood, every goblin in Vertia chanted their ominous chant in unison. Seeing the fate that they were about to suffer, the other maidens shivered and screamed in fear of what was about to come. Miss Reika looks like all hope has left her body at this point. Gul was also present to see the horrible practice of human sacrifice. This was the first time the young orc had seen cruelty of this degree, and it shook him to his core. Like the maidens that are about to get slaughtered, Gul shivered in fear at the sight of such a deplorable practice that the goblins are doing to what he calls anti-humans. As he was shaking in his boots, a menacing presence managed to creep up on Gul without being noticed. He heard a deeper but familiar voice asking, "Who's the little orc snooping around in this sacred place?" Gul did not dare to turn around. He immediately did what he did best. Tuck his tail between his legs and book it out of this place. With true fear in his eyes, Gul used his always reliable legs to try and get the hell out of this cursed place. But the towering figure was faster. A massive and strong hand grabbed him by the head, and it nearly covered his entire face. Boss Kai has undergone a massive transformation, and it looks like he has achieved his dream awakening after all. He heartlessly threw Gul's whole body into the rocks face first. Gul suffered a severely deep cut above his right eye after brutally crashing against one of the loose rocks in the natural spring. Boss Kai was not done yet. He grabbed the young orc by the neck after making his head bounce against a rock like a basketball. His grip was strong and tight, the kind that Gul cannot escape no matter how hard he struggled. It seems like Boss Key does not recognize Gul or Mars. All he sees is a pesky orc that had somehow snuck into Werdia. Through the tight choke of the evolved goblin, the young orc tried to remind Boss Kai that he was Mars. He even messed up and blurted out his real name. Hearing that made the boss pause for a quick second. Upon further inspection, he saw the familiar tattered gloves and arm guard of his buddy. There were also brown pants that were different from the goblin's standard black ones. Everything matches up perfectly with the pale yellow little creature that they picked up in the wyvern hunt earlier. But the obvious difference was that he's bald and green now. It made sense. What he's holding in his grasp is the little guy that they have partied with the whole way back to Wertia. Instead of loosening his choke and letting Gul go, it looked like Boss Key had become more and more furious instead. He continued tightening the chokehold to the point of almost snapping the young orc's neck. Boss Kai felt betrayed. Now that the orc has quite literally shown his true colors, Boss Key refuses to be tricked any more than he's already been. The newly evolved goblin started coalescing his strength into his right fist. From the tight chokehold, he threw Gul up in the air like a sack of nothing while aiming his strike. The next second was supremely painful for Gul. Boss Kai unleashed a punch that almost tore through his abdomen. Gul was buried in the spring water. That water barely broke the ongoing momentum coming from the goblin's punch. While the beatdown was happening above, a sacrilegious sacrificial rite was still ongoing down below. Afghan the hobgoblin has slaughtered 3 out of the 4 sacrifices by now. The only one left was Miss Reika. Things have been going smoothly, but everyone paused whatever they were doing when something blasted through the spring up in the cliff, landing near the ceremonial stage. The goblin crowd had no idea what was happening with that meteor coming from up above. Some of them were almost startled to death. Afghan the hobgoblin executioner was readying the final maiden when he noticed that the commotion came from the special awakening chamber. After the first impact, 4 more thuds echoed throughout Wartia. This time it was 4 much more graceful landings. The silhouettes of the 4 taller-than-usual goblin figures slowly emerged from the dust. The one up front was fuming with anger for being fooled by a little orc. Gul has been bloodied and beaten. His body made a wide crater after being mercilessly attacked by Boss Kai. It turns out that the intricate crown that has naturally formed on the goblin gang leader's head was not just for show, for Boss Kai has officially awakened as the new goblin king. One of the elders, Elder Lee, immediately contested this claim of kingship, though. Everyone saw that another candidate was awakened by a fiery storm, the strongest that any one of them had ever seen. Hades just argued that it was just an anomaly, as Mars or Gul is an orc. Gubbet firmly agreed with the shaman. He thinks that Mars or Gul is not one of them, so the young orc must be a spy that must be killed at all costs. This goblin gang leader has also ascended to become a hobgoblin. Aida might not have become the goblin queen, but she had also transformed into a magnificent hobgoblin. She thinks that there's no need to kill the young orc since he might just be lost. Of course, Gnubdik had also jumped to the next level to become a hobgoblin. His physique has improved by leaps and bounds. He might be jacked, but he still refuses to say a word. Elder Kano got the final say. He posits that they will just deal with the helpless orc later. For now, they must celebrate. Boss Kai is the one who has been blessed with the crown of nobility. He is most definitely Wartia's newly awakened king. Every goblin watching the ceremony started following with the chants and cheers. All hail our new king, Boss Ki. Right now it's about time to proceed with the final part of the ceremony. The juicing of the last sacrifice must commence. In just a few more moments, a goblin revolution will finally happen. But for now, the new king needs the blood to complete his transformation. The executioner hobgoblin heard the orders from the elder loud and clear. Just one final throat to slit and it'll be done. Miss Rika was forcefully bent over on the chopping block as the massive hands of a hobgoblin held her down to take her maiden's blood. The golden ceremonial blade was so sharp that it was already cutting her neck with just the slightest contact. A single drop of her blood trickled and mixed in with the rest of the other lifeless maiden's lifeblood. Afghan the executioner was doing this last rite as well as the previous 3 before with a wide and sick smile on his ugly hobgoblin face. But it looks like the ceremony would have to be put on pause, especially now that the executioner's head has been mysteriously separated from his body. Instead of Miss Reika's, it looks like Afghan's blood is the one that will spill tonight. His head flew all the way to the front of the chopping block, hitting the golden chalice, causing it to wiggle out of balance. As a result, the blood taken from the human maidens that cost them their lives was spilled, and it spilled on none other than the unconscious and injured ghoul. It was only a small amount of blood, but it had dripped through the young orc's open mouth. And before you know it, a crimson color had already started spreading throughout his whole body, akin to the color of spilled blood itself. It took the surrounding goblins a second to make sense of what was happening. When someone yelled that Afghan's head just rolled over on the altar, screams started filling the whole cavern. The noise of murmurs of confusion and fear filled the whole place as one of the strongest hobgoblins just lost his life in the blink of an eye. It looks like before even completing his ascendance to kinghood, Boss Kai has to face a very troublesome issue. The only thing in his mind and the minds of the elders was about the chalice. No matter what happens, they must secure the chalice of blood. Elder Gans was trying to make sense of what's happening, and he happened to notice a foreign presence in the distance. He sees a fearsome figure coming out of the entrance of their sacred base camp. He will never forget the look of that man even after 25 years have passed. It was the Slayer. The surrounding goblins just looked in disorientation as a blade danced in the air. It simply flew by on top of their heads. A rough-looking hand finally caught the blade. It was the sickle that we saw getting sharpened earlier. A tool that was supposed to be used on farmlands has now claimed the head of a prominent hobgoblin. Big man Rushan has finally donned his golden Spartan helmet once again. He took a deep breath before all hell broke loose. A roar that did not even sound human came out of his slashed-out voice box. The goblins took his voice away all those years ago, but they've just created a monster that sounds a lot more terrifying. The roar was so loud and intense that it swept through the whole place, knocking the nearby goblins down on their asses. This was the stuff of nightmares for most of them. The goblin slayer from the stories is behind them. There were supposed to be guards posted on the entrance, but it seems like that is not the case anymore. Nothing else matters. Most of them think that they are doomed, for the slayer is here. But King Boss Kai intends to stand his ground. As the new unofficial monarch, he yelled at his people to not falter. As a mysterious, electrifying aura started oozing out of his body, he proclaimed that no goblin shall be weak in his presence. All his subjects must set their emotions ablaze and burn with rage. King Boss Kai turned his aura up a notch. He would not let this mongrel, the slayer of the previous king, step foot on their sacred ground again. Now would be the time to exact their revenge. The king's electrifying energy has grown to the point of covering the entirety of Vortia, touching all its citizens. At that moment, the fear that the goblins are feeling has turned into something else, something much more sinister and extreme. Just a second ago, they were cowering before the goblin slayer, but right now all of them are under the same thought that they are strong with their king. They are strong enough to kill the slayer of their kind. The revenge for the previous king must be handed out. Hades also felt the effects of the new king's speech and imperial aura. It has brought upon a much-needed morale boost for everyone. Even the shaman felt the effects of the king's domineering presence. He's starting to feel the power growing inside. One goblin had the presence of mind to secure the toppled chalice and its contents to present to King Boss Kai. While he was holding the golden vessel that will make him whole, King Boss Kai called Ayathe, Gnubdik, and Gubat. It's about time to show their king the strength of a newly awakened hobgoblin. They were competitors before, but they serve under the same crown now. Meanwhile, the ordinary goblins at the back of the crowd nearest to Rashan the Slayer have turned into a murderous bunch. With the king's aura or without, the goblin slayer won't back down now. He matched the enemy's reckless charge with one of his own while holding a sickle in one hand and a pickaxe in another. Mr. Osen was staying out back near the entrance. As he already said, he's no fighter. Big Man Rashan was built different though. He will gladly jump into a pool of bloodthirsty goblins without fear. Osen was closely monitoring the situation, and it seems like Rashan's role has been fulfilled. His presence should be enough to grab the horde's attention. The Dark Elf can now execute his role. Ran has activated his invisibility cloak to avoid any unnecessary attention, while he dives deep into enemy territory with Lomi the Chicken. Big Man Rashan, with his face covered by the golden Spartan mask, looked like an otherworldly being made for slaughter. He might not be able to string words on account of his messed up vocal cords, but he can still intimidate enemies with his beastly roars. But intimidation might have lost its effectiveness against the goblins that are supercharged by their king's imperial aura. The first goblin that managed to reach a decent distance toward him was wielding a simple longsword. The poor critter did not even have the chance to swing his blade when it was bludgeoned to death with the dull side of the pickaxe. Pints of blood and an eyeball flew gorily. One hit, one kill. That is the type of monstrous strength that a goblin slayer must possess. The first blood hardly made the incoming goblins pause on their tracks. They could not care less about the first unfortunate sap that just got his skull crushed. Next comes not one but two goblins aiming for the slayer. One wielded a broadsword and another carried a spear. For this, Rashan thinks that the blade of his farming sickle might be the appropriate answer. He pulled the blade behind as far back as he could to prime an attack that would deal maximum damage. The strike was a success. As another goblin was beheaded mercilessly, you could say that the attack was head-turning. When it is up close and personal, it seems like the king's energy can be overridden with the sight and sheer possibility of a painful and gruesome death. But the goblin actually fought through the terror that he was facing with an insane roar of his own. The little guy managed to wound Big Man Rashan from the shoulder to his chest. It was a good slash, but the slayer did not even buckle. Instead of gaining confidence that he managed to wound the legendary enemy, the goblin just felt a deeper fear. Rashan gritted his teeth. His golden helmet and his body are already full of blood and guts from goblins and himself. As his blood was spurting out of the long wound across his body, the slayer just scoffed at the goblin that caused it. He raised his sickle once again and prepared an apt revenge. In a single clean and uninterrupted strike from above, Big Man Rashan split the goblin's body into two from the waist. He easily sliced through the monster's body like it was harvesting grain. It's a very bloody and gory grain. After that, three goblins organized themselves to dish out a collaborative attack coming from three different angles and three different blades. The slayer noticed the incoming group attack behind him before the trio entered their strike zone. He will be responding with a counterattack using the momentum from the heavy pickaxe in his left hand. These goblins have turned way too overconfident, and they will have to pay the price for that. One circular sweep gathered all three of the goblins in a dog pile, with the dull end of the pickaxe being used as both a pushing and crushing tool. It was an efficient way of throwing the incoming enemies out of range while heavily injuring them in the process. The Slayer was not done yet, though. He wants to charge a little bit deeper like a bulldozer. The goblins that were struck by the dull end of the pickaxe were still reeling in pain with the mark of the attack apparent on their bodies. Goblin 1 was unfortunate enough to take the brunt of the attack, and now, the Slayer is not taking his feet off the gas. Before the little guy could even realize what was going on, his skull was already getting clubbed to smithereens. Big man Rashan, the Goblin Slayer, loves using the blood, guts, and brain matter of goblins as his accessory. He has only taken down a few of these troublesome pests, so it's inevitable that more will come. Just as he expected, there are 5 more coming in from behind. This batch looks like they are a lot stronger and more competent than the first few ones that tried. The closest one was way too eager and messed up on the timing of the entrance with his excitement. The punishment for not syncing up with the rest of the group is a merciless bash to the side of the face. Hordes and hordes of goblins that were just supposed to spectate the birth of their new king is now thrust upon a war against the enemy from 2.5 decades ago. Osen might not be the fighting type kind of guy, but he is a great mission coordinator. He gave Ran the perfect time to sneak into the heart of the base for the actual purpose of this mission, rescuing Miss Reika and Ghoul. Given that the Dark Elf was wearing his invisibility cloak, he did not hesitate to use the face and heads of the incoming horde as stepping stones. Now that he has gotten deeper behind enemy lines, he's going to need cover to move freely. A Dark Elf assassin is always ready for these types of situations. Ran sifted through his pockets for a solution to his cover problem. While crossing the bridge to the ceremonial stage, he threw a smoke bomb to cause not only chaos but blindness to the enemy's main force. Ran bravely dived into the smoke that he created. For a Dark Elf assassin, navigating this type of environment is second nature to him. With the help of his goggles, Ran is the only one in the immediate area that can move unencumbered by the low visibility. The first thing he saw amidst all chaos of the sacrificial stage shocked the Dark Elf. It was Ghoul, lying down on a crater with his body turning red from the inside out. Since it really looked like it, Ran assumed that the young orc was just covered in blood. Upon checking Ghoul's pulse, Ran was relieved to know for sure that the kid was just unconscious at the moment. He tasked Lomi the chicken to try and wake Ghoul up, while Ran goes deeper into the smoke to search for Miss Reika. And Lomi gave a reassuring salute. Fortunately, the beautiful maiden was slated to be the last sacrifice, so the interruption of the rite has saved her from getting her throat slashed in the nick of time. But now she's choking on the thick smoke. Ran easily located the maiden in the middle of the stage, bent over the chopping block. First, he confirmed if the woman really was Miss Reika. And she was. The rescue efforts are going well thus far. All he needs is to cut her loose with his new dagger. Ran calmly explained to the lady that he came here with her father, and they are very fortunate to have made it in time. Ran was a gentleman through and through, and assured her that they would get her out of this cursed place. Her knees are still weak from everything that had happened. She was now sobbing and coughing and calling out to her papa. According to Ran's assessment, he cannot carry both Miss Reika and Ghoul to safety at the same time. The young orc will have to hold on there for a little while. In the middle of all the thick smog, a lady goblin was preparing a countermeasure. With the power of her lungs and controlling the airflow around her, she blew away Ran's much-needed cover. This development was not good for the rescue mission at all. Ran was relying heavily on the effectiveness of the smokescreen. It looks like it is too late now. A group of what looks to be hobgoblins have already spotted him carrying the final sacrifice. A group of 4 fierce-looking hobgoblins looked at Ran and pegged him as just a puny dark elf. Nothing to worry about. Behind the group was Boss King Kai, still carrying his golden blood chalice surrounded by his new cronies. He yelled at his troops to get the human girl and not to let her escape. He is staking his claim on the blood of the last maiden. Ran remained calm. It seems like he must think on his feet with this drastic change of plans. Miss Reika will have to depart alone for now. She was worried that she'd get caught again, as there were still a lot of goblins on the way outside of this damned place. But the lady only needs to trust the Dark Elf and his magic strings. He will use the mystical tool to send her to the end of the line where Osan will be waiting. As Miss Reika was being pulled by his contingency plan, Ran would have to deal with some trash first. The group of hobgoblins finally noticed that the last maiden was about to get out of their grasp. It is time for Adres and Ranwarin to show these scrubs that underestimating and taking their eyes off the Elf Kingdom's premier assassin is the gravest mistake that one can commit. Ran's movement was so fluid and effortless that he did not even break a sweat while butchering the 4 hobgoblins up front. 1 second, he was standing menacingly, and the next was full of spurting blood, organs, and severed limbs. Before the merciless slaughter, the 4 hobgoblins were still casually posturing, brimming with overconfidence. Ran then took the first step to come closer. One of the hobgoblins brought out his twin blades and performed some fancy spinning tricks, looking like a fool. He wielded his twin blades while warning the dark elf that he would regret taking away the maiden's sacrifice. The next one also stepped up and licked his blade, looking like your run-of-the-mill unhinged villain. It turns out that he and the previous guy liked using twin weapons. He alerted Ran that he was just in time for his freshly sharpened blade. Next was the big-bodied and tattooed hobgoblin. At least he had some originality. His weapon of choice was a heavy spiked mace. The brute had the nerve to tell Ran that he would not last a second. The last member of the group was wearing some sort of monk garb while waving his hand in the air like he's in a martial arts movie. At least this one was not too arrogant, as he taunted Ran to give them his best shot. All the useless banter and posturing with their weapons meant nothing to the premier assassin. This was just another job for him. And when it comes to killing, he's at the top of the game. You must remember that Ran is a valued member of the Redstone Forest Elven Kingdom. He is an assassin who carries out missions with worldwide implications, and so, hobgoblins or not, they were nothing but paper targets when Ran took this killing thing seriously. While he was walking in the middle of the shocked and lifeless corpses of the enemies, he asked the king if he wanted blood, because if that is what the monarch really wants, then Ran would gladly give it to him. The remaining veteran hobgoblins were frozen in fear after seeing one of their most competent forces get shredded by a butcher of death. Even King Boss Key was speechless while holding his precious chalice. Dealing with the brutish slayer was one thing, but dealing with an enemy who could kill so fast and clean without being noticed was another. Just as a foolish king would, Boss Kai immediately blamed his people, calling them incompetent fools for failing to stop just one elf. Afraid to disappoint their new ruler, the hobgoblins shook off their fear and prepared to engage in serious combat with their respective abilities. The first two who dared to charge first started feeling like time had stopped the moment they entered the dark elf's effective range. Ran would gladly meet them halfway through the charge. That would just save him a little bit more time. 1 second, they were ready to fight for the king, and the next thing you knew, fatal wounds had already painted the ground they're standing on in red. 2 quick kills for the price of 1. The dark elf was just slashing through these fools without any friction. The remaining follower at the side of the king was the veteran Elder Gans. Even with his deep experience, he had simply never seen something like this. Ran just took a moment to gather himself. The enemies were not even competent enough to threaten him. He decided to end the whole thing himself while he's at it. Running with the dagger stained with hobgoblin blood, he set his sights on the biggest target of them all. Once he sensed that he had a kill shot in his hands, it was almost like Ran transformed into a shadow without a physical form, an entity that exists to kill and kill some more. From murking all the hobgoblins on the ground behind him, it only took Ran a few seconds to arrive within an inch of foiling yet another birth of a true goblin king. His normal dagger filled with hobgoblin blood and guts was now heading for the king's head. Unfortunately, the Elder had managed to move on time by yanking King Boss Key off the dagger's kill trajectory. Elder Gans reminded the young king to be a little more careful, as they can't afford to lose another ruler so easily. Ran had come so close, he was on the verge of ending a possible reign of terror, so he's not taking his foot off the gas. But it looks like help from the goblin side has finally caught up. There's already a hobgoblin rushing from behind, and Elder Gans was screaming for the shaman Hade's help. From a distance, a spark of fire was starting to take form in the hands of the goblin shaman. He concentrated and packed as much firepower as he could as he balled his fist for a long-ranged attack. From the platform where the Elder Thrones are located, Hades' fire punch was blasting downwards. He conjured up a rich concentration of pure magical fire from the high ground. As it headed for the Dark Elf, you would think that it's a descending meteor. Ran knew that tanking this attack would be bad news. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to take the king's head for the time being. The actual main strike force of Wertia has come to protect their ruler. As Ran was suspended up in the air after dodging a nuke attack, another hobgoblin with a crescent blade was speeding up while aiming for him. When he noticed the attack, the crescent blade was already halfway through its arcing slash. Thankfully, an assassin's reflex action is way faster than a hobgoblin's point-blank heavy weapon swing. Another bad thing about heavy weapons is that failing to land the first strike opens you up to a variety of deadly counters. This time, it's being mounted by a dark elf holding a dagger. Ran mercilessly shoved his sharp blade through the hobgoblin's ears, scrambling the poor brute's brains from inside his skull. Another second. Another addition to Ran's goblin kill count. He might be vegetarian, but he has no problems with being an executioner and butcher. It seemed like these pesky goblins just don't know when to quit. But this time, they've gotten it through their thick heads that they are no match in close combat. They are resorting to arrows now. The lead archer is taking this task as if they were against an entire enemy army when it's just a lone dark elf wreaking havoc. Knock, draw, loose. The archery wing of the goblin army released their arrows into the air in unison. Hades watched from the safety of the high ground as the rain of steel terror headed for Ran. Elder Gans now remains close to the young king. He advises King Boss Kai that they do not know what a dark elf assassin is capable of. A lot of the flimsy arrows were way too inaccurate to hit the mark and just landed dead on the ground. But the ones that made it even relatively close to the dark elf were easily slashed and lost their momentum. Elder Gans knew that at first glance, a dark elf might look slim and small, but in this world they are supreme assassins that you do not want to mess with. This is a valuable lesson for the young king. He must learn not to look down on anyone just based on their appearance. King Boss Kai was used to dealing with problems by brute forcing a solution and relying on his instincts. He does not like this thinking part of being a king. It looks like Hades is finally coming down from the safety of the Elder's platform. The goblin shaman even executed a superhero landing with his bare feet. This time, Rand can say goodbye to the notion of assassinating the king easily. Hades and his elite group of battle-hardened veterans have come out to play, and they are already assembled in position. Hades will be taking over this matter with the utmost seriousness, as this elf has proven himself too dangerous. No matter what happens, a repeat of 25 years ago must never happen. They must protect the young king. Ran was just screwing around and killing dumb goblins that dared to derail his mission. He did not expect that Boss Key would be the new king. He taunted the ruler by saying that he just looked like a loudmouth water boy bearing the chalice. Given how unstable and easily angered Boss Kai is, he shouted a kill order for the dark elf to his strike force. The elites of Wertia were stuck in a deadlock against a single assassin, hesitant to leave their king's side. But Boss Kai was quite adamant to order them around to just kill the damned elf. Hades recognized that this dark elf was the same one that they encountered on the way home. He thinks that Ran was just here because he's bitter that his chicken lost in the pet battle. Now, he has gone as far as disrupting a sacred ceremony, when they've never done anything to warrant the meddling of elves, as far as they know at least. Ran just explained that he is here because these goblins just happened to abduct his loudmouth orc companion. Hades did not expect that sentiment at all. He felt that everything about this was unfair when the young orc was the one who sneaked right into their lair. Exchanging words and accusations would be a waste of time, so Hades just started conjuring up another ball of blazing energy. He gripped the concentrated sphere of fiery power like he was about to throw the hottest and deadliest dodgeball. For a mere goblin shaman, this really was an impressive show of skill and power. Ran looked at this incoming attack and he seemed unimpressed. All this time, a seething anger was boiling inside the dark elf. Even if Ghoul really did accidentally sneak into this place, it does not justify what they did to his buddy. On the side was Lomi. He was still trying to accomplish the mission that Ran gave him to wake up Ghoul, or Green Pea as he calls him. Right now, the crimson essence coming from inside Ghoul has almost spread throughout his entire body. Lomi continues to try waking up Ghoul by calling him names like shell-less turtle in chicken language, while Ran was dealing with the goblin strike force in the background. The bird raised his feather and hardened it as hard as he could. He slapped the bejesus out of Ghoul's cheek in hopes of waking the young orc up through pain. Lomi was growing more and more frustrated, as it seemed like it would take a lot more slaps to wake up the kid. But before he could load up another wake-up slap, an old rival swiped him out of the frame. Perfecta Quintanilla, also known as Perry the Owl, was not going to let all the fun of fighting go to just their masters. He landed a surprise attack right into where he landed the finishing blow from their previous fight. It was a critical hit. Lomi was not expecting to be caught up by all the fighting that was happening in the background. He looked up to see just who the hell had the guts to sock him in the guts without warning. Perry took Lomi's appearance in this lair as a challenge. He mocked the chicken and asked if he wanted more beating. The owl has become drunk with power. You can't blame him though. He absolutely destroyed Lomi in their previous bout. Ran might have brought him here for the rescue mission, but now that his rival bird is in front of him, he might as well come for his redemption. Perry complained that even though he won the first fight, he still lost the snack in the chaos of it all. So Lomi proposed that they should just settle everything right here and right now, once and for all. The chicken stepped up. The owl did the same. Both of them have wings, but the two idiots would rather stay on the ground to fight like real competitors. This time, there are no owners yelling what move they should do next. They circled one another in a makeshift cockpit ring. It's the Lomi vs. Perry show, now on its second season. The chicken took the first attacking initiative and he's going to attack from above. Perry looks like he's prepared though. Lomi intended to do a sideswipe with his right wing, but it was easily evaded as Perry ducked on time. It was a big move, and when big moves fail to land, it leaves an even bigger hole in the defense. Perry did not let that opening go to waste as he slapped the shit out of Lomi's face. The damage was decent, and the humiliation points were sky high. But it was not nearly enough to knock out the tenacious chicken. That slap looked like it hurt Lomi's face as well as his ego. The bird was going to attempt to return the favor himself, and it was a clean hit. The technique was crude, but it was a clean slap. It turned Perry's owl head by a couple of degrees. Right now, things are even between the two. They each ate a humiliating bitch slap. It is a close battle. Perry saw a chance to take control of the fight, though. He feigned pain for a bit longer and suddenly let out a burst of speed. The left wing was coming in one direction. The right wing was coming in from another. It was the legendary double freaking slap right in the face. You can't make this up, ladies and gentlemen. Lomi reeled in pain and shame for falling for such a degrading attack. Perry laughed out loud in his owl language, while gloating that he really was the stronger bird between the two of them. Lomi was still in the circle of the cockpit ring, though. He even spat out as if he had a broken tooth to spit. The smug smile and laugh on the chicken's face might signify that the fight is not going to be as one-sided as it presents itself to be. Perry just thinks that this bird has gone mad for failing to stand up to him for the second time now. Lomi delighted that this stupid owl just has no idea what he did before coming here in this lair. Perry just could not understand what this chicken was saying. He doesn't care what this dumb bird did before coming to Wurtia. Lomi finally revealed that he was eating delicious meat in a random farmer's house. By random farmer, he means Mr. Osan. In those moments after his recent defeat, nothing tasted better than the meat he was eating. He swears that the meal was heavenly. It was certainly out of this world. But the thing that should make the owl shiver in fear is that Lomi tried his best to save a piece of the meat for later. The chicken riffled through his nasty feathers for his secret weapon. Finally, he brought out the piece of meat that took all his will to not eat. Perry was evidently shocked and curious as to what the hell did Lomi just do. The stupid chicken has dubbed the last piece of meat as Meatroid. Perry was stunned and asked the chicken what he'll do with it. Perhaps the stupid bird will use it as a throwing weapon or something. Lomi just stayed cool and told Perry that he's just a dumb owl that knows nothing about the magic of good food. The chicken then slowly put the piece of meat on his beak and chewed while savoring every bite. Finally, he swallowed the meat, and then it was game over from that point on. At first glance, you would think that nothing has changed. Lomi and Perry are still standing up in front of each other, not moving at all. Perry waited for a few seconds, but it looked like the Meatroid was doing nothing as he expected. The grumpy owl has become frustrated. He wanted to slap Lomi's face for wasting his precious time. But there is a change that was happening inside Lomi's body. It was almost like the chicken achieved a Zen state. He blocked out everything that had been happening in front of him, until finally, Lomi's Meatroid started working its magic after a few silent seconds. Perry had his feathers lifted, and Lomi did the same thing, but his wings and feathers have started to look noticeably bigger. The same goes for his chicken feet. It was now starting to look bulky, with pure muscle. Perry saw the fearsome transformation right in front of him, and it was just too quick and drastic. Lomi has become a monster chicken to end all monster chickens. The next attack will end the feud that the two birds have. Lomi's Bogami slap. The tip of his wing was as big as Perry's whole body, and the force that those muscles could generate was way too much for a tiny owl to endure. All the humiliation from the previous slaps that Lomi ate has been overridden by a monstrous one of his own. Bogami slap was so powerful that their little cockpit duel affected the actual life or death war between Ran and the goblins. Lomi sent Perry the owl flying through a crowd of warring goblins. His momentum was stopped by the cavern wall. Perfecta Quintanilla has been truly and utterly defeated. The victor of the fight was none other than Illuminata Incinata, cementing himself to the strongest chicken hall of fame. After his redemption had been served, Lomi reverted to his original form. Eating the Meatroid tends to exhaust all his remaining energy as a drawback. Now that the epic battle of the birds has concluded, Lomi tried to recall what the hell he was supposed to be doing in the first place. Right, his master Ran tasked him to awaken Gul. The depleted chicken quickly ran to Gul's crater once again. The young orc was still lying unconscious, and the crimson color had almost covered his entire body. Lomi screamed and screamed at his ears in a panic to no avail. While passed out, it seems like Gul has entered some sort of transitory state in his own mind. All he could picture was walking through an endless darkness with damp floors. Gul had no idea what was happening or where he was, but there is something compelling him to walk and walk into the nothingness. When he took a pause to think, the last thing he remembered was that brutal punch from Boss Kai, and then the next thing you know, he's here. He could only wonder what that was all about. In the middle of the dark nothing, Gul finally started perceiving something. A cackling sound coming from everywhere. Surprisingly, the disturbing noise did not seem to scare or bother him. He just asked who's there. The cackling, almost mocking laugh continued to echo out, and it was getting louder while he continued to look around to find the source. In the middle of all the laughing noise was a faint sound of slow claps. When the cackling stopped, it was completely replaced by the sound of clapping that got louder and louder by the second. Now, this one freaked out the young orc. When all the bizarre noises stopped, a sinister voice started talking to Gul. It welcomed him warmly. The voice stated that it had waited for 2 whole years for Gul to finally find his way to it. Gul really was freaking out now. He yelled at the owner of the voice to show themselves. He had no clue why this thing was waiting for him. The voice explained that it had resided here in this infinite space, dormant within Gul's mind, just like some kind of parasite. With pure crimson skin and a set of sharp teeth, the mysterious figure lurking in the void introduced itself. Hands donning white gloves started clapping all over the place once again. A figure that has the same exact stature as Gul, only with red skin and devilish features while wearing some sort of wizard robe and a fire insignia, introduced itself as Ahmad. That name does not ring a bell to Gul at all. Ahmad just continued that something special happened after that absurd little goblin ceremony. After 2 years of waiting, Ahmad and Gul have finally become connected to one another. Gul does not even remember the ceremony from earlier. Ahmad does not want to get into the nitty-gritty of the details. He just wants to discuss that strike from Gul's so-called friend, Boss Kai. The mysterious Ahmad watched all of that happen, and he thinks that it was hysterically hilarious. Gul wanted to give the boss the benefit of the doubt. He wanted to think that Boss Key was probably just surprised and did not hit him on purpose. Ahmad heard this sorry excuse and became furious with the young orc for being such a fool. Right now, it's just these two standing in the shallow waters of an endless void. Ahmad held Gul by the shoulders as if he was becoming frustrated with how the young orc's mind works. He wants to give the kid a lesson about life and about that goblin that punched Gul within an inch of his life. Ahmad is not one to mince his words. He firmly explained to Gul that Boss Key struck him with full intention of killing, murder, slaughter, and every other term there is. Gul, bless his heart, continued to refuse believing the accusations that his buddy would try to kill him. He strongly believes that the boss would not do something so horrible to him. They are friends. No, they were much closer. They were bros. Gul holds the idea of friendship in high regard, so he will not believe that a friend would try to harm him. It is easier for him to convince himself that Ahmad is not real. Since it sounds like words won't penetrate the young orc's head, Ahmad just decided to hit the refresh button on Gul's memory. He watched the scene that just unfolded earlier with vivid clarity. Ahmad added that the boss just attacked him the moment he knew that Gul was an orc. With visual evidence that he himself experienced, the young orc is starting to think that Ahmad might be telling the truth. The bizarre entity pushed the point even deeper by saying that Boss Kai never even saw Gul as a brother, as a bro. That dude only treated Gul well under the assumption that he was one of them, that he was a goblin just like him. Ahmad seems furious about this treatment too. That goblin bitch renounced the friendship the moment he saw Gul's green skin. The kid was starting to see how unfair people, goblins, or pretty much any other creature can be. The devilish entity has now sunk his claws into Gul's mind. He pushed even further, saying that a true friend would not have abandoned Gul like that. This sentiment made sense in Gul's mind, so he strongly agreed that that should not have been the case. It was a done deal. Ahmad showed his true colors by asking Gul if he wanted revenge for the betrayal. And he does. He wants to kick Boss Key's shiny ass. When asked if he wanted to destroy the goblin for abandoning him, Gul's anger went even higher. He wanted to smash that ignorant fool to the ground. Ahmad just flashed a knowing smile. He has finally done it. He got Gul on his side. The shallow water on the floor that they were standing on started bubbling as if something was about to emerge from below. A cube has slowly risen to the surface. It looks as though it was made from some type of steel. The most prominent thing about it was the flame insignia, the same insignia that Ahmad is wearing. The entity with his toothy grin explained that all that Gul has to do is step on him. While Gul was busy dealing with the literally devil inside his mind, the battle inside Wertia was still going. Elder Gans assessed the current situation and advised the young king to drink the blood. Even the last human girl managed to get away because of the dark elf. The seasoned elder assured Boss Kai that there is nothing to worry about. Before Afghan the executioner was beheaded, he somehow managed to slightly cut the last maiden's throat. While Miss Reika was crying for her papa out of terror, the ceremonial golden blade grazed her neck. There was a single drop of her blood that mixed in the golden chalice. It may not be as strong, but they managed to get a little bit of her essence. Elder Gans continued that they cannot afford to wait for another predicament to happen and waste all the precious sacrificial blood. They must avoid that scenario at all costs. Now Boss Kai just needs to consume human blood to complete the ceremony for the newly awakened king. Ran was still engaged in a fight against the veteran goblin strike force. This time, it was not as easy as dealing with the overconfident fools earlier. The group was working as a real team with fixed roles. The one wielding a spike shield was the main initiator. A tank. When the shield bash and taunting misses, Hades' powerful fireballs were already waiting for Ran to land. Fighting against a group that knows how to move in synchronicity was a tough and dangerous challenge even for a premier assassin like Ran. He managed to narrowly avoid getting roasted by the firebomb, but it left him in an awkward position to deal with the next series of attacks. A volley of arrows. The dark elf was forced to rely on his dagger skills to neutralize the threat of getting pierced by steel arrowheads like a pincushion. It was a perfectly executed pattern of attacks that would have gotten any ordinary fighter. Ran was just too skilled to be touched. After the first cycle of attacks, everyone in the strike force was not greedy to go for a rushed finishing blow. They patiently retreated and regrouped. Hades is a terribly evil marauder, raider, and kidnapper, but you must admit that he's a great leader when it comes to combat. With his team, nobody can go near the king, even a mighty dark elf assassin like Ran. But in that tiny body is an abundance of confidence. He still thinks that 5 coordinated goblin warriors won't suffice even at their best. Ran shot his magic strings to an embedded rock from afar, and then proceeded to tighten that thing up. He did the same thing on the opposite side of the cavern. A magical string and a strong rock to support it. Now he has 2 very firm supports on either side of the field. What the assassin will do next is a mystery. But it really was quite simple. He is using himself as a bullet to a magical slingshot. Think like the 3D maneuver gear in Attack on Titan. Ran's body blasted off. 1 second, he was gathering momentum. The next, and he's gone. Hades conjured up another one of his fireballs while ordering his whole squad to mount another attack. They intend to use their range advantage by leveraging fireballs and accurate arrows. Ran looked as though he was swimming in the air among the deadly attacks that the enemies kept on throwing at him. Back inside Gul's mind, Ahmad kept on goading and screaming at Gul to step on him and awaken in fury. The young orc, swept up by the intense emotions he was feeling and the intoxicating words that the mysterious entity kept on spewing, lifted his foot up, and finally, without knowing what's about to happen and how it would change the trajectory of his life from now on, Gul stepped on the mysterious cube with conviction. Hades and his elite group of goons are still entangled in an intense life-or-death struggle with the untouchable dark elf. At this point, Ran has just been running circles around the well-balanced team, exploiting their openings and taking the goons out one by one with his trusty dagger. He casually stabbed the goblin that was taking on the tank role, and to make things worse for the poor brute, Ran even baited a fireball coming from Hades to finish the job. The goblin shaman and everyone else on the elite strike force are starting to run out of steam. The dark elf's movements are so difficult to follow that they are running themselves to the ground in sheer exhaustion. From a fight that was supposed to be won in numbers, it has become a war of attrition with Ran easily dismantling and slaughtering them, piece by piece. Seeing the poor state that the strike force was in, Elder Gans hurriedly yelled at King Boss Kai to drink the damn sacrificial blood. They cannot afford to lose any more time than they already have. Boss Kai stared at the crimson content of the golden chalice in deep thought. He knows that they are in no position to perform the ceremony properly anymore. He lifted the massive chalice up to his mouth as the bloody life essence inside swirled and inched closer to the Goblin King. While Ran was methodically demolishing Vertia's strongest force in various clever and brutal manners, Elder Gans stood by the young king's side to ensure the blood consumption goes smoothly. Off to the side of the chaotic battle was Gul's still unconscious body in his ghoul-shaped crater. Steam has started coming out of his every pore. Something significant was happening inside the young orc's system. Even Lomi the chicken is starting to notice the change. The white steam coming out of Gul's body is starting to get thicker and more apparent. He looked like a titan from that anime that I will not name. It has reached the point of turning the crater into what looks like a volcano erupting steam before the disaster descends. The people engrossed in a fight in the distance have started noticing what's happening. The thick white steam has coalesced into a form that resembles a tornado rising up and reaching the cavern's highest point. Ran turned around in a hurry. He was worried that his buddy might be undergoing something drastic and mysterious. Gul's changing body is starting to affect the whole area of Wordia. The ground that everyone's standing on is starting to shake uncontrollably. 2 big and deep thumps of the young orc's heart echoed throughout the whole area. Inside him, it looked as though something has been unleashed. Something fiery. Something that looks straight out of hell. His insides felt like they were rupturing with geotechnical force, and when he opened his eyes, Gul's irises had turned into a demonic shade of crimson. When he got up from the crater of pain, Gul's entire body had turned blood red, and a series of mysterious dark marks decorated his entire frame. The first thing out of his mouth was the angry shouts looking for Boss Kai. Inside him, Ahmad was celebrating with a wide smile. The mysterious entity was still goading him by insisting that what Boss Kai did was unforgivable, and that Gul must serve as that bastard's punishment. The young orc finally felt the pain of the punch that the Goblin King dished out to his stomach. It hurt so bad that he thinks there was a hole in there when there isn't. He really thought that they were bros. They even danced together all the way back to this lair. But at the end of the day, the Goblin King is just a traitor. Ran tried to go to Gul's side, but something hindered him unconsciously while looking at the changed young orc. Lomi, on the other hand, just wanted praise from his master for waking Gul up with slaps. Upon further inspection, Ran observed the mysterious marks on Gul's body, marks that he has seen somewhere before but can't exactly recall where. When they arrived, he thought that Gul was just covered in his own blood from the beatings, but it is clear now that the color has come from something else. One of the hobgoblins arrogantly stood up to the little orc's loud shouting. The axe-wielding hobgoblin demanded that Gul shut his trap and stop being rude to the young king. The stupid axe-wielder went ahead and lifted his weapon up to strike the tiny red orc. The size difference between them should indicate a huge disparity in power. Ran saw this, and his worry reached the highest level while shouting at his friend to watch out. But it looks like he didn't have to worry at all. The axe strike was clean, but it just crashed against the cold, hard ground with Gul nowhere to be seen anywhere near the attack. It was like the hobgoblin brute did not even register in the tiny orc's eyes. His feelings were just too hurt about what the king did to worry about some small-time goon's attack. The dark elf was equally dumbfounded as the attacker. It was like he was not looking at the young and dumb orc that he knows all too well. In everyone's perspective, it was like he was there 1 second, then he was gone in the next. A vanishing act. Hades kept his eyes on the prize even with another incomprehensible freak turning up. He ordered his task force to not let King Boss Kai get harmed. But even the goblin shaman and the archer beside him suffered the same thing that the axe-wielding brute experienced. That little red rascal just blew past them. It was like time had stopped, and then the next thing you know, the enemy could have done anything to them without being able to react at all. The next thing you know, the newly transformed Gul is now in front of King Boss Kai. He was letting all the hurt out by letting the king know that the feeling of being discarded by a friend hurts like hell. It looks like Elder Gans is the only remaining personnel in the position to properly protect the young king, while he chugs down the lifeblood of the sacrificed maidens. When Boss Kai finished draining the contents of the golden chalice, he looked like a vampire that just had his fresh meal with excess blood still dripping from his face. He was so focused on absorbing the new power coursing from the blood that he only noticed what was happening in front of him now. King Boss Kai just dismissed Gul's sentiments, telling the young orc to shut up and that he doesn't belong here. Elder Gans by his side was already panicking about what might happen at any second now. Gul is just angry about one trait that the boss has. After knowing that he's an orc, this supposed friend just disposed of him like trash. That is racism at work, and Gul hates racists to the bone. His feet planted deeply into the ground, making deep grooves on the concrete floor. The next thing you know, Gul was already up in the air with his signature kick primed and ready to strike. No one saw it coming, not even the goblins that were right in the front row. King Boss Kai has just finished drinking and assimilating with the final parts of awakening, and now he's taking Gul's kick for dessert. The attack resulted in a vicious crack that decimated his bones and teeth in multiple angles. Gul's foot looked like it turned to an even deeper crimson shade as it continued to bury deep into the young king's face. This time, Boss Kai's teeth has become few and far between. It was a clean hit. An unlockable and unavoidable kick that did not leave the monarch of goblins a chance to even perceive what was happening. Even the experienced Elder Gans was at a loss. Boss Kai continued flying in the air even though he didn't have wings. It looks like his flight is about to get cut short though. The cavern wall of Wertia is just a few meters away to break his fall. A few meters turned into a few centimeters. His consciousness had already left the chat a few moments ago, and his body has become a ragdoll waiting for impact. Finally, the walls of his home lair have caught its king like a kid getting hit by a bus. Very painful. Gul's kick cannot be underestimated. Boss Kai punched him so hard that he made a crater earlier, so the young orc is just returning the favor a couple of dozen times over. When the impact of the kick finally seemed to have died down, its explosive boom shook the whole lair and everyone inside it to their cores. Elder Gans was unfortunate enough to be near the origin of the attack that he was swept by the excessive force it carried. Who would have thought that a kick from such a tiny guy would carry so much weight that it looked like a bomb had just gone off from inside Wertia? Gul admits that Boss Kai's punch was pretty nice, but it was nothing compared to Chief Garrick's disciplinary strikes. Those punches still give him chills in his balls to this day. Ran and Lomi just stood there, away from the scene-stopping kick. Their minds were blank as they stared at the aftermath of a single attack. The master and pet regained their ability to think, and there are only two words that come to mind. Holy Bach in chicken language, holy shit in human tongue. Meanwhile, the Initio Guild representatives, the Silver Party, and the gold-ranked Nomia have finally arrived right outside of Wertia, the goblin's lair. But looking at the absence of light coming from inside, it appears they've arrived a little late. They didn't notice that, though. Nomia just tasked Red to get everyone ready and be on the lookout as there may be guards posted nearby. This is it. They are about to go in. So everyone needs to move carefully. They must remember that the goblins move in groups, and they should not be underestimated under any circumstances. Cross, the newbie, is feeling the first mission jitters. Going inside an enemy's base camp is a scary thought, but the other members of the party assured him that it would be all right. Red saw this and immediately tried to stop his members from babysitting the newbie. He wants the kid to man up since this is the real deal now. Cross needs to learn to look out for himself from here on out. Their mage expressed her disagreement. Since Red brought the newbie on this dangerous mission out of the blue, the responsibility should also fall on Red's shoulders. Dismissing all the yapping, Red just ordered everyone to move and follow him in. It looks like this type of behavior was a regular occurrence in the party, and they're already used to Red's attitude. Newbie Cross is still fidgeting uncomfortably on the way in. Nomiya decided to take the lead and scout ahead for any potential danger while the party carefully tails him from behind. Wearing his mechanical mask, Nomiya warned everyone once again that this will be a bloody quest, and no one should get left behind. Back to the chaos inside. No matter if you're a goblin, an orc, a dark elf, or a human, everyone has stopped what they were doing for a moment. The silence was broken by the goblins yelling in anxiety for their king boss Kai. Ran has also regained his composure. This was the perfect time to exploit the chaos in every goblin's mind. He immediately rushed in with his bloody dagger in hand. It was an easy kill from that point. One stab to the middle of the abdomen on the distracted axe wielder. Ran did not care if his cloak or his body gets splattered with the blood of his enemies. It didn't matter if he stole a kill in the chaos. All is fair in war. While bleeding out and grasping for the remaining semblance of life, the axe-wielding hobgoblin angrily tried to lift his weapon once more. Ran was not going to let all that nonsense happen, though. His solution was to continue stabbing the fool like there was no tomorrow. In a single second, a dozen new holes were introduced to the hobgoblin's body. When Ran finally pulled out the dagger one last time, the axe-wielder breathed his final breath. It was a painful way to go. After sleeping the guy for eternity, Ran jumped out of the scene to go to his next spot. Now, the only surviving members of the elite strike force are the Archer and Hades. Both had their attentions focused on the unfortunate fate of their newly awakened king. After waiting for 2.5 decades, they're about to lose a leader again. The Archer was the first to compose herself and take aim at the culprit behind all this added chaos. She pulled the arrow and aimed at Gul. That type of stunt is not going to fly while Ran was still there, though. The Dark Elf easily assassinated the undefended Archer. He also pushed forth and jumped in front of Hades like a jump scare. The Goblin Shaman had a small fireball ready to go in his palm, but the Dark Elf assassin had already turned to a shadow again, slippery and deadly. Hades tried to use his fireball in point blank, swiping it down to try and burn the Dark Elf. It was not only dodged, but it also even left him open for multiple fresh stab wounds. After the first swipe was easily dodged, Hades looked as though he was going insane. To hell with the range advantage, he'll just rush in with the scorching magic in his palm. At this point, it seemed like Ran was just playing with his food. Without his goons and his advantage, Hades was wide open to a variety of assassination techniques. Ran was partial towards using multiple stab wounds. It was quick, it was painful, and it was bloody. It slowly kills the enemy through blood loss and heavy internal bleeding. The Dark Elf had no remorse and pity in his eyes at all. He only had hatred for these vicious goblins. This torturous way to die is for all the innocent lives that these vile creatures have taken for the sake of their sick rituals. King Boss Kai has been flattened like he was in a very brutal vehicular accident, while Elder Gans sat and stared as he watches a possible repeat of what happened to the previous king 25 years ago. He refused to believe it. His mind cannot comprehend that with just one kick, their young king has turned to such a sorry sight. The whole Wurtia and especially the elders have waited for 25 years for a new ruler's awakening to usher a new generation of goblin domination. And in just a fraction of a second, an accursed little red orc has ruined decades worth of work and preparation. Elder Gans is still in the denial stage as he finally brought out his malevolent aura and equally malevolent claws. They cannot accept this. Or more specifically, he cannot accept this. He wanted to go on this whole tirade about how everyone should mark his words that the orc will. Before he could even finish, a bright swish came into view. The Dark Elf has finished dealing with all the partially competitive goblins and is now holding his dagger up to the Elder's nose. Elder Gans shivered. He knows that if he continues with his words, this dagger will scramble up his brain matter in a second. Ran stood up and left the trembling Elder in the corner of the cavern. For now, it was about time to check on his buddy. It is about time to leave this place behind. They got what they wanted, and then some. They have no further business here. Gul was surprised that Ran was here. The young orc complained that he thought Ran had left him behind when he was the one that walked away with the goblin gang in the first place. Ran admitted that he did not know Gul had it in him to display such power. Those dark and sinister marks all over Gul's body were strangely familiar on the young orc's crimson skin. Gul was so fixated on getting his revenge on the racist king that he's only now noticing that his skin has turned red. It's safe to say that the young orc has no idea as to how he's capable of such extraordinary feats either. He snapped out of his anger, and it was replaced by fear and confusion about the marks in his body. He thinks that Ran had somehow scribbled nonsense on his skin after passing out. More importantly, he wants to know where the hell is his Guliman backpack. The dark elf was starting to remember how infuriating it is to talk with this kid. He left their belongings outside because it was just too dreadfully heavy. Also, now Lomi looks supremely upset. The chicken worked so hard to slap Gul repeatedly, and he did not even get a single praise from his master. Gul then insisted that they must get another wyvern egg after he splatted the last one. This time, Ran will not play along with the young orc's whims. Enough is enough. While everything has been pretty much settled on the bigger sacrificial stage, there was still another fight ongoing right near the entrance of Wertia, where corpses of goblins littered the ground. Big man Rashan is still engaged in a bloody war against the monsters that dared to try and take his daughter away from him. His whole muscular body has been painted with goblin blood. His sickle was once the color of steel, and has now become crimson. Rashan also sustained quite a bit of injuries, but that is not stopping him from slaying foes left, right, and center. It's been a while since he jumped into the fray, and he is starting to lose his breath. His stamina is starting to become exhausted, bit by bit. The Goblin Slayer has pretty much dealt with most of the small fries that dared to encroach on his strike zone, but one particularly tough enemy is giving him a hard time. Behind the dust was a monstrous figure that rivals that of Big Man Rashan. When the debris and the smog had settled, what emerged was one of the newly awakened hobgoblins, Gnubdik. His arms are painted with copious amounts of blood, and it's unclear whether it's his own or Mr. Rashan's. The remaining hobgoblins have all been slaughtered, but it seems like this one is very well suited for brutal one-on-one combat. It's Hobgoblin Fist versus the Goblin Slayer's blood-soaked farming sickle. Who will win? I don't know for sure. All I know is that between these two fearsome fighters, the fight will be nothing short of legendary. Near the exit of the cavern, we can see Old Man Osen bloodied and wounded. It seems like some of the goblins managed to find his hiding spot and gave him some nasty injuries. Miss Reika arrived at this safe spot and was shocked to see Mr. Osan in such a poor condition. He might be severely hurt, but it seems like there was no immediate danger anymore. Enough about worrying about him. Osan was more worried about Big Man Rashan on the front lines. It looks like the final battle of this bloody war will be fought by two Herculean masses. One represents the peak physical goblin form, and the other signifies the tenacity of human will. The two are about to engage in a battle of pure physicality as representatives of their race and principles. Rashan the man might not have the ability to speak with his voice box taken out all those years ago, but the intensity behind the golden Spartan mask speaks 1,000 words. Nubdik, on the other hand, is not much of a speaker either. Even back when he was just a measly goblin, he's not one to yap, and he's not about to start now. All he wants is to fight the enemy in front of him. Some of the lowly goblins have been hiding wherever they can conceal themselves. To them, Gnubdik is one of the strongest hobgoblins ever awakened. Fighting toe-to-toe with the Slayer without a weapon is a legendary feat. The curly goblin insisted that their representative doesn't need a weapon with a body that jacked. On the other hand, the Hat Goblin cannot understate the terror that the Slayer brings. Just looking at the fallen comrades around them can demonstrate just how monstrous that guy is. When the Goblin Gang found the hiding spot of their fellow Wertia citizens, Steve the Curly Goblin and the Hat Goblin just casually invited them to watch the goblin fight of the century. From now on, they will be our casters for the fight, Tasty Steven and Markman. As they were doing their introduction spiel, it looked like the clash of the two titans had finally started again. Gnubdik bravely marched forth a little closer. With his frame, he slightly towered over Big Man Rashan. It is human versus newly awakened hobgoblin after all. Rashan took this as a challenge of a man, so he took his blood-covered sickle and lifted it up for Gnubdik to see. He then tossed the thing that could have given him an advantage. It was as if he was taunting the enemy that he does not even need to be 100% to fight this out. Behind Rashan was the only motivation he could ever need. He knows that if he let these goblins pass through, they will quickly take his daughter and friend away to make them suffer. Markman pointed out the absurdity of the Slayer dropping his weapon right before going up one of the most hobgoblins ever. Tasty Steve liked it. This is true chivalry, baby. A fight to the death using fists, mano a mano. So Rashan stepped forward. His legs were as steady and thick as a tree trunk. Despite his body being full of wounds and scratches, his clothes torn into tatters, he is going to fight an honorable fight against the monster in front of him. Rashan took his pose. He lifted his battered fists up right near Gnubdik's face as if he was taunting the hobgoblin. Gnubdik emanated a menacing aura. similar to the aura that the Goblin King emanates to rouse his troops as he lifted his arms up to prepare a defensive maneuver. One arm up, and the other is ready to grapple or respond to anything that comes along the way. It was a stalwart stance that radiated stability and readiness for any attacks. Even the two stupid casters could not handle the tension between the two fighters at all. Finally, on the left side of the screen is Nubdik the Hobgoblin, and on the right is Rashan the Slayer. Take your controllers and place your bets, folks. There was an epic battle, in Mortal Kombat style. It was fast, violent, and desperate. None of them wanted to back down, and it seemed that wounds and blood were no problem for them. But even so, both were running out of strength and stamina. And the only question that remained was which of these titans would win. Now Tasty Steve and Markman, the two useless commentators, aren't the only ones screaming at the top of their lungs out of the sheer hype of competition. The Goblin Gang hiding with them were also screaming and shouting. According to Tasty Steve, watching this fight is like when you have food that's so good, it compels you to go in the kitchen and thank the cook in person. This is a good match. It's as good as freaking Tekken. The Goblin Gang and the useless commentators are now losing their minds at the sight of greatness unfolding before their eyes. Markman wants everybody to give it up for both the Slayer and Gnubdik when the fight is not even over yet. The stupid goblins are watching from afar, lost in their own hype while the fighters are fighting to the death with countless goblin corpses all over the ground that they are standing on. The Hobgoblin looks as though he is already on his last legs. The same goes for the Slayer with how hard he has been huffing and puffing for air. Mr. Osen watches the whole fight thus far, despite losing blood by the second. He knows that Big Man Rashan is too tired for this shit, just like Miss Reika knows that her papa is in trouble. She is so frustrated that she cannot help him to the point of accidentally gripping Osan's wounds. Despite the low stamina, Osan reassures Reika that Rashan will pull through because that man is strong. He will never forgive anyone that dares to hurt his daughter. Miss Reika already knows that. That is also the same reason why she is so worried about her father. Meanwhile, it looks like Lomi, Ran, and Gull are about to make their exit from the sacrificial platform. They are now traversing the bridge to head for the exit. Gull still cannot let go of the fact that Ran left his backpack all alone outside of the cave when the Dark Elf had already explained that he cannot move around with such a monstrously heavy weight. The young orc can only hope that Guilliman hangs in there as its best friend will be coming soon. The trio's run outside as fast as possible was halted when they heard a crash and a piece of rock suddenly hit Gull right in the noggin. They have been caught up by the chaos that is still raging in the front lines. Dust and debris fly all over the place. All of it is coming from the bloodiest battle thus far. Both beefy fighters are giving it their all without yielding to one another. Rashan goes in with another punch that is supposed to be a clean hit, but is expertly blocked by the Hobgoblin. After staggering the enemy, Big Man Rashan steps in even further to keep the fight in close quarters. They must end this scuffle as soon as possible. It is an expert maneuver to close the gap, but it is easy to predict and easier to counter by just stepping out of the way at the right moment. Rashan looks like he made the wrong move and is now falling out of balance after miscalculating his instep. But he manages to salvage it with a decently forceful upward and awkward strike that draws even more blood from the Hobgoblin. Right now, Gnubdik is trembling as the damage from all the injuries that he has endured starts catching up to him. But the warrior of the Goblin tribe will push through. He still has a little bit of gas left in the tank to go toe-to-toe with the Slayer that the goblins fear. Gnubdik advances forth with a left fist. That is quickly followed by another one of his specialty kicks. It is a clean hit that almost shatters the Slayer's lower jaw right there and then. A single well-placed attack lifts Rashan up into the air, open for any follow-up attacks from the enemy. Next is a critical body shot that would have ended any ordinary human's life. The legendary Goblin Slayer has been brought to his knees. All the pain and wounds that he has been gritting his teeth through are starting to catch up to him. He trembles in pain and exhaustion as the threat of the killing shot from the Hobgoblin looms over. Even though his body is starting to break down and give up, his eyes tell a very different story. Behind that golden Spartan mask is a look of unparalleled willpower. That sheer desire to get back up again and fight some more is starting to manifest in a bizarre aura. Gull watches in confusion. Without context to what's happening, all he sees are two buff uncles trying to kill each other for some reason. While continuing their rush to the exit, Ran explains that the man wearing a helmet is Mr. Rashan, one of their allies. Gull is curious about the one Rashan is fighting, though. The Dark Elf knows that the Goblin Slayer had run out of steam a little bit ago, and that they need to get out of this hellhole as soon as possible. The tactician in his brain thinks that this might be the time to put Gull's new mysterious power to the test, and possibly good use. Ran wears a sly smile on his face while he tells the gullible Gull that the Hobgoblin down there tried to steal his precious backpack. At that moment, it is like Gull's brain broke with the influx of emotions bouncing in his mind. He remembers how much fun he had whenever he had Gulaman in his various adventures. For some reason, the young orc loved carrying that heavy thing whenever he needed to run errands or wherever he went. He loved that backpack to the point of proclaiming it as his best friend under the beautiful light of a sunset between the towering mountains of the orc village. So, after hearing from Ran that the hobgoblin fighting in the battlefield tried to steal his precious best friend, Gul's crimson eyes start being swallowed by a black hue. Something inside him has awakened once again. Something that bore the rich color of blood thumping throughout his body. The crimson shade of his skin starts getting even deeper as he strongly declares that no one had the right to steal his precious Gulamon. Over his dead body, Gul's crimson aura starts growing at such a rapid rate that it is now starting to affect the surroundings while he screams in rage. He runs forward, almost breaking the sound barrier while his dark marks leave menacing afterimages in the air. Gnubdik is just minding his business and fighting toe-to-toe with the legendary Goblin Slayer. He had no idea what was coming from his flank. The hobgoblin has not even sensed it yet, but there is a blood orc priming a kick that could take down a goblin king in one shot aiming for his head. When the kick finally lands at the back of Nubdik's skull, it is like he was hit by a truck, but worse. The hobgoblin is sent flying and spinning like a top while big man Rashan is dumbfounded by what just happened. A tiny red orc with strange black markings just sent his opponent to the moon. Gnubdik's collision with the ceiling of Wertia is so forceful that it looks like the whole cavern is about to collapse at any second now. When Gul lands back down to the floor, it seems as though the debris and dust around the whole place are converging to where he is standing on. The Goblin Gang, Tasty Steve, Markman, and even Miss Reka and Osan went slack-jawed at the sight of what they just saw. Ran is now certain that the strength that sent the Goblin King soaring earlier was not a fluke at all. Gul can just kick the shit out of anyone at supersonic speeds. Big man Rashan just stares blankly at the fate of a hobgoblin that gave him such a hard time and pushed him to the brink of his limit. The Dark Elf assures him that he has done plenty enough and he can rest now, followed by the words that the father wanted to hear. His daughter is safe now. Hearing that, it is as if the weight of the world was removed from Rashan's shoulders. His bloodthirsty eyes have turned back to that of a concerned dad. Ran has also successfully retrieved his idiot companion, who is now screaming the name of literal backpack best friend with all his heart. Miss Reka and Osan come forward to reunite with the Slayer. Now that the mission is done, I guess Rashan the Slayer will now go back to being Rashan the father. Miss Reka's tears started flowing at the sight of her papa's condition. The father and daughter embrace tightly, finding comfort in each other's arms. Rashan failed 25 years ago, but it seemed like the heavens were not so cruel to repeat the pain he had that day. The tender moment of feeling like they'll never see each other again to hugging each other will not be spoiled by the little red orc screaming like a lunatic from a distance. Behind that strong and bloodied golden Spartan helmet were the teary eyes of a father that just wanted his daughter to be safe and sound. While holding the bloody big man upright, Mr. Osan just told him that they need to get the hell out of this place. The Slayer needs a good-ass rest, and he needs to get his wounds treated. A hell of a lot of wounds at that. The big guy never ceases to amaze Osan. Miss Reka stood on the other side supporting her father and interjected that they need to treat Osan's wounds too. He might have fewer injuries, but he's still bleeding out. And based on the bad-sounding cough he just let out, spurting blood all over the floor, it sounds like he has some internal issues as well. Still, Osan felt ashamed of feeling pain while Rashan is stoically fighting through his 1,000 cuts without a peep. Meanwhile, the Goblin Gang is sprawled on the floor pretending that they're dead in fear of being dead for real. Even something so simple as lying down and not moving is hard for these fools. They were moving around in awkward positions while fearing for their lives. While Osan and the rest were moving towards them, Gul is still throwing his tantrum while asking Ran where the goblins hid his precious Gulaman. Old man Osan saw that Ran was just wearing a playful smile while his red little buddy was stomping on the ground angrily. The Dark Elf finally revealed that the goblins never stole Gul's precious backpack. He even laughed for deceiving the little guy like a fool. Gul has been learning a lot about friendships lately. First, he was punched by a racist goblin king. Then he was duped by a Dark Elf. While the kid was ranting, Ran had already mastered putting up his saliva shield to protect himself from Gul's spit. He then teasingly ran away, telling Lomi to do the same while Gul was chasing after them. Seeing all of this unfold, he just couldn't believe these kids. They went to war and pretty much decimated high-level goblins mercilessly. But it seems like what just happened was just nothing to them. Osan just smiled wryly and decided that they should get home for now, while the Dark Elf and Orc continued their game of angry tag. The party has finally left, and all that's left on Wertia were the traces of their festivities up on the ceiling and the mutilated bodies of the residents on the ground. Elder Gans was left alive but severely traumatized. Hades and his elite strike force were all done in by Rand's dagger. All the pillars of Wertia have been decimated. The Elder felt the despair creep up on him. He thinks that it's over. Everything is ruined now that the new king is dead. He sat beside the waterfall. This was a plan 25 years in the making, and it has gone to shit in just a single night, the most important night at that. While he was wallowing in sorrow and hopelessness, there seems to be some movement where the Goblin King was buried in the rubble of his powerlessness. It's starting to look like the 2.5-decade plan is not done yet after all. A powerful and electrifying aura is starting to jut out from the debris. It grew stronger and stronger until an explosion boomed out. It blew all the wreckage away, much to the surprise of the Elder. Behind the dust of exploded ruins, a golden horn slowly jutted out. Someone stepped out of all the remains like he was born anew. A powerful and kingly aura surrounded him like it never did before. King Boss Kai was alive. His jaw and one side of his face were messed up, but he's alive. On top of his head was the domineering completed golden crown that signifies a successful ascendance to kingship. The Goblin King has officially been reborn. King Boss Kai has risen from the grave that Gul has buried him in. Back to the exit of Wordia, not a single goblin can be seen in the vicinity. The festivities, music, and boisterous voices were also nowhere to be found nor heard. Nomiya noted the surprisingly quiet atmosphere around where the celebration of the king was supposed to be taking place. The gold-ranked adventurer had a hunch and ran forward to confirm what's on his mind. Red followed suit, asking Brother Nomiya what the hell was up. His suspicions were confirmed. It turned out that they've arrived too late. Way too late. All that's left in the once jovial Huertia were the remains of countless goblins littering the ground. As for the remaining goblins that were still alive and kicking, it seemed like they decided to abandon their lair and have a gathering outside. The pudgy and short elder managed to survive the ordeal inside and is now standing on the side of the new ruler, asking King Boss Kai what they will be doing from this point forward. As the new monarch that has achieved the perfect king form, even with all the bloody deformations on his face, his first decree was simple. They are going to have their revenge. They will start by getting more goblins, increasing their numbers as much as possible. Then they'll find where the Slayer sleeps and gut his daughter in front of him. Boss Kai wants to make sure that the Slayer dies slowly and painfully. As for that little orc, he couldn't even bring himself to think or say Gul's name without being reminded of the humiliation. He wants to kill that orc as well. With the little number that managed to survive the massacre, it looked like the goblins had regained their motivation and hunger, even more so now that they have a complete ruler. While that meeting was happening, something started moving from behind the bushes. Boss Key noticed that slight rustle and ordered whoever was behind it to halt and show themselves. The figure behind the bushes casually held the foliage open to grant the king his wishes, but it seems like this stranger was not feeling a hint of fear nor subservience to the king at all. What came out from hiding was a mysterious hooded figure wearing light armor. He had some sort of blade on his waist, and he looked like his body was molded from shadows. Behind the dark hood were emotionless eyes that dared to stare directly into the king's direction. It seems like most of the goblin gang still has some lingering fear for the Slayer in the back of their mind, and this mysterious figure also had the same hollow face as Rashan's. The new king jumped out of his improvised stage and he vanished for a quick second. He dished out an elbow strike to his subordinate's face like they never adventured, danced, and sung before he ascended. He made one of his people bleed just by wrongly addressing him as just Boss Kai and not King Boss Kai. Next came the mysterious shadowy figure that had just appeared out of nowhere. Drunk in power, the young king still has not learned his lesson and disrespectfully called out the hollow-faced man. The king thinks that this figure was just unlucky for reminding him of the face of that Slayer, and the Slayer makes him and the entire remaining tribe really mad. This shadow guy was not speaking too. Just another trait to remind everyone of the silent Slayer. King Boss Kai just took the silence as the figure was being intimidated. Even with his incomplete teeth and messed up left side of the face, the young monarch was still supremely proud to let everyone know that he's the king. In response to this arrogance, the hollow man slowly spoke up, emphasizing each word while he made his move. In a fraction of a second, he took out his dark blade from the scabbard and sliced and diced everything in the immediate vicinity. No one even saw what the blade itself looked like with how fast the technique was. Every goblin that dared to stand up behind their king remained on their feet, but everything from that point upwards was shredded into a million pieces. The arrogant king was not spared either. He lost his glorious complete crown, his cape, and everything that remotely signified glory. He mocked the mysterious hollowed figure for being silent, and it looks like he'll shut the hell up too. This time it'll be for good as the blood freely flows out from his throat being slit. This hooded swordsman just wanted to make the Goblin King shut his mouth, and he did that by silencing the throat of the newly ascended Boss Kai. He then walked amongst the severed feet of the goblins that dared to stand in his way, staining his shadow feet with a mixture of goblin blood and guts. The remaining goblins, Boss Key's old goblin gang, trembled in fear as they watched the hooded swordsman take his slow, deliberate steps forward. What's behind that dark cover was a complete and utter mystery. But one thing's clear is that this is not the type of guy that you piss off. The three elders just regained a new hope for their kind, only to have it taken away in the snap of a finger once more. All of that just because their new king was too arrogant and couldn't keep his ego in check for his own good. The hooded sword guy started speaking a foreign language that the elders did not understand at all. The elder apologized for not understanding much of the so-called old language, but he so badly wanted to appease the mysterious figure that's essentially holding their lives. What the hooded swordsman wanted was actually quite simple. He just wants to know the location of the orc village where the Beastmaster resides. Elder Kano dared to open his ignorant mouth at a time like this. He insisted that they will not be telling the swordsman that information, since after slaying their king, they have nothing else to lose now. When the hooded swordsman moved once again, the massive rock formation behind where the elders were standing was cut into multiple perfect pieces. Seeing that type of powerful intimidation up close and personal quickly shut Elder Kano's old trap. It was at this moment that they realized that they have no bargaining power against someone at this power level. The hooded swordsman just wanted a simple answer to his simple question, or all of them could join the king and the other foolish goblins in the afterlife. Elder Kano was too stunned and afraid to even open his stupid mouth again. Elder Gan stepped forward to explain that they've never been to the orc territory, but they've seen orcs passing towards the north. So, they should be located just past the nearby mountains. Even when he got the answer he was looking for, the hooded swordsman still hacked off half of Elder Gan's head casually. The two remaining elders hurriedly tried to plead for their lives, insisting that this is all they know and that they are telling the truth. Finally, this enigma has turned around to go his own way after essentially destroying any semblance of hope for the goblin tribe to rise again in just a few seconds. The only thing in his mind is the rumored legendary Beastmaster. Back inside Wartia, the human adventurers were in a literal standstill for a second. Red and his party, along with the newbie Cross, had never seen this type of slaughter before. The party leader regained his composure and asked Nomiya if he saw anyone still moving. But upon deeper inspection, there don't seem to be anyone alive at this point. Goblins and hobgoblins alike had their limbs cut off, bodies disfigured, arteries slashed. It was a massacre. Nomiya confirmed that this is just a dead, quiet cave. But since the goblin corpses are still fresh, whatever happened here must have happened just a few hours ago. Something extraordinary wiped out a whole tribe of goblins and dipped out right before the adventurers could even lend their help. Cross, the newbie, couldn't handle it anymore. He hurled at the sight and smell of blood and guts strewn all over the place. Whoever did this is not normal at all. There are freaking thousands of dead goblins here. Seeing that the new guy's stomach cannot handle the scene, Red turned to him and asserted that even if this was his first quest, Cross should have a tough gut in order to survive the Adventurers Guild. The kid will see a lot more like this from now on, so he better get used to it and fast. Cross is extremely determined to make a breakthrough in this career, so he wiped away the muck in his mouth and toughed it up. Still, seeing this sight is somewhat of a huge relief. If they had been the ones who got here first and actually tried to battle thousands of goblins, it would have put them in real trouble. Even Nomiya, the strongest of the bunch, agreed with that sentiment. He can see that these goblins are well equipped with a variety of weapons. There are a bunch of hobgoblins mixed in among them as well. For now, focusing on the mission and seeing if they can find traces of the captured girls takes priority. The worst-case scenario now would be looking around and having nothing left to find with regards to the maidens. Red advised his team to stay in formation while moving and following behind Nomiya. Let's zoom out a little bit and take a look at the sunny and peaceful Bubiz Orc Village. A few days have passed since the Demon Intruder War, and it seems like everyone has already gone back to business as usual. The stalls and trades have already gotten stable just like before. The recovery of the village was quite successful. With their burly builds, it's hard to believe that most of the orcs are dependent on making a living through mundane stuff. As for the reconstruction of all the destroyed infrastructure, that side of recovery has been going without a hitch too. Everyone has been pitching in with whatever and however they can to maximize the efficiency of the restoration efforts. Things have been going pretty well inside the village proper, but there are some issues that they haven't found the answer to yet. Even the best builders of Bubiz village had no idea what they were going to do with the massive hole that Elder Gurren left with his final attack. One idea that can work is to use the hole to their advantage to slow the demons' advance when they inevitably decide to attack Bubiz for revenge. In fact, the greatest builder has already started planning a good strategy just for that. Oh boy, the messenger is still out here diligently carrying out the orders of the chief and elder. He was tasked to erect a Bubiz flag where it would be visible for all. The old Dr. Buta and his beautiful assistant Dura have been having some slow days since Gul has gone out to adventure. They don't have the kid as a regular customer anymore. Gul's auntie's restaurant has been booming, and she also felt less stress without Gul causing chaos every day of the week. Behind all the peacefulness in this quaint little village, there is an inevitability of destruction slowly boiling below. The higher-ups knew that well, so they turned every smithy in the village into a factory of mass-produced weapons for everyone. Shields, broadswords, longswords, every type of blade that they can craft. They've been crafting since the possibility of another demon invasion has become only a matter of time. Today, Elder Gurin has gone down from his humble hut to oversee the smithing efforts in person. He has rich experience when it comes to warfare, and there is no one more qualified to take a look at the weapons they've been producing than him. He has meticulous eyes and precise appraisal skills when it comes to weapons of war. So, while swinging one unassuming blade from the mass production rack, he became certain that this type of quality is not enough. Without Gulfin, their greatest blacksmith, their weapons and armor just aren't as sharp and durable as they expect it to be. Chief Garrick knew that they need to prepare for the worst, but seeing the old man be this technical with the details puzzled him. The chief is also confident that after getting slapped up, those demons probably won't come back to get some more. He'd like to think that they're shaking their butts off after seeing that cocky vice-captain dude that he crushed. Elder Gurin has finally snapped at the immature and frankly stupid Garrick. He hit the chief at the back of the head like a misbehaving kid in an abusive household. The impact of that hit in broad daylight was so powerful that it cleared the dust around them. Elder Gurin wanted to drill the idea that they must never let their guard down when dealing with demons right inside Garrick's thick skull. Hence, the best way to avoid such conflict would have been to eliminate the problem without any loose ends. Thinking back to that night, when the chief directed the elder to see the mangled body of Isel Wright, all they saw was a bloody crater with no demon in sight. The chief did not expect that the guy he just beat up could still go up and leave in such poor condition. Elder Gurin was furious. Garrick was way too sloppy and careless, leading to the escape of the vice-captain of the Greed Demon Army. The old man immediately ordered every orc that can still move to comb through the forest and look for signs of the injured demon. Elder Gurin led the charge personally so they can work as efficiently as possible. It was a race against time. Chief Garrick also realized that he messed up big time, so among every orc that was scanning the forest for any signs of demon trace, he was the one working the hardest. All of them realized that they needed to kill that demon before anything worse happens. Isel Wright had a pretty big leg up from them. The demon was also well renowned for his speed, so escaping the orcs that specialized in strength was quite simple. He was severely injured after getting beat up. Blood was dripping out from each of his orifices. His consciousness left the chat a while ago, but his body just ran and ran, fueled by the instinctual drive to survive. The cleanup mission failed, and they ran around the forest to no avail as Isel Wright managed to get away. Elder Gurin is still holding some annoyance to Chief Garrick for letting that loose end escape. Had he finished his job properly, they would not have to go on full war preparation mode. The chief already knew that he was at fault, but there was no point in crying over spilt beans. It is Chief Garrick's job as the chief to keep everyone safe. Elder Gurin is getting old, and he needs his naps for his back pain. While walking away, Chief Garrick looked at the blade and felt the weight of every orc in the village relying on him to step up as a mature leader. Elder Gurin could only hope that the chief gets his shit together for the upcoming war. He's also hoping that their dark elf friend and little ghoul can make it in time. With their speed, they should be close to the elf kingdom by now. Inside the body of the old man, his dragon spirit beast assured him that there is no point in worrying so much since Pubiz has them. Elder Gurin replied to his dragon spirit, Grutum, that his body just cannot contain such a powerful entity anymore. Old age has caught up to him, but he will undoubtedly need Grutum's help to protect the people of Pubiz whatever happens. Gurin has already taken care of every facet of preparation he can think of. Just to be safe, he has sent a messenger to Butte for reinforcements. In case unforeseen things happen, the neighboring villages will be notified through their wolf riding express messenger. The future is uncertain, and the machinations of powers beyond what they know are moving under the shadows. Allies have never been so valuable, and enemies have never been so dangerous. One can only hope that Ran and Gul complete their mission without any more problems. My name is Ebiog, and I'm the scariest and most venomous beast in this forest. The supreme predator at the sight of which every forest dweller flees in panic. Now I'm hungry, and all because of the loud noises that came from the goblin lair last night that scared away all my prey. But right now I am picking up the scent of my favorite breakfast. Chicken. Chicken brings me joy. Chicken joy. I can smell that deliciousness with the tip of my tongue. It's right here. I just have to come and get it. The smell of fried meat is so tantalizing, I can't wait to taste it. But there are people here. Always these people. But that's even better. It'll be easy. They'll pee their pants as soon as they see me. It was Osan. He was doing his favorite thing and cooking delicious barbecue that was roasting appetizingly and smelling really good. Not much time had passed since the battle with the goblins, but he had already recovered almost completely. All thanks to the healing magic of the elves. Yes, he still felt a little pain in that place, but the wound had closed and now he could move freely. It was a marvelous magic. Meanwhile, Ebiog was already moving closer to his victim. He laughed insidiously and was sure to show the fat man what real fear was. He was so sure of himself that he even hissed, "You better run when you see me." Ebiog jumped out of the bushes and raised himself up a bit and hissed as intimidatingly as he could, "Hey Fatso, prepare for your demise." But to his surprise, Fatso Osan wasn't scared of him at all and didn't even move when he saw him. This was not going according to plan. Not according to plan at all. Because Osan seemed to see this snake as a great snack and started licking and rubbing his hands together, saying, "Jackpot, just what I want to eat right now. Come here, you snake." He lunged at his prey just as fast as Ebiog had planned to do. He was in shock and panic, not understanding how this could happen. He is the top predator here. However, thanks to his lightning-fast snake reaction, he managed to save his skin and hide behind the grill. While Osan did not realize where he had gone, Ebiog could not catch his breath and was shivering with fear. He couldn't understand why the fat man wasn't scared. How absurd was that? How dare he try to catch the great Ebiog with his bare hands? With such insolence, he only managed to take me by surprise. Calm down and cool down, I must cool down. Not far from the grill, Reika and Rashan were playing chess quietly to themselves. And Reika soon joyfully announced her victory. But seeing what kind of mood Rashan was in, she had to ask, "What's the matter, Papa? Still need some rest? You haven't won a single game yet?" Rashan, bandaged from head to toe, left all her questions unanswered and looked at her gloomily. Ebiog saw his chance in all this. This is it, redemption. He was sure that big dude, all bandaged up, must have been dumb enough to fall out of a tree. And since he couldn't move, the girl would definitely be scared to death and scream in his presence. Ebiog headed towards her hissing, "Hey girl, prepare for your demise!" But literally halfway to her, he froze in place. One glance at Rashan was enough to realize that he'd messed up. The bandages couldn't contain his murderously powerful aura. One look at Rashan's enraged eyes, and it was finally clear to Ebiog. If he wanted to live a little longer, he should get the hell out of here now. So Ebiog vaporized from that place without a second thought and hid behind a rock. Reika didn't even notice him and misinterpreted her daddy's look. She thought that he was mad at her because she was always beating him, so she asked him, "Come on, don't be mad, Papa. I'm just good with Dama." Poor Ebiog could hardly catch his breath and wondered, "What is that hollowed face? My freaking skin's got goosebumps. I'm so lucky I moved fast. Better stay away from him." It was really bad choice to come there. Luckily things weren't so hopeless for him, and there was bread literally next to the rock he was hiding behind. Ebiog decided that, because of his hunger, he was too easily startled. So he just gonna scavenge this bread for now. Right near that bread, Gul and Ran were swimming in the river and chatting about yesterday's events. Ran said, "You just passed out after you saw Gulaman last night, Gul. I have successfully healed your wounds. How are you feeling right now?" Gul was now feeling great and enjoying life. He thought he had only passed out last night because he was super hungry. If he had been able to eat that egg of Wyverns, he would have been fine and wouldn't have passed out. Ran was sick of hearing about that egg and was still pissed off that Gul had left him and Lomi behind, and went who knows where with those goblins. Ran was annoyed by the fact that they were just wasting their time right here and now. After all, Gul had spare clothes and he could have avoided washing them. He himself had no other choice since all of his clothes were stained with blood. And anyway, in all this time, they hadn't even gotten close to the Elven Kingdom. Gul was tired of hearing these complaints, and he agreed to get out of the water as soon as possible. He promised that he would dry all Ran's clothes when they ran away, and he had nothing to worry about because Reika had given him a change of clothes too. The grumpy Ran was beginning to remind Gul of his annoying auntie, so he wondered if Ran had caught her illness. In the end, the only thing Gul was happy about was that he was green again and hadn't heard from Ahmad again lately. Meanwhile, Ebiog was watching them closely, and after all his failures, he couldn't be happy that he had met these dumb kids who were always talking nonsense. And the main thing he was interested in was their bread, which he was going to eat. But as soon as he threw himself lightning fast on the remains of the elven bread, he was immediately disappointed. Ran instinctively guarded his priceless bread, and as soon as he sensed any movement in his direction, he immediately swung his dagger. He thought someone was trying to steal his bread, but there was no thief. Ebiog stopped in time to dive into the water. Gul had his own opinion about this disgusting elf bread. He doubted very much that anyone would want to steal such a disgusting thing. He even suggested that it would be better to throw the bread into the water and watch it float for fun. That way it would do some good. Ran thought otherwise. His elven bread is very tasty and expensive, and only a half-wit like Gul doesn't understand its value. At the same time, Ebiog, scared to death, didn't understand what was wrong with these people. They're all snake killers. This was all starting to make him mad. In order to get revenge on all of them, he decided to bite the bald fool's leg. Gul, meanwhile, suspected nothing and continued to insist on the uselessness of the bread and the bad taste of Ran. When Ebiog tried to bite Gul's leg, he was disappointed. All his fangs broke. He just couldn't believe that this leg was so hard as a rock. Gul himself also felt something grabbing his leg and threw the unlucky snake away. But not because he was hurt, but just because it tickled. Poor Ebiog tested the hard shore for strength after his flight. He almost drowned, but then he managed to get ashore, cursing the day's bad luck. Now he just had to crawl home and hunt wolves, which were much easier prey than these monsters. Much, much easier. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon. A loamy chicken that was carelessly walking on the shore, destroying the local fauna of worms and bugs. Ebiog was just happy. Finally, he was lucky. God had taken mercy on him and sent him his favorite food after all his misfortunes. He was just sure that this chicken didn't stand a chance against him, and he would have no problem eating it. Ebiog quickly rushed towards his prey, and despite his chipped fangs, he lunged at Lomi with his mouth wide open and filled with venom. But as we know, Lomi is no ordinary chicken, and she had something to answer for. Though as it turns out, Ebiog didn't need much. One slap was enough to send him flying. Lomi just turned around dismissively, not even paying attention to Ebiog flying off into the distance. He was too pathetic for her. However, that didn't stop Lomi from turning back to Ran and asking her master to praise her for seeing the big worm. Such an accomplishment didn't surprise him, of course, but Ran was quite happy to learn that Lomi could swim and was quite proud of her. While Ebiog lay somewhere in the middle of the forest, trampled and humiliated even by a chicken, at the end of the day he turned out not to be the great and terrible king of the forest at all. The human adventurer party decided to hold a proper burial for the 3 women sacrificed by the goblins. Scar, the gentle giant, mourned the loss of 3 young girls at the hands of monsters. Red had to hold it together as they had to report the tragedy to Guild Master France. This was the rookie's first look at just how brutal the job concerning monsters could be. Then the kid started dissociating in front of the graves that they had dug. He remembered a distant memory akin to what he was looking at right now. He envisioned a person who had called him a dear friend. He finally woke up and noticed that the rest of the party was already departing. With a streak of blood coming out of his nose, Cross had no clue what had just happened to him. And so, the party went on their way back to headquarters. It was supposed to be a quiet walk back home, but Nomiya picked up an unusual sound. When he finally figured out what was up, he yelled at everyone to urgently get down and hide. Everyone immediately complied, trusting Nomiya's judgment. Everyone asked him what was happening. It turned out that he had picked up the sound of marching steps. A lot of them. While everyone stayed down, the gold-ranked adventurer decided to investigate. Below the cliff were demons. They had donned their war outfits and were heading in one direction. 2 factions of the demonic army were on the prowl. Seeing this band of monsters, the main concern was the possibility of a human town invasion. But Nomiya didn't think that was the case, as the demons were heading north. Something big must be happening based on the battalion's size. Red estimated that there must be 300 demons armed to the teeth down there. The party needed to minimize noise in case there were scouts lurking nearby. But it was too late. They'd already been spotted by a sinister presence. 3 demons of various shapes had closed in on their position, and the little one wanted to borrow Nomiya's mask. The human party did the prudent thing and retreated as fast as they could. These were demon scouts. They needed to get their weapons ready to prepare for engagement. While the party was on the brink of panic, the demons stayed chill and nonchalant. The little one was named Sira, and she was in charge of this scouting unit. Red angrily asked the demons what they were up to, but calling these monsters out was a bad move. Slick, the greed demon scout, insisted that they were just circus performers coming through. But the greed is good tattoo on his body was a dead giveaway. The masked Thalamos was more of the get-things-done type, and she intended to find out why there were humans here. If this party reported back to their guild, it might cause trouble for their main mission. Cirabella couldn't let that happen. She decided that no human adventurers would go home today. She loved the entertainment that slow pain brings, so this would be bloody. Even Slick was kind of scared of these siblings he was paired with. When asked if he wanted to be tortured too, Slick kept his sarcastic act up. Nomiya wanted to hold off the demons while everyone else escaped. Red was not going to let that happen, though. Fighting together against demons was just stupidity. These creatures possessed power that would make top-tier human fighters look like a joke. Their party would not stand a chance even if they gave it their all. Cirabella noticed the party's plan to escape, which shouldn't be a big deal as they only needed one alive for interrogation. If that were the case, the ruthless Carabella would love to have her dose of fun. The first target was the vulnerable mage on the flank. Cirabella smiled at the thought of drawing first blood, but her sneak attack was foiled by Nomiya's reaction time. His blade might have been destroyed, but he saved the mage, and that did not sit well with the scout leader. Right after landing back down, Sarabella unleashed another quick attack that Nomiya barely avoided, ripping his jacket. Then the gold-ranked adventurer heard a playful warning to look out to his left. As soon as he turned his head to the left, a gigantic slick came in from the right with a full-power kick. Nomiya got his hand up in time to lessen the impact, but it was still a direct hit, an extremely painful trick shot that could pulverize an ordinary person's bones. Slick sent the strongest enemy flying like a rag doll. He playfully apologized for the tricky cheap shot right after. Nomiya's mask was cracked along with half of his ribs. Slick was not done yet. He was coming in with the boom. Demons and their superior physical tools make them superhuman level. He even warned the injured Nomiya to look down as his attack was coming from the bottom up. The gold adventurer wasn't having any of it, so he decided to pull his gun out. Slick pulled back after spotting this surprise weapon. Multiple bullets were unleashed, and some managed to graze the demon. He was hit in the thigh and resented the fact that the human had a hidden weapon as if he weren't a trickster himself. Nomiya was not kidding around. If he was putting his life on the line, he wasn't going to do it without a fight. He then yelled at Faye to cast Fortitude on him. The rest of the party was already trying to escape, but they hadn't gotten far. Faye turned around and quickly recited the Fortitude incantation. She used her staff to beam it directly to their comrade. The Fortitude magic started reinforcing his physical attributes while healing his broken arm. With this, he could now go on a rampage with his dual pistol-wielding style. His target was the scout leader, the slippery Sarabella. While preoccupied with the leader, Thalamos had a clear shot to stop this nonsense. In just a fraction of a second, she managed to close the gap to land a killing blow. The party had gotten decently far from the action, but they still heard the explosion from Thalamos's fist. The rookie was having a crisis. He thought that they couldn't just leave Sir Nomiya behind like this. But Nomiya was still going strong. He dodged the kill shot, but he was now at the mercy of 3 powerful demons. Sarabella in particular was too hard to deal with. Her speed could render the range advantage of the gun useless. And to take half of the threat away, she just took one of Nomiya's arms. The pain of getting dismembered was too much, and the rest of the scouts had caught up. Meanwhile, Cross the rookie protested that they must go back for their senior. He knew that their main priority was to pass on this report to the guild, but he couldn't stomach the thought of leaving a comrade to die alone. Red's patience had finally run out, and he yelled at the newbie to shut the hell up. Being naive like this would only get him killed. If he wanted to go, he could go and kill himself for nothing. Cross was headstrong. Even if he got called crazy, he would do just that. Red was frustrated, but he knew where the kid was coming from. Nomiya was like a brother to him. And that brother was currently getting beaten black and blue by ruthless monsters. Thalamos and her heavy hits were putting the veteran through hell. She commended his heroism in sacrificing himself so his friends could run away. But she believed that to be a real hero, you had to be insanely strong. Before landing the final blow, Thalamos was interrupted by an unexpected guest. The rookie came in with his sword and shield, ready to defend Sir Nomiya. He managed to injure Thalamos's fist, so that must mean he had some fight in him. Cross asserted that he would show these beasts the might of the light if they continued. It looked like he wasn't kidding. The sword in his hand started emitting a bright light. In his hand was the spiritual weapon named Light-Forged Blade of Leontius. Just beckoning its power and name was taking everything that Cross had in the tank. The Blade of Leontius was not called a spiritual weapon for nothing, as it could invoke a gigantic sword spirit from the heavens. Nomiya had long since blacked out from all the beating. Cross was obviously overexerting himself to execute this technique, but the destructive nature of the sword spirit made even the demon scouts wary. It slashed in a single direction, cutting everything in the way in half. Just a single use of that attack had completely depleted the rookie. Sir Nomiya remained unresponsive while profusely bleeding from his wounds. Cross took the veteran by the arm and ran as fast as he could while crying his heart out. The scouting party was in disarray. They almost got slashed down by that unexpectedly divine attack. They were not expecting that a scrawny kid could muster such terrifying force. But yapping about it all day was not going to get things done. Slick gave chase to the retreating rookie. With Slick's speed, it would have been over, but Red and his loudmouth were seemingly affected by the rookie's heartfelt speech. He and the rest of the party had decided to go back and buy some time for the retreat. Red was a passionate guy. Running away was not really his style. Fighting demons head-on was more like it. Sarabella enjoyed this show of courage. She thought it would be fun to play with an entire party of adventurers. And so, the scouting party versus the silver-ranked human adventurers were locked into war. A few meters from them was Faye, desperately trying to heal Sir Nomiya from his horrific injuries. She was practically begging the Guardian of Light to help their friend. Down in the main demon army march, Greed Demon Soldier First Seat Lieutenant Zex can be seen. He doesn't like the fact that there's too much disturbance up on that cliff. Since there's nothing to do here other than march, he decided to check on the situation himself. While Faye was healing Nomiya, Cross was panicking as his sword and shield were missing. He finally realized that he left them on account of the chaos. After countless healing spells, Nomiya finally woke up and thanked Faye. He wanted to move, but his wounds were still raw. Faye needed a bit more time. All Nomiya wanted to do was fire a sonic bullet into the air. The beam of light flew into the air with the speed of sound. The frequency scattered across the woods. It reached far and wide, looking for the recipient of the signal. The message inside his sonic bullet was a distress signal and a rescue request. Strum is a good damage dealer, especially when his Berserker's Call comes online. But even with that augmentation, a demon's base strength is far superior. Slick kicked him in the face, passing him like a football to Thala Moss. Strum crashed against the foliage and another devastating attack was waiting on the other side. A full-powered punch to the stomach received the human ball. The Berserker was tossed around like a plaything. The finishing touches would be up to the fastest scout in the group. Cerebella's hand was so quick and sharp that it acted as a spear that impaled Strum right through his body. Taking her hand out, blood spurted all over the ground. Sarah hates being taunted in battle. Slick was also there to be his unserious self. Red's veins were popping out in anger as he witnessed Strum's demise. Seeing his friend bloodied on the floor almost broke his mind. Red rushed in with Whirlwind Fury while Scar was winding up Wild Chop. Both attacks were quite destructive and even better when combined. The only problem was that they were dreadfully slow. The scouts did not even see this attack as a threat. Thalamos decided to step up and show the humans the disparity in power. The impact from her punch was enough to neutralize the adventurer's best moves. It was enough to uproot the sturdy trees around. Red and Scar finally had an idea of just how far the gap between them and the enemies was. Lieutenant Zex arrived at the battlefield and asked if there were any scouts in the area. Sarah Bella, Thalamos, and Slick immediately kneeled and paid their respects to the officer. Sarah explained that they discovered some adventurers snooping around, and they're currently in the process of cleaning up. Zex was disappointed to hear that this team was having difficulty against mere humans. Slick tried to reason that the enemies are very slippery and hard to deal with like animals. Zex immediately shut him up. Zex just wanted them to make it quick and report back fast. Not a single human is to be left breathing. That brief moment with the lieutenant gave Red and the gang a chance to get Strum to Faye for healing. But she can't heal while running. Casting needs a ton of concentration. Red told Cross to pass Nomiya over to Scar so he could join the fight with his powerful technique again, but he lost his weapons earlier. Red's anger for this rookie was growing by the second. Meanwhile, the sonic bullet has escaped the woods, traveling to a human town. It traveled all the way to the guild's headquarters. Inside was Guildmaster France, going about his world as Guildmaster unaware of what's happening to his people. When the sonic bullet grazed his ears, he immediately knew that this was Nomiya's distress signal. Paperwork can wait. His people need him to be a fighter more than a Guildmaster. He went out the back of the headquarters and summoned his flying mount. The Guildmaster's mode of transport is an actual dragon named Tempest. It's about time for them to make a splash. The disturbance on the cliff was starting to get noticed by the army below. Even the Wrath Demon Captain and his inner circle were starting to get curious. The battle-obsessed demon celebrated the possibility of a taste of action on this boring walk. Zeke Kenraki, also known as the Butcher, was rearing to go up there and find out what the fuss was all about. Dregor, the uncle and third-seat lieutenant of the Wrath Demon Army, couldn't care less. He was thinking about Bubiz and Bute. Kali Anna, the first-seat lieutenant, did not like that he was acting like a pervert when they should be focused on war. Thinking about the place they were heading to, Dregor recalled encountering an extraordinary orc a long time ago. Zeke wanted his officers to join in, but one of them was too old to waste energy, and the other was working on a song about love and war. Foch, the beating Buddha and vice-captain of the Wrath Demon Army, just enjoyed the bliss of sitting nowadays. Klaus de Bell, the saint of hymns and second-seat lieutenant, just loved vibing and singing. It looked like the Butcher would get to keep the fun to himself and his other officers. Before he could go up, Greed Lieutenant Zex came running to stop him. He insisted that there was no need to personally go up there as the scouts were already dealing with just a few human adventurers. Zeke didn't like fighting boring humans. He had already shifted his interest to Zex. He wanted a spar, but the humble lieutenant politely declined. He didn't want the smoke from the Butcher. Besides, he was not an entertainer. Back on the cliffs, Strum's life was slowly flickering to non-existence. Nomiya was out of the woods, but he was still unconscious from all the beating. Red was struggling against Cerebella. The deranged demon was loving every second of it. She thought that it was more fun to fight when the opponent was at their wits' end. Just using her hand as a blade, she was slowly whittling Red down with every flesh wound. Now that the leader was out, Cross was the only one left standing with a borrowed axe. Red turned to the rookie and told him to just keep running. His emotional speech was cut short when the bulky body of Thalamos towered over him. A punch to the gut left a crater on the ground. Red's insides were in shambles. Even Slick called the giantess a monster. She was so efficient that Sarabella didn't get to enjoy tormenting the poor humans. Thalamos would not tolerate any actions that could compromise Zex's orders to wrap this mission up cleanly. Cross did not use the chance to escape. The kid foolishly rushed in to defend Red. His clumsy axe swing was easily dodged by the seasoned fighter. The rookie swore that he would keep on fighting as long as he drew breath. That ballsy vow earned him a punch right in the face as a wake-up call. If he insisted on fighting until death, Thalamos would gladly deliver him to hell. She continued beating up the rookie with killing intent. Scar saw their fledgling getting beaten to death and couldn't help but run in to help. Faye provided cover fire with her flame spells targeting these sick demons. Thalamos did not even bother blocking or dodging. She just swatted the spell like a fly. That display of skill did not deter Scar from coming and swinging, though. The disparity in their speed and technique was just too wide. The giantess shattered his cleaver into tiny pieces. She gave him a second to look at her fist, the consequence of messing with the wrong demon. Scar's skull made a cracking noise as the burly hand planted on his face. He flew into the air, defying gravity through a grave injury. Scar eventually crashed against Faye. The mage didn't have enough strength to lift his heavy body up and was trapped. Scar and everyone else were on the brink of death. Faye didn't know what to do. Slick whispered to Syrah that her sister might be having her time of the month with how merciless she'd been. Syrah warned him to shut his mouth before she joined the human in hell. Thalamos grabbed Faye by her head and slowly amped up the grip. Before she could squeeze the mage's head, another interruption arrived. The giantess was skillful enough to recognize that she had to defend against this electrifying newcomer. Her mask had been shattered, revealing a gorgeous face. She immediately asked who this new arrival was supposed to be. Once the dust had settled, a familiar masked man was revealed. Initio Guildmaster Franz Ziegler van Forsberg had come to the rescue. He did not come alone. He brought his dragon mount, Tempest, as backup. The Guildmaster and the legendary beast were ready to save their people from these demons. Seeing the Guildmaster's glorious arrival brought tears to Faye's eyes. She sobbed and sobbed until she was ugly crying on the floor. She gave the rundown of the situation about how they accidentally stumbled upon a demon army and scouts on the way back from the mission. Franz offered his hand to help Faye stand upright. Tempest would be looking after her, and as for Scar, Cross, Nomia, and the rest, Franz would take care of them. He looked behind and saw the unconscious rookie. He looked further and saw Red struggling for his life and the dismembered Nomia. Franz started burning with rage at the sight of his people in this state. While posturing to attack, he questioned the demons about their goal here. These monsters were not permitted to run amok within protected lands like the old days. If they were trying to wage war again, the Guildmaster's reckless state wouldn't be forgiving. As his power level continuously climbed up, he swore to make the demons pay for every wound inflicted. Instead of fear, Slick looked surprisingly pleased. Thalamos just got pushed back. That must mean that a fun opponent had thankfully arrived to sate their boredom. Slick could only hope that this newcomer was not just another pawn, since he kind of looked like a horse. Despite blocking the attack, Thalamos still suffered significant damage. That Guildmaster was the real deal. Before she could warn Sarabella and Slick, the two idiots were already jumping headfirst into action. Slick was the first one to close in. His leg attack was easily blocked as Franz held onto the demon's leg. He skillfully maneuvered the grip to get some room for a counterattack. When he brought his arm down for a chop, Slick's leg was torn from the knees below. When the pain of having his leg mangled kicked in, Slick writhed in pain on the ground. Guildmaster Franz wasn't done yet. His electrifying pose packed a lot of force. When he finally channeled the thunder into his fist, Thalamos urgently came in running with an attack of her own. Their clash right above Slick's limp body was full of impact. Franz shifted his footwork on a dime. He leveraged his whole body against her incoming attack to deny space. It was followed by a powerful strike on her beautiful face. Thalamos, who looked like an invincible monster earlier, was outplayed so easily. She was sent flying like she was doing with the party earlier. The Guildmaster of Initio Guild was not someone you wanted to mess with. If he did something, he did it all the way. Just sending her flying wasn't enough. He wanted to go for the thunderous kill. Once Thalamos landed, she ate another devastating fist right in the body. He was like a meteor destroying everything along his path. Faye watched in shock as the guild leader went sicko mode on these demons. France looked like he hadn't even broken a sweat after dealing with such a skilled fighter. The scout leader, Sarah Bella, saw what he was capable of and decided to exercise some semblance of caution. Thalamos already knew that they were outmatched, so she pleaded for her sister to retreat and report back to Lieutenant Zex. Sarabella swore that she could kill that guy. Why don't we put that to the test? Guildmaster France had caught up to her to clean up the scene after all. Grabbing the scout leader by the back of the head, France supercharged his entire body with electricity again. They crashed into the ground with devastating speed. Enough of that demon versus human nonsense, let's go back to the adventure we really care about. Gul asked Ran if he could feel what was coming. The young orc positioned himself forward and farted right into the dark elf's face, calling it an earthquake. But Ran really did feel an unpleasant feeling bubbling. They needed to move faster. Even when the orc, dark elf, and chicken were moving at incredible speeds, Gul never missed the chance to mess around. Gul, Ran, and Lomi made some decent progress with their expedition. They were completely out of the orc territory, as expected with their unreal speeds. For once, Gul was actually taking their mission of grave importance seriously, but the young orc was starving and wanted to have a snack stop to look for food. They had been running non-stop all day long, and a growing boy needed his fill of snacks, even though he already had his fill 4 hours ago. Ran reluctantly relented in the end, and Gul wanted to show him how to hunt. After some scouting, they came upon a rabbit feeding on the wild plants. Ran saw something adorable, but Gul saw something delicious. Gul started creeping in without making a sound. He expertly grabbed the bunny by the ears without a fuss. The dark elf had a bad feeling about Gul's plan for this sweet little rabbit, and that bad feeling was justified as Gul started chopping the poor fuzzball to bits. This vegetarian elf had never seen a butchering process before, and he was horrified. He could assassinate targets, but he couldn't watch the process of preparing meat. Gul thought that his buddy was overreacting. This is how you survive in the wild like an orc after all. Ran wanted to beat him up for being a heartless monster, but Gul was just making food. That adorable rabbit had been turned into a juicy barbecue. Gul tried to give Ran a share of their dinner, but he forcefully declined. Of course, Gul didn't forget to cook some share for Lomi the chicken too. His master might be vegetarian, but the pet loved meat. Ran finally decided to face his disgust as he held a plate of barbecue in his trembling hands. He felt the poor rabbit's eyes peering into his soul as he sobbed. The next day came, and the crew was back on the run towards the Elven Kingdom. They went through all sorts of bizarre paths. They ran on gigantic leaves. Sometimes Gul stopped the push when he saw anything that could be eaten. Today was a squirrel lunch. Of course, Ran pushed back every single time. He wanted to teach Gul that these creatures were protectors of nature. You never knew if you were trying to hunt a guardian. If you consumed them directly, a horrible curse would befall you. Despite all that, Gul still chose to catch, kill, and chop the little critter. Ran was done. This kid was too unhinged for him. With every day that passed, the more his mind got broken. The next day was Muddy Lizard Day. The next one was a juicy pork steak kind of night. Next was bird soup time, which might just be Lomi's buddies. Even bug larvae weren't safe when it came to Gul's appetite. They had been out on the road for a while now, but tonight's dinner was the jackpot, a big fat deer. Ran was getting tired of this crazy bald orc eating every precious creature that they came across. But he still sat at the dinner table when the time came. Today, he would mess with Gul using elven breadcrumbs to suppress the kid's hunger. 3 stops a day were slowing their pace down. They couldn't afford to jeopardize the mission over this nonsense. Tonight, Ran seemed to be in a good mood. Gul thought that his buddy finally appreciated his hunting and cooking skills. The deer meat tonight was exquisite as always. But Gul immediately noticed that something was wrong. Certain bites tasted awful, like elven bread. But he just shrugged it off. To him, meat was meat. Ran watched his plan play out perfectly in real time. Everything went according to his plan. Tonight was just another night for Gul, but a big win for Ran. As the dark elf drifted into sleep, he started having visions of a beheaded rabbit. Everything that Gul slaughtered and ate was haunting his dreams as he profusely apologized. The horror of watching the young orc butchering those animals was really taking a toll on him. When he woke up from the nightmare drenched in cold sweat, Gul was nowhere to be found beside him. The sun was up bright and early, but Ran did not get a decent rest at all. He immediately yelled out, calling on Gul, who had left his precious backpack in their camp. Ran got so worried that he got up to search the woods for any signs of Gul. Ran happened upon the green fellow behind the foliage, screaming and concentrating on something. Gul was defecating as if he had never defecated before. He was emptying his bowels like his life depended on it. An explosion of food waste and foul smells rang around the woods. Gul looked like he was unleashing evil right out of his asshole. Rand's plan to feed him elven bread backfired in the worst way possible. The smell knocked out the elite dark elf assassin cold. Lomi immediately ran to his master's side with worry. Gul's tummy was starting to hurt like hell. He reckoned that it might have been that deer they ate last night. At that moment, Rand became certain that this orc would be the death of him. The crew traveled through all sorts of weird natural phenomena along the way. Gul always asked if they were on the spot yet, and Rand kept reminding him to be patient for a little while longer. His bowel movements made it hard to concentrate on moving forward when his stool was about to peek into the outside world. He'd been unleashing turd bombs every 2 hours, and Rand wanted him to wait until they got to a proper comfort room. Gul accused him of causing this smelly problem, but Rand kept playing dumb. He wanted Gul to think that this was the curse for eating those poor animals. But the young orc was not falling for that. He'd been eating meat his whole life, and the only plausible explanation was that he was poisoned with elven bread. Rand had completely lost it with his animal cruelty spiel. To stop Gul from hassling him any further, he had to bust out the elven eye poke technique. It was super effective in making headstrong young orcs cry. But Gul was not going down without a fight. He retaliated with unwashed hands full of crap. If this world had microscopes, the bacteriologist would have a field day with Gul's hands. All those monstrous germs were transferred onto Rand's defenseless face. The two fought and scuffled all over the place like children. Before they knew it, they had arrived at their destination. Rand finally saw the landmark of 3 stone poles to enter the kingdom. He explained that it was an elf shrine, so Gul naturally thought they'd need to pray. But there was no need for that, as the shrine had already recognized Rand. Gul and Lomi watched in awe as the ceremony began. Rand put his palm on the surface of the tree up front and started chanting in elven tongue to grant them passage to the Empire of Fae. The second pole lit up, and not one of them dared to move. Next came the mist that covered the entire area completely. The bizarre tree surrounded by the poles started moving gracelessly. Gul and Lomi jumped to Rand's space, scared of the bizarre ritual to enter the kingdom. One minute there were trees everywhere, the next, those same trees had already paved the way to a secret passage. Then a bright light swallowed everything in the distance, leaving the crew and the elven shrine behind. Gul and Lomi were no longer scared. They were in awe. They were finally heading into the elf kingdom after days of grueling adventures. The light grew brighter and brighter, raising Gul's expectations by the second. When the light finally dissipated, the young orc opened his eyes. He was disappointed to see that they had just arrived at some ordinary cliff above the clouds. Rand had hyped up the kingdom so much that there had to be more than this. Running non-stop to find themselves at the edge of a cliff was quite anticlimactic, but this towering platform was just the entrance to the main event. Gul wasn't seeing any entrance, though. This place was the Crimson Edge, since the sky in this area was always red. As Rand diligently shared the significance of this place, Gul was yapping about how he had enough of jumping off cliffs. The crash was always unbelievably painful, so the young orc should also expect that this time around as Rand kicked him down. Gul naturally started screaming for his life. If this was a joke, then it wasn't a very good one. Rand's advice to him was just to continue falling off. Once Gul was out of the picture, it was now Rand's turn with Lomi. He took the chicken on his back and calmly took the plunge into the crimson sea of clouds. Rand had done this countless times, so it wasn't nerve-wracking for him at all. Gul, on the other hand, was dreading the inevitable landing below. It was then that the young orc felt the weight of the dark elf pushing him down even faster. On the side of the cliff were bizarre circular structures secured at the base. They entered one of them, and a soapy substance started to stretch and take shape. Gul noticed that their descent had finally stopped. Rand told him that he was very fortunate to travel with an elf because they were the only ones privileged to witness the magnificent view ahead. When Gul turned to where Rand was looking, his earlier excitement was reinvigorated. Rand formally welcomed Gul to the elf kingdom of the Redstone Forest, a utopia of nature and magic. But the issue from earlier hadn't been resolved. Gul couldn't admire the beautiful view when there was evil brewing inside his stomach. He twisted up in pain as his control of his bowels started to fade. This multi-layered magic bubble was the worst place for this problem to happen. Try as he might, Gul was fighting a losing battle right from the start. He just had to release the beast within to get it over with. Unfortunately for Rand, he had to be a part of the tragedy that was about to befall the kingdom. Lomi was just an ordinary bird. He really shouldn't even be there. Inside the multi-layered magic bubble, the worst thing that could happen had finally happened. If you looked at it from below, that magic bubble just looked like your typical magic bubble that regularly flew in the sky. Then it popped under the pressure of Gul's stockpiled and liquefied doo-doo like an atom bomb above the sacred elven kingdom. Landing pads have been prepared to accept the magic bubbles from the Crimson Edge. The delusional attendant of the pads, Ergesnin Augustopa was just getting his day started. He had been admiring himself in the mirror for a few minutes now instead of doing his job. When he returned to his post, all he could think about was the market and drinking with his girls, Gem and Gel. It was at that moment that a loud pop was heard from the sky. He couldn't believe it. An actual miracle was happening. A chocolate rain from the gods. He didn't know that this chocolate rain came from the bowels of a young orc. Gul luckily landed on the water near the pads. Ran and Lomi gracefully followed with their landing. Ergesnin saw Ran and immediately went on high alert. He maneuvered his body around to deliver a kick that barely missed the dark elf. Seeing what was happening, Ran also went into combat mode. Ergesnin made a fatal error that Ran easily exploited. It turns out that the attendant just didn't recognize Ran with him being covered in brown and all. He really thought that this respected assassin was an intruder. Ran was not amused. That guy that fell on the water is also a friend. Ergesnin tasted the chocolate rain, and it tasted a bit weird. Ran hurriedly warned the man not to swallow this horrible excrement that ruptured the magic bubble, but it was too late. Ergest had to purge his guts out of disgust. It's just unbelievable because even a weapon cannot pierce through those bubbles. It just goes to show that Gul is out of the ordinary in many ways. As Ran drags the unconscious orc, the attendant demands that they record their arrival first. Also, non-elves cannot pass through this method. They were supposed to enter the Kayadar gate according to the rules. But with his high-stakes mission on the line, Ran couldn't be bothered to go by the books. He needed to wash before seeking an audience with Lord Jeshurel. They've already boarded the winged kayak made from a leaf. The crew took off, leaving the attendant stunned. The water near the landing pads has been polluted by Gul's magical fecal matter. The flow of water in the kingdom comes from a single source, so this contamination quickly traveled throughout the whole place. Meanwhile, the crew are leisurely flying through the skies, heading to Ran's place. It was an area full of whimsy and colors. Houses were built on top and among nature. Ran had a tough time steering the kayak alone, but he managed to land it on top of a tree. It was time to give Gul his wake-up slap now that they'd arrived. All of them smelled awful, and Gul's whole body was aching to boot. The young orc was fascinated by the fact that elves live in treehouses. He was curiously looking around while Ran had checked out long ago. When the dark elf saw a piece of out-of-place feather, he knew that trouble had come. What came next was throwing daggers that he easily deflected. He shouted at the woods for someone called Camuriel to stop as he was too tired for this game. Another dark elf showed herself while clutching a half-eaten watermelon in her hand. A sneaky watermelon seed attack managed to hit Ran. She corrected Ran as she was to be addressed as Commander Camuriel. She outranks Ran the shrimp. When the commander asked about Gul, the young orc quickly contaminated the air with his stench as she fawned over the beautiful dark elf. Camuriel did not like that smell at all. She slapped Gul from left to right while warning him never to come close. This crew seems as though they have not washed for a year. They need to clean up and report to the castle for this overdue mission at once. Gul doesn't like that girl anymore, and for once, Ran wholeheartedly agrees. Their murmurs earned them a watermelon seed strike each. The crew finally arrived at the house at the end of the winding paths. Ran went ahead and opened the door. Home sweet home. After so long, he's finally back in his crib with two annoying guests. Once inside, Gul had to admit that Ran's secret base was cool, and by secret base, he means this home. Still, it looks a lot better than what the young orc had back in the village. He liked the touch of dust and cobwebs everywhere. He thought it was cozy. Ran's excuse was that he was a very busy person with not enough time to clean. Ran was just itching to get clean, so he'd be washing himself in the bath first. After being refreshed, he quietly got ready for the royal audience. But Gul just barged in naked as he forgot that he didn't have any other clothes. He tried traditional blue and black pants, but it wasn't working. A little more regal and warrior-like look wasn't satisfactory. A Legend of Zelda rip-off shirt was also a no-go. He tried to wear a martial arts master look, but he just had to ruin it by pulling on the strings too hard. In the end, he opted for his classic pants with the added jazz of a purple cloak. Ran just laughed at his fashion choice to look like an idiot. Gul thinks that it was just a matter of angels, but it really was not. Then the young orc started suspecting that Ran was just jealous of his good looks. With the dark elf back home, he finally has the time to literally smell the flowers again. He took one dandelion from the bunch and blew on it until a single wisp was left. The final wisp started lighting up as Ran brought it up to his forehead. He explained to Gul that this is a dandy, something that helps him relax. Gul tried it out and was pleased with the relaxation that a dandy gives. The whole crew was clean, happy, and chilling for once in their whole adventure. It was just them, the dandies, and the view from Ran's window. Now that they're ready, it's about time to meet with Lord Jeshurel. Their next destination is the Ivasida Castelu, the elven castle of the Redstone Forest. In the courtyard, a dignified elf was having some tea by himself. He was savoring every sip from the ornate teacup until the guards notified him that the Nightwalker, a dress in Ranwaran, had arrived from his mission. The man's expression immediately lit up at the mention of Ran. The dark elf kneeled and proudly stated that he had successfully retrieved the artifact while Gul played it cool. This dignified elf is Jesharel Lethrandir, Lord of the Elven Kingdom, and he was pleased with Ran's service to the kingdom. He also inquired who the young orc was. Gul wasn't really taught proper manners, so Ran had to elbow him to respond. Gul then haughtily introduced himself as Braba Gul, son of Gulfin from the orc village of Hubiz, the conqueror of mountains. Ran elaborated that because of unprecedented events, the orcs have played a huge role in this mission. The Lord wanted to know if Ran met old Gurin. That old orc was the one who sent Gul with him as a guide out of the dense rock forest quickly. Jesharel reveled at the magnificence of nature that swarms with wonderful creatures. He was so immersed in knowing his old friend Guren was still alive that he forgot he had guests. The Lord politely introduced himself to Gul, but the young orc insisted that his introduction was longer and better. Gul also took the chance to deliver the letter that his gramps assigned to him. Lord Jesharel chuckled at Gul's eccentricity. It reminded him of young Guren from back in the day. He recalled that hotshot orc and his disdain for demons that dared to harm his village. That young orc is now an old man facing an incoming crisis. Elder Guren, Chief Garrick, and Warrior Lozen could already feel the demonic presence coming. Klaus de Bell, the Saint of Hymns, was currently playing an ominous tune with his soul-cast Teardrop. The Red Song of Death was blasted out of his wheeled air horn and into the battalion. The demon army has finally arrived outside of Bubiz. They are empowered by music and ready to strike in the middle of the day. The demonic army menacingly made their march livelier with a marching chant. They sang with every curve on the way. They sang while the captain of Wrath Army chilled on the backseat of the carriage. They sang while the decrepit Envy Army captain, Shuya Un, hung in the back. The Green Demon Army captain came in with his golden chain. They were about to engage in an all-out war against the legendary Beastmaster. Elder Guren, Chief Garrick, and Lozen had already prepared themselves for what was to come. Rows upon rows of demonic soldiers lined up right in front of their village walls. On the flank was a blindfolded demon, traversing the mountains with skill and precision. He hopped and ran around the army to report back to Lieutenant Zex. The blind demon carried out the lieutenant's request and found out that Sarabella and Thalamos had been killed in action. Slick, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. The strength of those 3 scouts was undeniable, so this was an unbelievable report. Zex ordered the blind demon to gather an assault team of 5 as he would deal with those humans himself. But the captain of his army, Captain Hack, didn't want him to go away no matter how urgent this matter was. He had to show those humans that the Greed Demon army was not to be messed with. But the mission was to obtain the artifact while trampling over the legendary Beastmaster. They needed to unite and get their priorities straight. Captain Hawk was not worried about a few human stragglers, as they could always just wipe those people away later. Chief Garek didn't like the look of this opposing army. There were a lot of demons down there. By the looks of it, they'd come here for a damn genocide. They had anticipated the arrival of a great army, but the demonic forces arrived sooner than expected. Even though reinforcements hadn't made it yet, they had to hold their ground and protect the orcs of Bubiz. For Elder Guren, this was simply a matter of victory or death. Near the wooden moat, Captain Hawk was leading the charge of his own Greed Demon army. Lieutenant Zex notified Captain Zeke that the soldiers were ready. They just needed a go signal. The butcher was itching to get some blood on his hands. He gathered as much air in his lungs and yelled for Klaus de Bell. The Saint of Hymns would kickstart the siege of Bubiz. His bell started swinging in a hypnotic tempo. The rest of the Wrath Demon army stood still and listened. Klaus de Bell's eyes started undergoing a terrifying change. They were filled with black until only a yellow iris was visible in the middle of the darkness. Soul-cast Teardrop was unleashed into the world. His bizarre instrument that doubled as a transport carriage started transforming into its other form. A wheeled air horn filled with malevolent energy. He turned the air horn towards the allied army as menacing sounds continued to fill the battlefield. Klaus de Bell gripped the other end of the horn and took the deepest breath that he could muster. Then the Red Song of Strength blared out on the other end to spread all throughout the area outside the village. The Greed Demon army in the vanguard received the buff, and every single soldier felt invincible. The Wrath Demon army also got the buff, and they were all ready for blood. The Envy Demon army had a lot of weirdos, but they were pumped to get into the action too. A battle roar coming from a buffed army of demons from 3 different factions sounded like death itself. Captain Hawk got off from his mount. He went straight for Klaus to pressure the Saint of Hymns into lending the super megaphone to him so he could talk to the orcs. He proudly yelled his name, Hawk Ogu, captain of the Greed army. Two of their high-ranking soldiers were beaten to death by the Beastmaster. They also lost a very important artifact. For those reasons, he demanded that the Beastmaster must come out. After a few seconds of fake waiting without a response, the demonic army finally got their reason to proceed with the plan. Captain Hawk and his infinity gauntlet pointed at the gate of Booby's village. He then clasped his fingers together as theatrically as he could. With a snap of a finger, the wooden gate of the orc village turned into dust, and debris flew in the air. This guy is Thanos, for real. Since Captain Thanos' call appears to be unanswered, he'll just barge in with his army. Hundreds of greed demon soldiers lined up to follow their captain into combat. Elder Gurren gave orders for Garrick and Lozen to go to their stations. The two quickly complied, putting their game faces on. With them out of the way, the old orc could go all out with the help of Grudem, god of protection. His body started growing scales as his strength increased. Grudem's power would be the manifestation of his rage against these invaders. The legendary dragon spirit beast inside Gurren's body pierced the heavens. The golden dragon assimilation, Reiju spirit beast, had been completed. When the elder finally opened his eyes, it was on. One stomp on the ground gave him enough momentum to shatter the platform. A resounding boom propelled him into the air. Captain Hack ordered his army to scour the area for the artifact, and his loyal soldiers followed. But the orcs seemed to be starting something up ahead. When he noticed that something was going on in the air, it was too late. A golden streak glided through the clouds. It was hard to make out what it really was. But as soon as that golden meteor started to descend, it became clear. Elder Gurren was utilizing every ounce of power inside his body to make a destructive first impression. The accumulation of force culminated in a simple chop. Spiritual energy overflowed from his flesh, manifesting itself into the outside world. His eyes were locked on one target only. All the theatrics culminated in the draconic meteorite chop, right in the greed demon captain's face. This Thanos wannabe did not even have a chance to defend or respond in any way. He just ate the ground and the debris in a spectacular failure. Dozens of soldiers were also implicated by the sheer force of one chop. Before the ransacking of the village even started, the demonic forces were injured in varying degrees of severity. Elder Gurren had broken through the vanguard of the army in one fell swoop. His attack left a terrifying sinkhole on the ground where Captain Hack's body was buried deep. The arrogant captain did not get a chance to show what he was capable of. One attack and the demons were down one commander already. First Seat Lieutenant Zex was fast, but what just happened did not even register in his vision. His boss was neutralized just like that. The only one who had any idea of what had just happened was the captain of the Wrath Demon Army, Zeke Kenraki. Envy Army Captain, Shuya-un's mouth was agape in shock. From shock, he went into deep thought. After some careful deliberation of the pros and cons, he did the unthinkable. The decrepit old demon actually flashed a sly smile for a moment. Lozen watched from her post. The war for the fate of Booba's village had finally begun. She ordered her troops to bang the drums as a signal for the whole settlement. Knowing the stakes of what was to come, even the orc in charge of beating the drum was giving it his everything. The next step was to light the payload for the catapults they had prepared. They had prepared multiple ammo types and positioned themselves in the most optimal position and altitude to rain down destruction upon the demons. Lozen gave the order to let loose, and the catapult ropes were cut simultaneously. Using orc ingenuity and brilliant battle positioning, they used wood to rain down flames. Elder Gurren turned towards the demons that brought war to his doorstep. The demons brought war, so Elder Gurren would gladly respond with pure destruction. Back in the Elven Kingdom, Gull and Lomi were politely escorted out of the courtyard. The guards explained that they'd have to wait in the castle for a moment, as Ran was discussing a classified matter with the Lord. Gull didn't understand the need to exclude them from that talk. All it was doing was boring him and Lomi to death. If even the chicken agreed, he must be in the right. The guard was already tired of this young orc's BS. Since they'd just be bored to death while waiting, Gull and Lomi decided to get some rest while they could. Only Ran and Lord Jesherel were left in the open-air meeting room. The boss could finally get the full rundown of what happened with the Dark Elf's mission. After patiently tailing the culprit, he found himself in one of the demon strongholds. After infiltrating the base, he was critically wounded in the escape. Two high-ranking demons pursued him relentlessly, with the help of an elf hunting beast non-stop. Desperate to outrun his pursuers, he found himself deep in the woods of Dense Rock Forest, where he crossed paths with Brabagul. He would have died in that place if the young orc hadn't brought him to the village for protection. That's how the orcs played a tremendous part in securing Eternum. Speaking of the artifact, Ran finally brought it out to surrender to his lord. He respectfully offered Eternum, and Lord Jesherel gratefully accepted. The Elven King finally had the full picture of what happened out there. Rand continued to emphasize how the orcs risked their lives to keep him safe from the high-ranking demons. Jeshurel could picture it in his head. He knew that orcs were stubborn and brutal, but heartwarming at the same time. They were dependable, and they'd treat you as one of their own. The Lord would love to deliver his utmost gratitude to his old friend Gurin and the orcs of Bubez. It was a miracle that they got Eternum back. Fate must be on their side, so they couldn't allow the artifact to fall into the hands of demons again. The Lord decided to personally keep Eternum in his spatial storage. Since they had yet to apprehend the demon spy who stole the artifact, the safest place in the kingdom would be the Lord's personal storage. They also strengthened the security of the gates. They'd been so accustomed to tranquility that they'd forgotten to keep their guard up. Those demons were planning to release what should forever remain buried. Rand understood the gravity of the situation. Such a predicament would be devastating. But he would also like to mention something that had been weighing on his mind heavily as of late. He wanted to ask if Lord Jeshurel had ever witnessed an orc whose skin turned crimson with black marks all over. Rand had a feeling that he had seen it somewhere, but couldn't seem to recall where. Even the King of Elves hadn't heard of such a case. But the description matched the appearance of the demons from the Great War. Rand continued the story of them passing through a goblin lair where Gul transformed into a foreign form. He exuded a presence that caused the weak to tumble and shiver in terror. Jeshurel seemed concerned with this info. Rand was just hoping to get some answer regarding the bizarre phenomenon. Before getting an answer out, the guards frantically started running up to the courtyard. They apologized for the intrusion, but the kingdom was in danger as there had been a problem with the flowing water. A strange brown liquid was contaminating their supply. Reports said that a few Elves had already become sick. The one they apprehended as a suspect was Ergust, the landing pad attendant. He kept on insisting that they just walked past the real culprit as Gul was downstairs. Since Ergust was on Bubbleport duty where the contamination originated, he was an easy suspect. But he kept on arguing that the water had been poisoned by orc doo-doo. This was a massive deal, as the water of life was the thing that brought abundance to the entire kingdom. Since Ergust wasn't the most reliable elf in the past, the responsibility was easily pinned on him. It didn't help that he kept on mumbling about chocolate rain and orc excrement. When the Lord mentioned Rand's name, the dark elf was jolted with guilt. When the Lord excused himself since there was an urgent matter that needed taking care of, Rand heaved a sigh of relief. He maintained his poker face and respectfully excused himself. Ergust looked at him to fess up on the crime, but Rand acted as if he didn't hear the poor guy at all. The attendant just wanted to clear his name, but the dark elf had already bolted out of the room in a hurry. That's the story of how Ergesnin Augustopa was implicated in the chocolate rain incident. Lord Jeshurel was a kind man, but he was ruthless against those who put the kingdom's peace and life in jeopardy. He questioned the poor Ergest about what he had done. He just kept on repeating himself. He was telling the truth, but he sounded crazy. Meanwhile, Elder Gurin's personal letter had been left unopened. This situation about the contaminated water of life was stressing the Lord out. Thankfully, he had a diligent attendant offering some warm tea. He didn't even know how the sacred water had been polluted. He just regretted not replacing that foolish Ergest a long time ago. He handed out the order to begin the River of Life restoration. Multiple elven mages were deployed to intricately separate the brown stuff from the water. The contamination had been successfully extracted and it stank to high heavens. Another batch of great mages was enlisted to delete the cursed pile of stink with fire magic. Lord Jeshurel himself gave the final signal to incinerate the damn thing. The elves decided to burn the pile of doo-doo in a magnificent explosion. This triumph was a cause for celebration throughout the whole kingdom. This event goes on to be recorded in the elven history books. Lord Jeshurel Lethendir, along with the 5 high elf mages, saved the Redstone Forest elves from a shitty pandemic. After all the problem-solving, celebrations of triumph and disarray, the letter from Gurin completely slipped the Lord's mind. It had been a long time since that grumpy orc had sent him a letter, so he expected to read some charming anecdotes from an old friend. But as he read deeper into the scroll, he realized that he might have messed up with his prioritization. Lord Jeshurel went into emergency mode, demanding that someone bring him the map of Warragu quickly. His attendant had never seen the Lord so agitated, so she personally fetched what he was asking for. The next thing he did was summon the Nightwalkers as loud as his voice could muster. Multiple presences immediately rushed from multiple directions, heading for the same place. 6 different skilled warriors heeded the call of their big boss as fast as they could. The Nightwalkers are a dark elf collective of all shapes and sizes. They are the most elite crew that the kingdom could offer. The attendant also came back with the map of Warragu. He ordered the Nightwalkers to gather around as they were to be sent to provide reinforcements to the orc village, Bubez. The village is located in the northeast of the kingdom. in the middle of dense rock forest. It would take 14 days of travel by foot. This is a very urgent matter, so Lord Jeshurun wanted the best of the best, the Night Walkers, to arrive in the area days sooner than the typical travel time. The representative of the Night Walkers assured their king that he could count on them to deliver. They would also bring Gulfin, the orc blacksmith, as she would help them find their way there. When they arrived, they were to accept orders from the orc named Gurin, the legendary Beastmaster. The Night Walkers would assist in the war against the possible threat of demonic forces. These Night Walkers didn't even flinch after hearing that. This is a mission that they cannot afford to fail at all costs. This elite group of dark elves would see to it that the mission succeeded, and the orc village prevailed. Time is of the essence, so they quickly scattered towards their assigned tasks. Lord Jeshurun might have read the letter late, but he wanted to see to it that his old friend survived. The letter to Jess was crass and casual. You know that Gurin personally wrote it. It pained him, but the stubborn old fool swallowed his pride and asked for some reinforcement, accepting that he couldn't protect his people by himself. Back in the city proper of the kingdom, peace and tranquility had been restored after the chocolate rain incident. Multiple invisible presences were traversing the woods at blinding speeds. The Nightwalkers spotted their commander and collectively pumped up the brakes. Their representative notified Commander Camuriel that the Lord had given them a new mission. A mission so crucial that their entire squad had to go. If that was the case, there was no time to dawdle any longer. Camuriel even ditched her watermelon as she demanded the rundown from Misha. Meanwhile, Ran, Gul, and Lomi were casually taking a stroll on the streets. Ran wanted to bring Gul somewhere to meet someone. Gul thought that they were about to go meet some pretty ladies. Sometimes he behaved as if he were not a child. Ran just could not stand Gul's unpredictable attitude when it came to everything. This time, the young orc really wanted to go to paradise. An elven paradise, no less. Ran just could not wait to get rid of this kid and finally return to his peaceful home and have a good day's dandy. Their destination was the bustling, bright, and busy elven marketplace. This place is where all different kinds of people come to trade and do business regardless of race. Even humans are welcome. They are granted entry as long as they have valid business in the area. Gul excitedly asked if there were any goblins here too, as he made some friends back in the traumatizing cave of Wurtia. Ran explained that if the goblins didn't have ill intentions, they were more than welcome to enter. Gul wasn't paying attention though. His eyes were locked on the gorgeous elven beauties and the refreshing air that they brought all over the place. Wherever you looked, the kingdom's shattering beauties were just casually walking around. Gul also saw someone selling limited edition enchanted bags and thought about his trusty backpack, Gulaman. They also passed by the window of a bakery where the dough was beaten up like it was an enemy. Gul was more fascinated by the huge glass than the display of skill the baker was showing. The guy could make the dough fly and rotate in midair for Christ's sake. If that bread dough were an enemy, it would have been beaten black and blue already. Ran lit up and explained that this was Stephen's bakery, the man behind the making of the famous elven bread. If you asked Ran, he would say that this delicacy was simply revolutionary in the world of pastry. Gul would not agree though. He wanted to barf just thinking about those stale confections. One thing that these two would never agree on was food. Among other things, they ran and ran until they could both hear the sound of a hammer forging steel. Inside the smithy was an orc woman, diligently shaping a blade. It was Gulfin, the only orc blacksmith in the entirety of Redstone Forest. Gul was running away from Ran after insulting the dark elf's bad taste in food when he accidentally stepped on something and tripped. A little girl wearing warrior equipment towered over Gul, yelling at him to watch where he was going when she was the one blocking the way. She was being a little too intense even for Gul, threatening to eat him alive and all that. But Gul is not someone you can toy with. This kid would fight back. She insisted that she was no girl, but when Gul gasped and asked if she was a boy, the warrior just got a lot angrier, ultimately swinging her fist. Thankfully, an adult stepped in to calm down the little ones. The beautiful warrior apologized for the behavior of her little sister, who's been a little too agitated lately. Another caravan member grabbed the little girl, preventing her from beating Gul up. It turned out that Ran knew these people, and the calm woman was named Ida. They have come to deliver Lord Jeshurun's personal order. Ran was sure that the Lord would be delighted. They just dismissed the whole ordeal with the little ones as a misunderstanding and respectfully parted ways. Gul was amazed that Ran seemed like a social butterfly. He lived here after all. Those women warriors belong to a barbarian tribe. They are one of the few groups allowed to enter and do business within the kingdom. It seems like the young orc is developing a taste for buff and powerful women. Except for that girl who socked him in the face, all he has is a dirty finger for that one. The barbarian caravan went on their way, heading for the castle. The little girl was still behaving aggressively. When she turned to where Gul was standing, her eyes almost popped out in anger. She retaliated with a very dirty finger, even dirtier than Gul's. Ran was amused seeing Gul behave appropriately for his young age. After a few more minutes of walking, they arrived at Moss Tire Smith. The dark elf assured Gul that he'd see someone familiar inside. Gul peeked through the entrance and almost passed out. He saw the most beautiful dark elf that he had ever seen. Her beauty was so radiant that it felt like he was hit by a flashbang. From her face to her posture and everything else, she's a true S-class beauty. Ran whispered at Gul to stop overreacting, but how could he not? Ran came up to the beauty named Layla. He didn't expect to see her in this place. Based on her reaction to that greeting, Layla doesn't seem to care much about Ran. She just turned around and ignored the shrimpy dark elf. Gul laughed at his friend's misfortune of being ignored by an S-class woman once again. But behind the counter of the smithy was an orc that knew Gul no less. The young orc had to verify that he wasn't just seeing things. That was his mom, right there. The mother and son smiled from ear to ear at this unexpected reunion. They ran towards each other as if the world was moving in slow motion. Then the tender moment was spoiled when Gulfin decided to beat her son up for going out of the village and into this foreign territory. Once things had calmed down, Gulfin went back to working on the blade that she was forging. Every strike of her hammer carried a titanic weight that bent the steel to her will. She was mulling over what that old man Gurin was thinking sending her kid of all people. The trek through the dense rock forest is no joke, something that a child shouldn't take on. But Gul insisted that he was a big boy already. He better shut up before getting beaten up again. Fortunately, Ran stepped up to explain the entire situation to Gulfin. Since it will be a long story, Layla and another guy prepared some food so everybody could take a break and dig into some venison Wellington and chops. In the entire Elven Kingdom, it's almost impossible to get meat, so it's a luxury. Gul immediately bonded with the human who believes that meat is love. They are kindred spirits who have decided to be brothers for life because of meat. And the guy knows his stuff. It was among the best meats that Gul has ever tasted. Now that they are in a brighter mood, Gul berated his mom for leaving him for years and greeted him with punches as soon as they reunited. Gulfin insisted that this is what they call tough love. But she gets that the kid deserves an explanation for why she left. Gulfin has traveled to many places to master her craft. She is on a quest to forge a weapon that all the races of the world could only dream of. A weapon that can only be wielded by the fabled hero. A weapon that will stop an evil more terrible than anything this world has ever seen. Gulfin knows that she should have told her son about her quest, and for that, she wanted to apologize. Gul was not the type to hold negative feelings, though. He thinks that his mother's quest sounds cool as hell. He even wanted to borrow the legendary weapon. He must have missed the part where only the legendary hero can wield the damn thing. Also, she asked Gul's Auntie Jaram and Chief Garrick to look after his green ass. But even those people didn't treat him that well. His auntie constantly worked him to death with all the errands in the restaurant. As for the chief, that guy asks him to fetch wyvern eggs every day for ramen. It was simply child cruelty. Gulfin disagreed. Those things were simply just basic orc work that every young orc goes through. Layla chuckled and commented that they must have really missed each other to have such a lively conversation. Ran kept on complaining about how eating meat is prohibited in this land, but no one was really talking to him. All was well and peachy until the wind dragged a few more guests in. The Nightwalkers led by Commander Kimuriel have arrived. The first thing she noticed was the atrocious meaty smell in the air. The human employee of the smithy hurriedly tried to hide the meat from the dark elves. Gul got his big brother, Cal Moores, back on this mission. Gulfin welcomed the commander and his squad and asked what this sudden visit was about. Kimuriel apologized and explained their mission to travel to Pubiz to serve as reinforcement for an anticipated attack from the demon army. Ran wasn't aware that the situation had gotten this bad. Even Layla and Gulfin felt an unnerving feeling crawl on their skins. Gulfin was in the dark about this so-called demon attack. This was the first time she'd heard about it. Commander Kimuriel continued that they got the intel through a letter from Pubiz asking for aid. She knew what this implied, and it did not look good at all. Gulfin did not need any more convincing. She just needed to grab her gear really quick before setting off. It's also convenient that Ran and Layla were already here. This is an urgent matter, and every Nightwalker is to be mobilized. Now is the opportune time to leave. It looks like Ran's vacation is getting cut short. Gulfin had already grabbed all that she needed. Layla was always ready to hop on the mission. Ran was also prepared to head back to Pubiz. Along with the rest of the Nightwalkers, Layla the Dark Elf Assassin, Gulfin the Orc Blacksmith, and Adresan Ranwarin are ready for war. Gul just reunited with his mom, and she's already leaving again. She insisted that he must stay in the Elven Kingdom for now. They were to go back to Pubiz when Gul just got here. Gulfin explained that something is going on in the village, and failing to get there in time would mean that they might not have a home to return to. Gul understands the gravity of the situation and insists on tagging along. Gulfin strongly disagreed as there was too much at stake for her to bring her kid back there. Since Layla is going on a mission, Kalmors wants to accompany her. She wasn't opposed to the idea as long as he could keep up with the Night Walker's speed. As her bodyguard, Cal promised that he would. He just needs to fetch his armor to make sure that he's well equipped. Misha wanted to make sure that Gulfin could keep up with their pace, as time was of the essence. He was afraid that the blacksmith would get left behind. In response, Gulfin just activated her Reiju Herbal Beast mode. The air surrounding was supercharged with electrifying energy. The dust swirled and revealed an intangible hoof. Gulfin conjured up the physical manifestation of a bull, her spirit beast. Mounting the beast, she assured Misha that she wouldn't get left behind by the Night Walkers. It is truly fascinating to see what orcs can do with their spirit beasts. With everything in order, it's about time to move out. The Dark Elves will go on the multiple-day journey on foot, but their speed is superior to most forms of transportation. Gulfin reiterated that Gul must wait here at the smithy, as Master Moss will arrive shortly to look after him. But the young orc has stopped listening to his mom. He just called Ran out as they cannot lose this race against the other Nightwalkers. When Gul displayed his impeccable speed, Gulfin was awestruck. She did not expect that this son of hers would grow into such a capable young man. But at his core, Gul is just a kid who still yells his name as he runs as fast as he can. Gulfin just accepted her kid's decision and followed suit with her spirit beast mount. Kalmors came out of the smithy in full gear, but everyone had left already. Lomi's the only one left. He looked to the chicken for answers to the question of where the hell was everyone. This thing was just supposed to be Ran's dumb pet. Kal wanted to pick Lomi up so he could get him back to Ran. Kalmors may be slow and heavy, but he'd like to believe that he can catch up to the party ahead of them. Lomi sassily declined and burst into motion at the speed of light. Kalmors almost lost his hands trying to pick that damn chicken up. And so, Lomi has departed to join the war reinforcement cavalry. Kalmors can only curse his luck. There's no way that he could catch up. Despite that, Layla's diligent bodyguard will still try his best. The reinforcement team consists of the Nightwalkers, Gulfin, and Gull. They traverse the woods of Redstone Forest as swiftly as possible. It's going to be a lengthy journey, but they must hustle if they intend to arrive at Boobies on time. Even Gulfin's spirit beast was hard at work, carrying her atop while running without pause. Gull hitched a ride with his mom, pestering her for a snack break after running for so long. Even a brief rest would suffice. She had to explain that there was no time to rest. They needed to reach their destination before the enemies did. Hearing her mention potential enemies didn't concern Gull. The young orc believed Chief Garrick would handle anything. He strongly believed in the chief's strength, having sparred with him daily. Gull didn't view those beatings as punishment. He preferred to believe that the chief saw him as a good sparring partner. Seeing the young orc sneering obnoxiously, the beautiful Layla slowed down and urged Gull to take the situation seriously. It was possible that more than 2 demons might attack this time. They could be part of a terrifying march of hundreds towards Boobies. As far as the young orc knew, the chief and Gramps had already dealt with the demon problem. But that wasn't the case. That's why the elder orc sent the letter of reinforcement to Lord Jeshurel in the first place. This was the first time Gull heard about the contents of the letter he carried the whole way. Everyone focused on pushing forward. Ran was no exception. He caught up with the rampaging spirit beast. An uncanny silence filled the air. The boisterous Gull stood straight as the spirit beast ran. He didn't react when a loose branch grazed his cheek. A look of realization hit him as he bled. Gull stopped asking for breaks, snacks, and such. He joined the others in silent anticipation of what was to come. When he finally spoke again, he told his mama he wanted to get off. The boy didn't wait for a break or wind down. He just jumped away from the spirit beast. His landing was impeccable, 10 out of 10, with no issues. Gulfin was quite confused and halted Erbol the bull. Gull seemed different after hearing what might be happening to his home. His mama started yelling at him for doing something so dangerous. But Gull was already lost in the sauce. They didn't have time to dawdle. Ran had no clue what was happening to the lively kid either. Other Nightwalkers looked back to see what the shouting was about. Commander Camuriel instructed her troops to keep their eyes on the road. Meanwhile, Gull had a breakthrough concerning Gramps. He remembered the day before departing. Chief might have opposed the idea, but Elder Gurin entrusted him with the letter addressed to the Lord of the Elves. The kid had always wanted this adventure. It was time to experience the outside world. So, Gull went through his checklist. Gulam in the backpack, orc charms, and his world-renowned skills. The kid wasn't even listening to the mission. He was just excited to leave the village. Old Man Gurin had to go over everything again because of that. Boobies was running out of time. Gul was undoubtedly the fastest orc in the village and knew the woods well. He was supposed to show Rand shortcuts to reach the Lord of the Elves quickly. Guren stressed the urgency of the mission, but Gul was just eager to leave. And now, he realized what he might have done out of immaturity. At that moment, Gul's eyes rolled back. His mind entered the Void Palace where Ahmad sat on his throne. The mysterious presence asked Gul what was troubling him. He admitted his worries about never seeing everyone back home again. While he was enjoying his adventure, the other orcs could be in danger. Ahmad was amused that Gul blamed himself for whatever could happen to Poobies. The mischievous incarnate cackled wildly. Gul was having a personal crisis, and Ahmad seemed unbothered. That's because Gul was missing something crucial. Ahmad asked Gul what he thought it was. When all else failed, Gul could rely on Ahmad. He could get him to his destination faster than anything. Moreover, he knew how to do it. He'd done it before. All Gul had to do was surrender his pain, guilt, and desperation. It was not the time to whine and blame himself. It was time to act. Gul came back to his senses. The external sound of people trying to wake him sounded panicked. The young orc lowered himself to the ground, conserving momentum. His legs turned blood red, gaining immense power. All that energy exploded as he rushed past his mom and overtook the Nightwalkers. And everyone wondered what that Gul-sized blur was that left them behind. Gul and his blood-red legs were headed to Poobiz as fast as he could no matter what. On the other side of the land, the hallowed knight who had slaughtered the goblins pushed forward. He was aggravated after realizing the goblins had lied about the legendary Beastmaster's whereabouts. This mockery couldn't pass. Just as he was about to seek revenge, a powerful pillar of energy appeared in the distance. At that moment, the knight knew something was happening. There were only a handful of fighters capable of emitting such an aura. One of them was the Beastmaster. And so, another variable headed to the war in Poobiz. Balls of fire filled the air, each of them carrying the power to destroy the land and its denizens. These balls of death are heading for the invading demons, exposed and ripe for killing. And very soon after, those balls of destruction fulfilled their purpose, bringing hell onto Earth in a brutal explosion. Most of the victims were members of the Greed Demon Army. A lot of them were vaporized, lost some limbs, burned, and experienced every explosion-related injury you could think of. Demons were supposed to be hellish creatures, so this should have just been some sort of reminder of home for them. When the fire and dust settled, Lieutenant Zex was left dumbfounded that most of their army, including Captain Hawk Ogu, had been dealt with so quickly and easily. At that instant, Lieutenant Zex had to suck it up and compose himself. Deterring one of the incoming explosives, he called his troops' attention, at least those that still had their ears intact. Now that Captain Hawk Ogu is out of the picture, Lieutenant Zex shall take command. Elder Guren had some objections to that idea, though. The Elder is going in while priming a vicious attack. Very soon after, Zex ate a scaly, full-powered slap with half of his body. It wasn't even a fight. The lieutenant did not even get the chance to flex his commanding skills. Another foolish Greed Army troop tried his luck with a punch that did not even graze the Elder. Guren's stocky hands filled with dragon scales closed to a fist. He pushed it forward and rammed it into the poor soldier's body, breaking a lot of bones and rupturing a lot of organs. The old man wasn't done yet. As if he were a fighting game character, he juggled the poor soldier with a kick. With another one taken care of, another schmuck wanted to try his luck. This time Elder Guren did not even bother to dodge or defend. That's just a waste of time. He just took a flying kick without flinching while channeling his spirit beast power into his arms. A karate chop put the soldier's spine in a very painful ride. The poor demon was already incapacitated, but the Elder was very thorough in his work. He followed through with that chop until the demon and the ground itself were cut in half. The old man was not messing around. He did not even bat an eye after ripping someone in two. Things are clean on this side of the field, so it's time to hit another area. Lieutenant Zex held on to his consciousness. His arms have been broken, but it could have been much worse if he wasn't able to block. For now, he'll just stay back while commanding what's left of the Greed Demon Army. It was smart of them to try and attack using their superior number, since none of them could win 1 versus 1. Elder Guren prepared himself for the collision, firing up Grudem. Suddenly, his hidden draconic aura burst out into full display. His spirit beast has solidified into a physical form. The Beastmaster has finally entered beast mode. After such a long time, the partners could finally go wild again. They came in hot with a dragon rush. Elder Guren and Grudem looked like a meteor running parallel to the ground. The first unfortunate victim of the rush was a soldier chowed down by the beast. From that point forward, it was a demon buffet, and Grutom is one hungry dragon. Those who were unfortunate enough to get bulldozed by the dragon were maimed, dismembered, and beheaded by force. With the bulk of the Greed Demon Army wiped out, it's the lieutenant's turn to join them. His last thoughts were that this was too unfair. The Beastmaster was way too out of their league. They weren't even playing the same game. That's when the pillar of pure energy pierced the heavens. Elder Guren landed back to the ground. His expression hadn't changed one bit. He He just walked away with his head held high and the corpses of his victims scattered around. He was covered with blood and guts, but not a single drop of it was his. On the walls, the orcs have opted to assemble a wall to defend against the demonic push. Wooden spiked shields held by their army filled up the perimeter of the village. It's the Wall of Boobiz, designed by none other than Bob the Builder. The demonic forces have to somehow breach this wall. Turning back is out of the question, with a wild dragon rampaging behind. Wrath Army should be dealing with the Beastmaster now, so the rest of the troops could focus on the wall. Reciting the Greed Army's motto that greed is good all the time, one of the soldiers bravely leaped across the ravine. Shield bearers noted the enemy's presence and opened up a path where someone hungry had been hiding. Chief Garrick has come out of the gap. The soldier mocked him for coming out alone. That guy did not know what he was talking about. The chief is here and he's pissed. This is his home and invaders are not welcomed kindly. He sent the brazen soldier into the stratosphere with a disciplinary punch level 5, no trespassing. A single punch looked like a rocket launch ceremony. The other soldiers on the other side of the ravine quickly abandoned any thoughts of leaping like that one flying guy. Even the captain of the Wrath Army and his troops could see and feel the weight behind the punch that sent a demon crashing against a mountain. The butcher snickered sinisterly. He hasn't been this excited in a long time. He's just now learning that orcs are great opponents, especially those that possess a spirit beast. So what will the butcher do? That's obvious. He intends to butcher them all. Elder Gurren was pleased to see that the chief was stepping up like he should be. Making a demon fly right from the get-go also boosted the orcs' morale significantly. Zeke finally arrived at the vicinity of the old man for a challenge. Elder Gurren didn't seem perturbed at all. Both parties slowly took a step forward. The butcher smiled and proudly told the old orc that he was a big fan. The frontline troops were at an impasse. The wall was seemingly impenetrable. A massive chasm separated the orcs and the demons. The gap might as well be 100 kilometers. That's when Kaliana stepped forward, criticizing the demon soldiers for dawdling. The lieutenant of the Wrath Army was about to take over the command. Greed demon soldiers hurriedly informed her that another Beastmaster was waiting at the other side of the deep ravine. Another commented that Garrick was a low-tier Beastmaster at most, but that hardly matters. Kaliana asked them if they'd lost sight of what they represented. They are demons, superior to all races, born inherently strong and tuned towards deities. She also pointed out that only the orc leaders posed a threat. The rest are just pigs lined up for slaughter. Captain Hawk Ogu might have been slain, but Kaliana is still standing. They could still rally together with the Wrath Army to slaughter these orcs. With a newfound leader, the Greed Army has hit a second wind. Behind that wall is their goal. The mission was simple: retrieve the artifact and kill everyone in sight. Klaus de Bell, the Saint of Hymns, quietly activated the Yellow Song of Will from the backlines. Using his horn, he created a beautiful symphony of power that awakened the demonic troops. The Greed Demon soldiers who were ready to surrender just a moment ago were filled with newfound vigor. Along with the Wrath Demons, they jumped over the dreadful ravine fearlessly. Their superior strength allowed them to make the jump with no problem at all. The trouble comes when they land on the other side. Seeing the troops descending, the shield bearers sounded the alarm. Chief Garrick tasked them to tighten their grips and prepare for impact. Lozen was done commanding the trebuchets. She was back on the field to engage. Smashing her fists together, her Reiju spirit beast awakened. The aura of an unrelenting rhino manifested out of her body. Chief Garrick hyped up his people for one last time. All the shield bearers had to do was hold on for dear life, barring the demons from advancing. But demonic strength was not something to be underestimated. The jumping soldiers quickly overpowered the defensive line at multiple points. Lozen ran as fast as she could, gaining spinning momentum on the way to the heat of the battle. His first shot was an impactful one, crushing a wrath demon under her heels. Then taking the fight into the air, launching the poor demon deep into the ravine. Normal shield bearers were no match against the natural gap in strength between demons and orcs, though. They managed to pick off a few stupid demons that launched straight to the spikes, but those with half a brain could easily deal with the shields. Wrath demons are ruthless and skillful. They drew a lot of blood in the first collision. You see, orcs might be inferior in strength normally, but when their emotions are stirred up, that's a different story. Wounded and bleeding, one orc caved his assailant's face in without mercy. With adrenaline pumping in his veins, the shield-bearer orc shouted his best war cry. Kaliana stayed put, watching the first collision analytically. She watched as the wall breach looked to be quite even on both sides. Although the walls are slowly falling apart, this turtle strategy was giving more casualties on the demon's side than intended. She knew just the trick to mitigate the losses. They just needed to call the Baron. With that guy's help, they will surely get some proper leverage. The all-out brawl to take control of the entry point violently raged on. Kaliana watched as the death toll on both sides steadily rose with cold detachment. The butcher suggested to Elder Gurren that he shouldn't mind the ruckus. His lieutenant has a great eye for battle tactics. Doesn't that mean that the plan is to annihilate innocent orcs inside the village? Zeke asserted that winning the war is Kaliana's job, while the captain goofs around and takes on the biggest fish. Demons are warmongering creatures. Today was just a repeat of 200 years ago. A twisted smile painted the butcher's face. He couldn't care less about anything else right now. He's just happy to finally fight the Beastmaster. Gurren stretched his arm out, rage building up in his eyes. Zeke continued to smile like a lunatic. The excitement was making his blood boil. The elder rushed in with his bare hands against the captain's oversized meat cleaver. As we expected, the battle between the biggest fishes started with a bang. The captain of Envy Demon Army cackled at the other idiotic demons for getting trashed by mere orcs. His sights were already locked on the 3 spirit beasts that he could smell in the air. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet. The old demon's associates noticed that the captain seemed cheerful and asked to be put into action. Kaliana actually sent them to ask for instructions. Shuya was already used to Kaliana's cunning and dirty tactics. Another wrath demon came in huffing for air to request the assistance of Envy Army's Lieutenant Baron. The old demon knew that he had to lend some help to those unfortunate souls getting beat up on the front lines. As for the one called Suri, that little demon already knows what to do. Baron Fontaine and Suri Min, Envy Demon Army's first and second seat lieutenants respectively. The Baron is an odd man. His face has been painted white and he had an eerie feeling surrounding him. He proceeded to recite a spell in a dreadful voice. He followed the incantation with the flare of his cane. And when that piece of wood finally hit the floor with a loud thud, his soul cast went into full effect. The creeping cane. A malicious power in the shape of arrowheads emanated from the tip, steadily crawling out into the ground in search of their targets. Those arrowheads were actually looking for the corpses of deceased soldiers. It looks like even dead demons are still useful in war. Their damned souls left their bodies shrieking in agony, pushed out by the Baron's power. With each passing second, the number of harvested souls continued to rise as more and more demon essence left their physical vessels. Instead of going to hell where they belong, the empowered souls pierced the skies. It opened a hole in the dark clouds, shining a bright light on the battlefield. When the clouds closed down again, a deep, unnatural rumbling could be heard, and very soon after, a lightning field that shared the same color as the demon souls crackled. Something was coming out of the heavens, and it was massive. The lightning concentrated around what looks like an ornate mirror in the skies. This was Baron Fontaine's power. Kaliana watched from below, unimpressed and impatient with the Baron's theatrics. The next thing you know, she was ordering the remaining demon soldiers to pull back from their positions. Everyone was in the middle of life-or-death battles. One mistake could cost them their limbs or their lives. But upon hearing their lieutenant's orders, they immediately disengaged. Using their superior leaping power, the pullback was fast and efficient. The orcs celebrated at the sight of retreating demons, thinking that they'd won. Lozen knew that this would not be that simple, though. While everyone else was too busy celebrating, her attention was locked on the gigantic mirror in the skies. A gargantuan hand slowly pushed its way out of the Baron's mirror. Pushing itself out of the portal to another dimension, an unholy creature started coming out. Its stares were blank, devoid of any emotion. The souls of the damned were imprinted throughout its rocky body. Lozen identified the creature as a summoned golem. A thing so massive was pushing itself out into the world that anyone would panic. Without delay, the Herculean creature has pushed its way out into the battlefield. From the skies, it landed right into the massive ravine. The depth of the ravine didn't even pose a problem. As soon as the golem hit the ground, it turned its attention to Lozen. The mood of the cheering orcs quickly made a 180-degree turn as a solid hand poked out of the dust clouds. To no one's surprise, the giant easily flattened the remaining walls with its bare hand. Most of the shield bearers were blown away or crushed. Unconscious orcs flew into the air as if it was raining green. Chief Garek finally caught up to what was happening and screamed the retreat order. But what use was retreating if the enemy would always have you within arm's reach? Using its gargantuan size and freakish brute force, the golem swiped the orcs that were too slow to retreat. The chief found himself in a tough spot, prioritizing the safety of his men. He ordered the abandonment of the wall. An orc landed near him, bloodied and wounded. The chief tried to get his man to safety so they could go back and regroup. At that moment, Kaliana ordered her demonic troops to cross and seize the cliff without stopping. The troops used the golem's arms as a bridge to get to the other side quickly. With an invincible giant protecting them from the back, the demons felt invincible. The orcs, on the other hand, have never felt more vulnerable in their entire lives. Seeing the brave orcs run in fear gave the demons plenty of confidence to go crazy. One of the retreating orcs was about to get slaughtered with his back toward the enemy, like a pig. This type of disrespect wouldn't fly against Chief Garek. He pushed forward, ignoring the small fry demons like they were nothing. The chief was going straight for the axe demon, trying to get one of his men. He got wounded in the process of seizing the bastard, but he quickly finished off their encounter with a flashy suplex that broke the demon's face and skull. Chief ordered his men to run along once again. Looking around, the state of Bubiz's troops was grim. Debilitating injuries and gruesome deaths everywhere. Their walls, outer settlements, and everything around their base camp have been ruined. Behind the dust cloud of destruction, 2 Wrath Demon soldiers tried to execute a joint sneak attack with their axes drawn. Chief Garek just looked at them with a blank expression, still processing the sight of his village. All of a sudden, the chief unleashed a haunting war cry filled with rage. Through the years, his war cry had never changed. He sounded the same as he did in current times compared to his youth. Garek just won the duel for the chair of the chief then, he's always been a jolly guy. The orcs loved him. They respected his strength and skills. Elder Gurin himself officiated the match and raised his hand as champion. The strongest orc in the village. Hugbaruga. Native cheers of celebration echoed all over the village square. After winning such an important match, Garek's first thought was where in the world was his ramen. That very same day, he received the tribal tattoos fitting for the new chief. The elder tattooist also explained to him that he did not just win the tournament. What came with that victory was the hearts of their people. From that point on, the responsibilities of being a chief were dumped right into his shoulders. He used to be lackadaisical, believing that he could do anything now that he held the highest position. That brawl earlier made him hungry, so it's naturally ramen time. That day, everyone in town cheerfully greeted him as chief. But the weight and responsibility of being a leader quickly humbled him. It looked like being the chief didn't suit Garek at all. He continuously failed to make wise decisions for the village. He was so flooded with work that Elder Gurin always had to force him to do his responsibilities. The only time he was able to relieve his stress and be himself was when he could have some of his beloved ramen at night. Running a village was quite complicated, to say the least. You have to manage quarrels, agriculture, infrastructure, training, and many more. The village always needed him for something, even for very small and trivial matters. Did the well dry up? Bring it up to the chief. Do you have some personal issues? Bring it up to the chief. It was a job that didn't stop. It didn't leave you a single second to breathe and think about yourself. Chief Garek had become so disillusioned to the point of hating Buba's village. Through the years, he grew into the role beautifully. The passion he had for this place and its people far outweighed his own feelings. And for that, he will do everything in his power to drive these demons away from his beloved village. Seeing the ruthless display of power, the demons that were just about to wreak havoc had to check themselves first. With all the determination in his burly body, Garek announced his name resolutely. He is Garek, and he is the chieftain of the orc village, Bubiz. If these demons think that they can just storm into his home, the gloves will come off and everyone will die. Winding up for another lethal strike, a wrath demon soldier fell prey to a straight right into the body. One punch decimated a demon's internal organs while sending the rest of the army flying with the impact. Now that the small fries were taken care of, he slowly walked towards the cliff. In there, the big body stone boy was waiting for a challenge. Chief Garek grabbed one of the greed demon corpses and gripped it with incredible force. He took one solid step and winded up a throw to end all throws. With a strained look on his face, Chief sent the dead body flying up into the skies like he was an Olympic athlete. His target was the hard head of the golem. Throwing a corpse right into its hard head imprinted with the souls of the damned didn't do anything besides splatter some blood. That didn't work. So the chief resorted to some good old-fashioned taunting against the stupid boulder. It proved to be effective. Simple insults infuriated the giant. Since it cannot talk back, the golem intends to respond with an attack, a slap to the ground, generating enough shockwave to demolish everything. Lozen hurriedly ran towards her boss's side. Garek just stood there, unmoving. He gauged the distance of the enemy, then used his full body's movement to wind up an attack. Using his fists alone, he intends to go against the gigantic golem with raw power. Why, you ask? Because orcs never back down. A literal hard rock attack versus the fleshy grit of the chief. The excess impact alone has sent some of the orcs nearby flying back helplessly. Without delay, the shockwave from the collision traveled throughout the immediate area. It destroyed the houses and other infrastructures without exception. Even Lozen, as powerful as she was in her own right, was knocked back painfully. If she was sitting on the floor due to the excess impact, then what about the chief? The golem pulled its arm back. The dust and smoke resulting from the showdown was still apparent. All of a sudden, the whole freaking hand fell off. Chief Garek, on the other hand, pun intended, was standing in the middle of the crater while still holding his combat stance. Unlike the gigantic rock, he did not lose his hand or anything like that. The next time they clash, he vows to blow the whole creature to pieces. Losing a hand agitated the golem quite heavily. It turned and twisted its head with what little movement it was capable of. Then something that looked like a mouth emerged from its upper body. The silent giant roared with a gravelly cadence as if it were admonishing the chief's actions. Lozen knew that things were bad, and it was only getting worse. Nothing has been good since those bastard demons have arrived. This time, the giant rock did not even differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone was catching strays of the seismic activity. With its mouth opened, another curious thing started heating up. The golem's head started elongating with a crimson shade as if it was a volcano near eruption. From the pimply imprints of the damned souls, red beams of energy started seeping out. It consolidated into one giant red beam and pierced the heavens with a bloody roar. The explosion of power kicked up a storm of dust and debris, obscuring the entire field's visibility. Watching his creation wreak havoc, Baron Fontaine was grinning, obviously pleased with the golem's performance. He considered the giant piece of rock as his boy, and his boy will show these orcs just how mighty it can be, powerful enough to rock their world. Chief Garrick doesn't care about all this transformation crap. He stood tall and walked forward. He was locked in, clenching his fist. He stared at the stupid rock that was acting strange. Chief Garrick ran into the smoke. It's about time to bring the fight right into the rocky creature's face. The butcher casually told the Beastmaster that his reputation precedes him. All the reckless butcher wanted to do was to skin this thick-skinned animal in front of him. His opening attack was a very fitting wide swing, with no defense in mind, just pure destructive force channeled into a sharp and heavy blade. Elder Gurin shockingly dealt with the attack unconventionally, gently pushing the blade away. The strike was not weak by any metric. In fact, it stirred up the environment with its force. The old orc was just built different. Elder Gurin also had some trash talk genes in him, calling Zeke a fool, not even worthy to stand against him. After softly redirecting the meat cleaver to the side, the old orc tapped it with a metallic clang. The blade was heavily dented from such a smooth move. The butcher almost lost control of his grip. He tried so hard to cling onto the blade's handle that he was dragged along with it. Just trying to keep the meat cleaver from flying away strained the captain's muscles to the point of showing bruising and tearing. And while he was essentially a sitting duck, focusing on the wrong thing, Elder Gurin was already channeling his Reiju burst, reminding the butcher to work on his cocky mouth. A golden aura started emanating from all over the elder's arm. His eyes were focused on one thing and one thing only. In just a tiny fraction of a second, he unleashed a lightning-fast punch with such terrifying energy that Zeke felt like a beam was boring a hole through his body. Unbearable pain racked the captain's insides. Elder Gurin gently pulled his hand out, leaving the butcher in free flight. The battle-obsessed wacko wouldn't be a battle-obsessed wacko if things ended there immediately. He still had enough strength and gumption to break his fall and grip his meat cleaver with more conviction than before. Zeke was in agony, but more than that, he was frustrated with himself. The captain let out a few dry coughs. The air still hadn't properly circulated due to the old man's punch. Gurin knew that recovering from the attack he had just done would be a tough thing for anyone, so he had time to stroll casually. Zeke was livid. His eyes were bloodshot while shakily insisting that he was not done yet. If there's one thing that the captain hated, it's people looking down on him. It was already too late for that. Elder Gurin's arm was already tapping his right shoulder. Seeing the old man enter his kill zone on his own, the butcher wanted to get some butchering done. While he was in mid-swing, Elder Gurin was doing the same thing, but he was just using his arm and hand. The old man flipped the script. These demons are the ones looking down on the orcs from the very beginning. With his hand covered in that invigorating golden aura, he chopped Zeke's right shoulder in one fell swoop. The attack was so abrupt and quick that it generated a vacuum around the strike zone. Then the air around them imploded from the compression of energy, exploding all around the area. It kicked up the dust and soil around, obscuring the results of that vacuum-inducing chop. The demon soldiers far from Ground Zero were also affected by the impact the attack generated. These bastard demons really messed with the wrong village. Captain Zeke was still alive, but he might as well be dead with such a gruesome injury on his shoulder. His right arm was practically unusable now. But the butcher took a deep breath and powered through the pain of having your shoulders caved in by a draconic force. He channeled that pain, churning it into unbridled rage. The butcher looked like a crazy crackhead that's about to do something unholy. Still, trying to muscle through the agony was an incredibly hard thing to do. Fortunately for Zeke, it looks like another army captain has come to test the waters. Shuya entered with a slow clap, praising the Beastmaster, the Golden Dragon Warrior, for such a dominant display of power and skill. Watching a legend in his element really was a lovely sight. Even the decrepit old demon had to admit that. Zeke saw the crafty captain making his way to the field and warned him not to try and stick his ugly nose into this fight between bosses. Shuya argued that as much as he enjoyed witnessing Zeke getting beat up, it was still his responsibility to step up in support of some sorry-ass captain when they were on the verge of failure. Just when Zeke was about to confront the decrepit demon, Elder Gurin interjected that they had talked enough. There should be no room for chatter in war. Without getting noticed, the old orc had already closed the distance. He was already within arm's reach of the two captains. It's about time for everyone to recognize just whose territory this is. Shuya just arrived at the field and he's already getting clocked in the head. The same goes for Zeke. The right half of his body is probably begging for the sweet release of death instead of agony by now. Elder Gurren effectively shut down the chatter and dealt some serious damage. He did all that with his eyes closed, as if deep in a trance-like meditative state. Assistant Dr. Dura was watching the war happen from the safety of the cliffs inside the village. Bob the Builder and Farmer Hulk were also there. They could see that their forces were barely holding off the demons. The chances of surviving this war are slim. That golem is a massive pain in the butt. It's rendering their formation useless through destruction. Bob's wall didn't even last. If the demons get through the last line of defense, it would be over. If that happens, they can only rely on their newly awakened spirit beast warrior. While their focus was solely on the chaos above, no one noticed the spatial fluctuations behind them. A dimensional rift was slowly opening up behind, and the lookouts were busy talking about what was happening in the front, until the infiltrators so rudely interrupted their conversation with a grim warning that no fight nor war was happening here. Tonight, slaughter is the only thing on the menu. While a few elite demons infiltrated the orc lair from the cliffs, the civilians had taken refuge in the nearby cavern. Ghoul's auntie and the rest of Bubiz's citizens had no other choice but to wait for the war happening outside to end. Their fate hinged on whether the orcs would win or lose. You could see that fear and anxiety were palpable in the air. No one was in the mood to talk. Everyone was feeling an increasing dread. Old or young, everyone trembled. Auntie decided to break the tension. She knew that everyone in there was scared beyond words, but they had the elder, the chief, and the rest of the warriors putting their lives on the line out there. The only certainty they could hold on to was the fact that those men wouldn't let anything happen to the villagers. Dura was also posted outside in case of a sneak attack. She assured everyone that this storm would pass. They just had to trust the strength of Bubiz. But the cowardly messenger boy dared to add to the anxiety by running his mouth. That earned him a crispy slap from the powerful hands of Auntie. The least the coward could do to make himself useful was to shut up and calm down. Thankfully, he knew that panic shouldn't spread right now. Envy Demon Army's second seat lieutenant, Suri Min, promptly opened the rift in space for the sneak attack. On the other side, Bob the Builder was expressing his frustration for being stuck in a wheelchair. He wanted to fight, but with the demons on their way, there might not be too much of one. Dregor, the uncle, Foch, the beating Buddha, the third seat lieutenant, and vice captain of the Wrath Demon Army respectively, had come out to play. Foch swiftly swung his beatstick right into Farmer Hulk's side, breaking his arm and bones. Flying like a ragdoll in the air, the poor unsuspecting orc was incapacitated. With his fading breath, he cursed at the beating Buddha. The bastard just looked at him with a peaceful expression. As Farmer Hulk tried to get up, another merciless strike was already on the way. Without delay, Foch beat the guy right in his skull. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the place. The vice captain's peaceful expression did not even budge. That's one dead orc and one bloody beatstick. Even though Dregor said that they were here for a slaughter, Old Man Foch was still way too brutal. Foch just didn't like that the orc called them bastards. He believes that discipline can include bashing someone's head in to correct their manners. Dregor was getting creeped out by Foch's messed up philosophy. Not as badly as Bob the Builder, though. The cripple is already at his wit's end. The uncle pushed him out of the wheelchair using the tip of the spear to the back. Unlike the old man, the third seat lieutenant prefers killing quickly, but that execution might have to wait. 2 strikes from long range interrupted his swing. Dura has finally come to the rescue with tears streaming down her eyes. These sick demons have destroyed the village. Now they're coming for lives. The rage that the assistant doctor felt manifested into her newly obtained Regu spirit beast, the Badger. Dregor wasn't fazed by the display spirit beast. He was more upset that Dura threw rocks at him. There's one thing that the one dubbed as the uncle loves, and it's strong women. They remind him of his honey pie. Old Man Foch insisted that everything they do for war. They're here to search for something, and it's only natural to turn every pebble on the way to find it. All the orcs had to do was surrender the artifact before they started sweeping pebbles. Dura asserted that what these demons had come for wasn't here anymore. Standing within arm's reach of the 2 demons, there was an uncanny calmness in her eyes. Dregor refused to believe that the artifact had left the village. They'll turn this place upside down if they have to. Seeing that these demons were not going to listen to reason, Dura answered back by crushing the uncle's jaw. Her spirit beast allowed her to manipulate the earth, shaping it to whatever she desired. This time, it was a densely packed fist that hurt like hell. Seeing what she was capable of, the beating Buddha immediately tried to retreat. But Dura was fast. She expertly manipulated multiple thick strands of the earth to overwhelm the old demon. Assessing that running had been removed as an option, Foch stood his ground and gripped his beatstick tightly. With one full-powered swing, he neutralized the incoming attack. Dura immediately followed up with another application of her power, land surfing. It was an extremely fast way to get from one point to another, catching even the veteran vice captain off guard. From behind, she started covering her fist with solid earthen material. She deliberately targeted the old demon's wide-open backside. With the spirit beast enhancement, her physical attacks have become lethal. Once the dust from the impact of Dura's punch had cleared, it was revealed that she only damaged the old demon's clothes. Foch looked behind him with a menacing glare. Dura was still quite inexperienced in combat. She was easily hooked and grabbed by the vice captain's beatstick. He lifted her whole body from the chin and slammed Dura's head right into the ground as heavily as possible. It was full of force, and her head bounced like a basketball along with her entire body. The brutal series of attacks wasn't done yet. Dreger's spear whistled through the air to join the party. Dura's body was bloodied and beaten, but she still tried to gain some semblance of control mid-air while she primes another technique. She opted to touch the ground with her spirit beast power, making an earth wall to deter the spear. The wall brought Dura just enough time to contort her body while the spear continued its flight. She was supposed to be responsible for protecting the evacuees, and here she was on the back foot, fighting through pain and injuries. The commotion of the fight did not escape Auntie's sharp senses. She knew that something was up outside. She slowly stood up from her seat, worrying everyone. The auntie just told them to stay inside, no matter what happened. Equipping her meat cleaver, she reasoned that she was just going to fetch Bob, the crippled, lousy builder. With Auntie gone, the messenger boy was left alone to try and pacify the terrified orcs. He clumsily assured everyone that Auntie would be back, so they just had to be strong. He kept on saying that everything was going to be okay, and he started believing his words too. That newfound confidence was quickly shattered by the appearance of a mysterious light coming from a dimensional rift. Outside, Auntie decided to play it safe, surveying the grounds before making a move. She saw the beating Buddha fighting with Dura. The poor girl was slowly getting overwhelmed by the demon. Each swing of the beat stick could pulverize concrete. Just imagine what that can do to flesh and bones. This was the worst-case scenario. They don't even know how the demons got in here so quickly. While Dura tries to survive a 2 versus 1, Auntie surveys the surroundings for Bob. The demons conveniently knocked Dura away into the crippled builder's position. Old man Foch really had no chill. He gave chase and bonked Dura right in the back of her head. This time, her whole body bounced off the solid floor as if it were a trampoline. Auntie could not afford to stay in hiding after that, screaming Dura's name at the top of her lungs. Without delay, she came running with her meat cleaver in hand. The top priority was getting the poor girl back into safety for now. But Dura also had the pride of a warrior blessed with a spirit beast. She yelled at Auntie not to butt in. Instead of wasting time on her, Bob the builder needs the assistance more. Manipulating the earth, she propelled Bob's limp body into the air for Auntie to catch. The old lady had to try and support the cripple's weight. She got him situated on the ground, asking the trembling Bob to hang in there just a little bit more. Asking about Farmer Hulk, also known as Mog, Bob finally broke down in tears like a little boy. He shakily told her that Mog was dead, brutalized by the beating Buddha, while Bob could do nothing but watch it happen. Auntie just yelled at Bob for focusing on the wrong thing. Of course, he wouldn't be able to do anything in his state. For now, they need to go back to the cave. Because no matter how badly he wanted to, Bob couldn't fix it this time. While she was assisting him back to the others, Dregor the uncle stood in their way. A sobbing mess of an orc and a scowling old lady, that's what the uncle saw. But the surprise in the lieutenant's face was apparent. Upon looking at the demon's face, Auntie also recognized Dregor. Back in the day, they were quite the dynamic duo, sparring and honing their combat skills and having fun while doing so. They've shared countless meals, and they were happy. Dregor has always been the jolly kind, always laughing. He always had the funniest stories. Auntie was pretty much the same as she is today. A permanent scowl etched on her face. They could not be any different, but regardless of that, Dregor loved her. She was his honey pie after all. Knowing that Auntie was escorting Bob back to safety, it seemed like Dura had regained some momentum in her favor, skillfully dealing with Foch. While they might be embroiled in battle, the vice captain heard the commotion on the other side of the field. The brief moment of distraction from hearing Dregor calling an orc his honey pie left Foch wide open for Dura's earth pillar. He got the wind knocked out of his lungs for that one. Foch demanded answers from his subordinate. Dregor has lost all the bloodlust he had coming into this place. His long-lost honey pie was here. This just doesn't make sense from the beating Buddha's perspective. Then he recalled Dregor's musings about an extraordinary orc he encountered a long time ago. The one that got away, honey pie. Foch yelled at the lieutenant to get it together, as this was not the time for sweet reunions. Besides, a demon shouldn't even be in a relationship with a mere orc. The mission is to find the artifact and kill everyone with green skin on sight. Those are the captain's orders. Auntie paused for a moment. With a thick sense of disgust in every word, she pitied what had become of Dregor after all these years. It seemed like he was starting to wake up too. He tried to reason that he didn't know. But that is no excuse to act like an animal. The jolly man from before has turned into a devil who is willing to burn a village for a stupid artifact. The weight of her words and the history between them shed light on what Dreger has become. Foch couldn't care less. They are soldiers and they must follow orders. The beating Buddha reached inside his thick cloak for something. With a ball and chain in hand, the vice captain of the Wrath Demon army has entered his second phase. Using the heavy ball's momentum, he skillfully showed off his flair. Every move connected to the next to form a hauntingly beautiful performance. It looked like every move served a purpose. That's because it did. This specific set of flares was the key to awakening the real monster underneath the peaceful old demon. He might have the moniker of a Buddha, but there's no demon with more rage than him. In that moment, the real Foch has entered the battlefield. For the last time, he ordered Dreger to fulfill the mission or Foch will be forced to take action. No matter how harshly the vice captain yelled his commands, Dreger remained standing there, mumbling like an idiot. With blood-red eyes, the vice captain took matters into his own hands. With his ball and chain ready, he bum-rushed the orcs much to Dreger's dissent. Without wasting another second, Old Man Foch launched his steel ball into Bob. Auntie must somehow deal with this incoming destructive force. Thankfully, Dura was there to deal with the incoming deadly attack. She effectively deflected the solid steel ball by propelling it up in the air with the use of her earth bending with precise timing. While Foch's eyes were affixed on the orcs, Dreger chose to turncoat and rush his boss with a shield bash. The beating Buddha was unaware of the incoming attack and was knocked out of his feet. Dreger pointed his spear to the vice captain, begging for his honey pie to get spared. But Foch doesn't take too kindly to traitors, especially if it's for the sake of an old orc hag. The uncle threw his spear down into the ground in anger. With fury charging his muscles, he warned his superior to watch his mouth while lifting the shield overhead. Dreger finally did it. He stood up to Foch and bashed the shield right into the old demon. At that moment, even Auntie and Dura weren't expecting the lieutenant to attack his fellow superior. His voice contained a hurried urgency, telling the orcs to get out as fast as they could. They knew that they must grasp this opportunity to escape. Auntie warned Dreger not to die till she could kill him herself. He knew what that meant. Auntie's tongue had always been that way. For a moment, it took him back to the old days. Traversing the woods as fast as they could, they headed for the cavern. Bob was also starting to wake up from his stupor. Just as they were walking towards the camp, a few footsteps were going the other way. Auntie told Bob to hold on as they were almost at safety. At that moment, the opposite set of footsteps ground to a halt. Dura looked up with her weary eyes, catching a glimpse of the next problem they needed to deal with. Suri Min and her freaky plague doctor mask asked the orcs just where they are going. Behind were warriors clad in heavy armor splattered with orc blood. They even brought an orc corpse as a souvenir. Bloodied and beaten, the injured orc was barely hanging on. Perhaps death would be a gentler fate at this point. Suri Min removed the freaky mask and excitedly informed the orcs that there was no one left back in the cave. The trio, fresh from escaping slaughter, could not catch a break. Hearing that the people you love have been wiped out wasn't easy to digest. Auntie let go of Bob and asked the demon who looked like a little girl what have they done. Suri Min doesn't really want to go over the excruciating details. These three don't even need to know. They're going to die here anyway. With frustration and unbridled rage, Auntie charged in with her trusty butcher's knife in hand. Her tears of sadness and fury started to rain down. Upon reaching her kill zone, she leaped into the air and unleashed a guttural war cry. She wanted to chop the little demon right then and there. Suri Min enjoyed watching them suffer because of her words, but it looks like their time has run out. The commotion at the cliffs where Dreger and Foch were fighting was starting to get rowdy enough to get noticed on the front lines. But the orc soldiers down there had bigger things to worry about. One of those was trying to avoid getting blown into little pieces. They still have to deal with the raging golem with its complete molten form after all. With its head bursting full of destructive lava and magma, it has gained another terrifying weapon. It can now go on a rampage on a bigger scale using fire to burn everything and everyone down to the ground. The sight of that fireball was terrifying, but Chief Garrick intends to stand his ground. He formulated an appropriate response for a moment and decided that using the ground as a deterrent was the right answer. Beckoning his spiritual beast, he started lifting the earth below. He managed to form a makeshift wall to defend against the molten material that resembled a meteor, courtesy of the golem. The crash of the wall and the meteor was the epitome of explosive destruction. One of the injured orcs wasn't able to get out of the way in time, getting hit by debris and loose flames. But he pushed through the bruises and the heat. This guy was the one who saw the commotion up on the cliffs. He ran as if his life depended on it to inform the chief that Oknar was currently under attack. Information is good and all, but Chief Garrick has his hands full with the golem too. It was taking everything that he had just to stay alive under the rain of hellfire. Still, fighting this war while losing their entire population would make everything they do down here meaningless. The chief entrusted the task of assisting the evacuees to his right-hand warrior, Lozen. She's currently dealing with the demon soldiers who were trying to sneak an attack on the chief. Lozen can't just leave the boss down here with what remained of their troops. Garrick had to remind her that up there was their last defense. If they're gone, there will be no more people left to protect. Besides, it's never been Lozen's job to keep the chief safe. Her job is to defend the people. And the orcs of Bubiz must not fall today. Dishing out one last punch on a dumbass demon soldier, she understood what the chief was saying. Full of determination, she accepted the boss's orders. And so, Chief Garrick and a few injured soldiers must take down that invincible golem. He resolutely ordered everyone to hold their ground and never let the demons run them over. It is time to show these demonic forces the might of Bubiz. And they are going to start with this ugly-ass rock. Its eyes were locked onto Chief Garrick, but the slow and heavy attacks were easy to maneuver around. Climbing up into its arm, the boss punched the golem's shoulder so hard that it shattered, making the whole arm fall. Just like that, the enemy's threat level has gone down drastically. The chief wasn't done yet. He held onto the creature's body, not daring to let go now. He climbed up and established some decent footing before beckoning his spirit beast with a full-powered attack utilizing every muscle in his ripped body. Garrick smashed it right into the creature's upper body, shaking the golem to its core. The internal reverberations were too strong. It completely shattered the golem's upper body. Shards of perfectly cut boulders rained down into the ravine and onto the ground. The golem had turned into an unrecognizable mess, resembling a demolished building. Finally, one of the biggest threats on the field had fallen. Its explosive downfall served as a much-needed respite for the orcs, a moment of significant victory. The chief had to scream at the top of his lungs out of excitement. Kaliana was visibly annoyed now that her plan had been interrupted because of these stubborn orcs. The chief knew that celebrations could come later. For now, he had to focus. There was still an immutable fact on this battlefield. The orcs were only holding on because their leader was strong. Kaliana's plan was simple. Take the chief out of the equation, and everything would fall into pieces. For that, she was going to use some good old-fashioned cannon fodder soldiers. Their orders were simple. Eliminate the chieftain as fast as possible. These soldiers treated Kaliana's words and orders like the holy gospel. They would gladly dive into their deaths if it meant they could obey her. Baron Fontaine, on the other hand, was devastated by the loss of his golem. He looked as though he had just lost a son or something. The orc chieftain had done his boy dirty. They took his only joy away. The envy soldiers had grown accustomed to the Baron's antics. They knew that the guy had a few screws loose. Now that the golem was down, it might be time to proceed with the ploy. Baron could have sounded smart if his breath didn't stink. Back on the front lines, Chief Garrick pushed his concentration to another level while observing the incoming demon soldiers. The first unfortunate soul that entered his zone was promptly grabbed by the neck. What followed was an impressive throw, but it didn't faze the other soldiers at all. One demon, looking a little more experienced than the others, managed to close the distance undetected to land a kick behind the chief. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Garrick responded with a bloody punch right in the face. Now that the normal mobs had dealt a few nicks here and there, softening up the target bit by bit, Kaliana decided to join in on the fun with her spear. Her order this time around was simple: decapitate. With no hesitation at all, the soldiers gripped their blades and responded affirmatively in unison. The chief just looked at them with heavy intensity, asserting that no amount of demons could stop him. Kaliana wanted to see just how true those words were. Chief kneed one guy right in the jaw, but he paid for it with a wound on his arm. He immediately connected his movement to another attack, planting his fist into another demon. Downing one of these pesky bastards just spawned more. Meanwhile, their lieutenant maintained a healthy distance from the chief. With razor-sharp concentration, she slowly empowered her spear. It was about time to bring out her soul cast, the flash spear. A technique that pushed her throwing strength to the limit. Imagine a peerless spear traveling like a bullet. Distracted and exhausted, Chief wasn't able to dodge. A massive swirling wound took his kneecaps out. This was a great opportunity for the demons. The invincible Chief had been brought down to his knees. A soldier tried to capitalize on the situation, but his axe was caught by Garrick barehandedly. He instructed his orc men not to lose sight of their enemies. Those who failed to adhere to his instructions and let the chief's condition distract them paid the price in blood. Watching as the orc soldier choked on his blood after getting his throat slit, something inside the chief broke. He yanked one of the demons in midair and did not show any morsel of mercy at all. Like a mindless beast, he used the demon's body as some sort of tool, flinging the poor guy in the air as if he didn't weigh anything. Who would have thought that you could use the demons themselves to play bowling, both as the pin and the ball? Alas, the massive wound in Chief Garrick's knee was just too debilitating. He fell to the ground, unable to support his body. The view up front was one of his dying troops, bleeding from the throat. The chief was sad, horrified, and angry all at the same time. It was about time for the eager wrath demons to finish the job and claim their win, but Kaliana stopped them for now. She wanted to ask Garrick what his next move would be in this situation. The sadistic strategist wanted to rub salt in the wound, telling Garrick that even a mighty beast will fall when it loses its leg. She took those words literally and took Garrick's mobility and lower body away from him. But the shrewd Kaliana might have just made the biggest mistake of her life. She underestimated the iron will of orcs. An orc with everything to lose will not fall that easily for the sake of his people. If that's how the chief wanted to play this out, she'll gladly oblige with her own spear. Well, her spear and the battle axes of her troops, to be precise. Kaliana's attack was so precise that it practically sliced off the skin of Garrick's face. But he managed to dodge the mortal danger on this one by leaning back. Wounded on the face, disabled on the knees, it didn't matter. The chief still managed to close the distance in the blink of an eye to punch the strategist in the stomach. Her troops watched as she flew through the air, but she managed to regain control, so it was all good. The lieutenant was temporarily out of the way, so the demon soldiers should have been easily wiped out, right? Wrong. The chief's injuries had piled up to the point of becoming vulnerable to simple attacks. He was still holding on, though, gritting his teeth through the bloody agony. And when the chance presented itself, he always clapped back with appropriate force, strong enough to shatter bones and skulls. He might have been bleeding from multiple parts of his body, but the soldiers were having their brains turned into mush. The chief was functioning purely on combat instinct at this point. Oddly enough, moving through sheer gut feel had made his senses clearer, seeing the slashes before they even happened and responding accordingly. With his strength, neutralizing demons if you knew their next move was quite easy. Disarming them was child's play, and crushing them underneath his fists was equally satisfying and cathartic. Kaliana just tanked one hit, and she had turned into a shivering mess, having trouble even getting up. Try as she might, Kaliana was finding it hard to get some oxygen into her body, and before she could even start recovering, heavy steps came running in wildly. The chief looked as though he was an untamed animal set on crushing the lieutenant. He might be green, but at this moment all he saw was red. To everyone's surprise, the genius strategist was just baiting this exact response to manufacture the opportune time to finish things. Chains imbued with mysterious power started coming out from behind her. They quickly connected with the chief's limbs, limiting his movement. The chains locked up his upper body, taking the possibility of breaking the binding forcefully out of the picture. Magical steel also wrapped around his neck, suffocating and draining his energy. Despite the complete binding, Chief Garrick continued to struggle. Even with his knees giving out completely, he pushed his muscles to the limit. But no matter how hard he struggled, raw strength was no match against the supernatural. And the demons had Baron Fontaine to thank for that. He was the one who set up this perfect binding with the help of envy demon soldiers. Each one held a special instrument capable of conjuring the magical chains that could lock up someone as strong as Garrick. It was basically a whole unit of them holding onto the instruments for dear life. You gotta admit, the chief is one tough bastard for holding out even now. He hated that it was becoming more and more possible that he might go down against this dirty trick. Kaliana doesn't share the same sentiment. Whether the method was clean or dirty does not matter. Just like they say, all is fair in love and war. Everyone does what they must do to come out on top. On the other side of the battlefield, Captain Zeke did not share the same success as his underlings did. Elder Gurin was already warming his arms up to go to another area when the Envy Demon captain started making a fuss instead of just lying down. Shuya sinisterly cackled, asserting that there was no way to save the other orcs now. And it's all because the great Beastmaster Gurin has lost his touch. He's not the same warrior that he used to be back when he could just stomp and scare the crap out of anyone. The decrepit captain asked if the absence of war made him weak. He was supposed to be the ferocious beast after all. But now he's gotten soft. So soft that Shuya insisted that Gurin didn't deserve the dragon inside his body anymore. With a wicked smile, the Envy Captain revealed his true nature. He just wanted to take the dragon for himself. He believed that he'd be a better candidate for it. Gurin had the mental toughness to tune out the taunts, though. He could just cut the old captain and call it a day. One chop, one kill, it was supposed to be a done deal. But his fist was met with an even bigger one, twisting his fingers and breaking them. The magically enhanced fist did not stop there. It continued going forward until it hit him right in the body. For the first time in this war, Elder Gurin has been put on the back foot. He flew in the air like a literal ragdoll, his consciousness gradually flickering out. It was so bad that he didn't even have enough cognizance to make a proper landing, face-planting on the rough gravel. His consciousness was jogged back to life after throwing up copious amounts of blood. The internal damage he sustained from taking that one punch was quite serious. Whose fist was it that delivered the blow, you ask? Of course, it was the Envy Demon Army Captain and his second form. This time, it's a knee strike to the face that produced an extremely concerning crunch. Elder Gurin, who's been such a dominating force in this war, has become nothing but a punching bag. He flew against his will for a few seconds and tried to contort his body to land with the least damage, but his messed up arm made that impossible. Whether it was the freakish injury in his arm or the mess that was his face, it was looking incredibly bleak for the legendary Beastmaster. Shuya was a merciless son of a gun. Every time that the old man gets a brief respite, he's always there to deliver another brutal blow. He has practically beaten Elder Gurren within an inch to death at this point. The calmness and ferocity were gone. All that was left were pain and suffering. The elder finally managed to lift his head to see the monstrosity that was beating his ass in a domineering fashion. We've been calling Shuya a decrepit old demon this whole time, but he's far from that now. Gurren also realized that this guy did not come here for the artifact at all. There was no point in denying the true purpose of this invasive visit any longer. This Envy Demon army captain already knew that the Dark Elf survived to bring the artifact back to the Redstone Forest, but they still came in with a battalion for some other purpose. Laughing mockingly, Shuya decided to be coy and insisted that they just wanted the artifact, nothing more. Or at least that's what his subordinates know. That's the official reason they gave him to join this war. But as the one who planned everything, Shuya doesn't need that damned artifact. He actually came into this place for many reasons. Chief among them was Elder Gurren himself, the Beastmaster. Hearing from the mouth of the beast that his village has been burnt and his people have died just to get to him incensed Gurren to the highest degree. Shuya Aon explained that it was because he couldn't possibly defeat a Beastmaster without a monstrous predicament. He just brought some friends to make things easier. The shrewd captain came here prepared. Everything has been calculated to lead up to this moment where the strongest orc alive, the Beastmaster, one of the heroes of war, was practically powerless. This enhanced body, strength, speed, intellect, technique, and everything else have been finely tuned and are something that could never be achieved by natural means. Seeing the puzzled look on the orc's face, Shuya Aon revealed that everything he had right now was stolen. He then proceeded to put the Beastmaster in a tight chokehold by the neck. Right now, Grutom the Gold Dragon is the only missing piece for the captain's completion. He's already got the technique to yank the spirit beast out of the elder's body through supernatural means. Lifting the beaten-up elder, the perfect form was just one steal away. The finishing touch would be executed by Baron Fontaine, who's been blurting out his incantation to make Elder Gurren a prisoner to be shackled once and for all. With a tap of his creeping cane, the spell quickly took effect. This freak really loves his mirrors. This spell has spawned an ornate mirror out of the ground. Its power quickly took hold of the exhausted elder from limb to limb. The incantation lifted him up slowly and dragged his whole body right into the ornate mirror. Baron Fontaine could hardly contain his excitement seeing such a powerful expert fall completely powerless under his control. Chief Garrick and what survived of the orc soldiers were also pretty much done, chained up and forced to kneel in front of the invaders in shame. Kaliana really lived up to her hype. It was truly apparent that she was the brains behind the Wrath Army, the one responsible for their warfare domination. Vice Captain Foch and Suri Min have also gone back to the Winter Gathering. The beating Buddha was dragging the knocked-out Dregor. Foch had also tried interrogating some of the orcs, but their lips were sealed and the artifact was nowhere to be found. He captured a traitorous demon instead. Dregor has switched sides and allied himself with the orcs, though he thinks he just did what must be done. Suriman looked supremely bored, but she did all the cleanup while all the fights were wrapping up. Every single orc, even the ones that tried to hide, is dead now. Hearing the little demon girl say that so casually woke up the rage inside the chief. Tried as he might, he couldn't break the chains, so he just roared at Suri with all the feelings that he had. Causing a stir earned him a crisp slap to the face, courtesy of Kaliana ordering him to stand down. They just wanted to know one thing: the location of the artifact. The chief was too angry to entertain such useless questions. He just wanted to tear all these demons apart. Not cooperating earned him another smack on the head. Kaliana doesn't have much patience to spare. This mission has been taking far too long. While interrogations and power snatching were happening, the captain of the Wrath Demon Army finally woke up from being knocked out cold. His first thought after waking up was to kill that Beastmaster no matter what. He wobbled his way out of the dust and rubble, trying to find the Elder for a rematch. Kaliana reported that the Beastmaster had been dealt with by Captain Shuya Aon and was currently in custody. The butcher immediately furiously stormed to the other side of the camp to see what was going on. Jimbro Grandpa already had what he wanted, so interacting with Zeke was just annoying now. Still, he has to be cordial and friendly, offering to get the butcher's serious injuries treated. This was the first time that Zeke was seeing this form of Shuya Aon, so he didn't recognize the old demon at first. The Envy Demon Army captain quietly whispered to his troops not to let the butcher come any closer. His loyal soldiers immediately sprung into action, using artifacts to conjure up a sphere of protection. That only infuriated the Wrath Army captain even further. For now, he wanted a weapon in his hand and ordered one of his lackeys to fetch Sheheng King. The nervous soldier swiftly retrieved the oversized meat cleaver to get it to the hands of the boss. Zeke had been unconscious for a little bit, so he tested if everything was right with his weapon and movement first. Assessing that everything was in order, his expression took on a grimmer light. The visceral tattoo on his left arm started undergoing some drastic changes. From his sleeves, it started to spread until it finally reached his hand gripping the cleaver. Finally, his whole left hand was gone. It fused directly with the massive blade. This was his soul cast, the bloodline of the ferocious. Zeke wanted the promise of getting the Beastmaster on his own to be honored. Anyone who wants to stand in his way shall answer to the sharpness of Sheheng King. Inside the magical barrier, the Elder was about to fall victim to Shuya-Un while Zeke and his Wrath Demon army were trying to get involved. The Butcher raised his blade, Sheheng King, against the barrier with fury. Despite the dozens of slashes unleashed in a single moment, the barrier remained steadfast. When the dust settled, there wasn't even as much as a scratch on its surface. Kaliana decided to intervene, asking Captain Shuya why he was keeping the Beastmaster when the mission was still underway. He replied that the artifact had already been brought back to the Elf Kingdom, and he was simply claiming his personal spoil of war. That did not go over well with the Wrath Demon captain. His soul cast flared up impressively. He was taking this disrespect seriously. The lieutenant knew what was about to happen next, so she ran away as fast as possible while ordering the soldiers to do the same. With Sheheng King charged with the captain's rage, he swung it with full force. It impacted the radius around the barrier, but the thing itself did not even budge. The magic unit of the Envy Demon army is just built like that. Shuya-Un was already expecting that much, and did not bother entertaining the brute outside the barrier. He just tasked Suri to prepare a portal so they could leave this place. The captain's full-body transformation takes a toll after all. Since the next process will take a bit of time, he might as well activate his soul cast too, the Arendama. A dark power covered the Envy captain's hands, slowly reaching Elder Gurren's body. The next thing you know, the golden energy inside his body was being yanked away forcefully. Shuya-Un has started extracting the Elder Spirit Beast mercilessly. It was supremely painful to be on the other side of this inhumane process. Chief Garek was bound by magical chains, so he couldn't do anything as he watched and listened to the old man's agony. Seeing the distress that the Elder was undergoing, the chief had never been angrier. With just his sheer indomitable willpower, the bastard actually managed to break free from the magical chains with brute force. Still, he wasn't at 100% strength. His knee was still busted by the deep wound. That did not stop him from trying to attack with his fist, though. The augmentation of his spirit beast coated the fist with a golden glow, overflowing with force. Just like the Wrath Captain, his target was the pesky barrier put up by the Envy army. His punch produced a resounding boom of compressed energy akin to a bomb. But even that one wasn't enough to break the seemingly invincible shield. He brought forth every remaining ounce of his strength in that punch, but it simply wasn't enough. As he sat there in absolute exhaustion, a series of cracks could be seen forming on the barrier's surface. He just wanted to save the old man, but his stunt just earned him the attention of the Butcher. Gritting his teeth, Garek still couldn't believe that the strongest old man he knew was captured, when they still needed to drive these pesky demons away from the village. He didn't know what else to do, so he just screamed and begged for Gurren to snap out. Zeke came from behind and slashed the chief's body, producing a deep and lethal gash. The Butcher sees the orcs as nothing more than pigs, so he'll slaughter them like so. But behind it all, this thug was nothing more than an egomaniac who couldn't bear the thought of being ignored. Chief Garek finally hit the floor with a thud. His downfall agitated the restrained orc soldiers. They cursed at Zeke and collectively got up to run in even with their bodies bound by chains. On the outskirts of the village, Gul has finally gotten close to the point of hearing the commotion. The young orc was alone. He left the rest of the party in the dust with his speed. But when he arrived within earshot of the village, he stood there huffing for air. His eyes were affixed to the turmoil. The village he grew up in had gone up in the fire of destruction. Demon soldiers surrounded the perimeter. Gul spotted the orcs that he used to see on a day-to-day basis, bounded by chains and running in rage while demons clamored to cut them down like pigs. They didn't even give the orc troops an honorable death. They swung their axes down on their backs. Gul had never seen anything like this. He unconsciously took a step back, overwhelmed by what was happening. Kaliana stayed in a relatively safe position, sniping poor orcs with spear throws. The number of the remaining orcs continued to dwindle as screams of agony filled the place. Gul could not take his eyes away. He eventually yelled at the demons to stop slaughtering his people. Swallowing the fear and uncertainty, the young orc made a mad dash to join the war by himself. A soldier noticed him coming from the woods and alerted the other demons. Our boy has been running non-stop for who knows how long. His stamina had already been pushed to the limit. He was so tunnel-visioned by the slaughter of orcs that he saw that he didn't notice a demon soldier was already en route to kick him away. That soldier did not show an ounce of mercy, kicking a kid squarely in the chest. Feeling like a big man, the bastard stood before Gul as he slid on the rough ground. Taking that kick knocked the wind out of his lungs. Despite that, Gul stood up and gritted his teeth through the pain. He took another step forward, and then he took some more. He might be in pain, but so was everyone else. The demon smiled deviously. They'd been fighting strong orcs all night long, so beating up a powerless kid satisfied the deviant. He wanted to land a punch on the youngster who was taking the same path again. It was a swing and a miss for the bastard demon Ghoul, and his agility was too fast. As he continued to run, the bastard soldier alerted the other troops to restrain the kid. Ghoul pushed his speed even further, only to get grabbed by a powerful grip. He dropped down to the ground, reeling from the impact. The demon soldier finally saw that it was just a kid, trying to get into the slaughter. Ghoul was young and naive. He begged the soldier to just let him through. Bastard soldier finally caught up to the stubborn little orc. He gripped Ghoul's head with increasing force. The kid felt his skull getting tighter. The bastard proceeded to crash his face into the ground violently. He nearly fainted right then and there. Another wind-up and another face crashed to the rough surface. Ghoul was powerless. Bastard soldier looked very pleased with himself as he continued to antagonize the young orc. Ghoul's blood painted the ground sadistically. He might be suffering on the outside, but Ahmad had been laughing inside his mind. This was the first time that the young orc had been put in such a tough position. Before we go sicko mode on the battlefield, let's return to the tranquil times of Puba's village. Back when a charming baby boy had just entered the world, his mother cradled him like the most precious treasure. Chief Garrick was quite fond of the boy, joyfully playing with him. Elder Gurin had to reprimand the new chief, reminding him to get his act together. Garrick gently took the baby from the mother's arms, treating the boy with utmost care. The chief was afraid of making any mistakes, so he endeavored to be as tender as possible. With the baby secured in his hands, Garrick made his way to the stage where the villagers had gathered. This was a day of celebration, marking the start of something new. The day that welcomed this new life, a new orc, and a new member of their growing family into the world. Garrick urged not only himself, but everyone else to guide the child to greatness. The brutes, the soldiers, the handymen, and everyone else chanted in unison. Garrick raised the little boy into the air, Lion King style. For the citizens of Pubiz, a new era had just begun, and they eagerly anticipated their bright future. This was the day that Braba Gul was formally welcomed as the newest citizen of Pubiz. Gulfin watched with a bright smile on her face, while Gurin was pleased to see that the chief wasn't doing too badly. After the ceremony, Chief Garrick still harbored doubts regarding his new role. He had only desired to be chief for the free and unlimited ramen, after all. Who would have thought that the job would be so demanding, with an endless list of tasks to tackle and problems to solve? Lozin, who had been by his side throughout, saw things differently. She believed that Garrick had been doing a commendable job. The chief sighed and came to a realization. He recognized that the orcs of Pubiz held a very significant place in his heart. They were the reason why he persevered, even though he despised most aspects of the job. Seeing everyone's smiles, resolving conflicts, and making decisions for the greater good, he knew that he would do everything to protect his people. Fast forward to the present day. The child they had welcomed into the world was now being tormented by a sadistic demon. Displaying the young orc's injuries openly, the demon urged the other orcs to witness their desperation. Gul cried out, calling for the chief, his face battered. Even Ahmad was starting to grow angry at the demon, this weasel daring to hinder them. Seeing how the demon mistreated Gul, Ahmad whispered an idea to the young orc's psyche. Wouldn't it be fair to just kill them right here and now? Gul gritted his teeth. Ahmad's thoughts were beginning to cloud his mind. With the sight of his kin being slaughtered like animals, the idea of wiping out the demons seemed more and more appealing by the second. Meanwhile, some of the injured and captive orcs managed to bypass the soldiers to reach the captain of the Wrath Demon army. They were eager to take the butcher's head. Just as Zeke was about to turn around, no longer finding amusement, Chief Garrick seemingly rose from the dead. The butcher's soul cast flared on his blade once again. He was done playing games and having fun. He didn't care about this damn village. All he wanted was a rematch with the Beastmaster. So, for now, he would settle for trying to break the barrier while taking down everyone within the radius of his Crimson 360 swing. The victim list included Chief Garrick. Most of the remaining soldiers had also fallen to the Peerless Blade. In one swift move, copious amounts of orc blood stained the ground of the village. Gul witnessed everything unfold within a few seconds. He would never be the same again. The bodies of the adults who had tolerated his mischief around the village hit the ground with a thud simultaneously. Among them was Chief Garrick. His last thoughts were of how he had once again failed to do his job. He had tried his hardest, coming back from death's door multiple times in this war, but it simply wasn't enough. Unless someone could reconnect a decapitated head to his body, the gritty ramen-loving leader of the village would remain lifeless. Witnessing the deaths of the orcs who had watched him grow up and guided him, something inside Gul snapped. A different blood started flowing in his veins. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the orc corpses as his vision began to darken. The demon continued to grip him by the head, and he had had enough. Ahmad laughed maniacally. These infidels didn't even know what was about to happen. He urged Gul to show no mercy to the demons. All the kid had to do was step onto the platform as he did before. Consumed by anger and darkness, Ghoul did just that with as much force as he could muster. Upon doing so, his transformation produced a massive explosion that sent every demon in the vicinity flying. The demon landed in a shallow pond of water, making a splash. He got up, feeling a debilitating pain in his backside from falling at a weird angle. But what was more painful was the continuous burning of his hand. The explosion brought with it a bizarre flame that consumed the demon's flesh. That exact same flame blazed around Ghoul's neck. His skin turned red, and the strange marks all over his body returned. With bone-chilling calmness, he once again asked the demons why they were killing everyone. When his emotions finally erupted, so did the power hiding dormant inside his tiny body.